So yesterday when I got so cranky and snapped at you guys, it was because I was building a topo surface. All right. And I have a feeling Jaffe's magic tricks might be able to handle this. Now, you're going to need to build a topo surface that's going to be like this area right now that I'm showing. This has got a couple grade lines on it. More importantly, these aren't 10-foot grade lines, these are 40-foot grade lines. So this is on the side of a mountain. Most people would be happy just to build that much of the topography. What I built yesterday was that entire area. Okay. On top of that, I have 3 rounds, and this is all 100% due to my buddy Jaffe, something he developed in right about the year 2000 that allowed me to kill everyone out there in the market. Okay. And what that was is the ability to get these high resolution satellite images, which used to be really hard in the day. Now it's extremely easy. Now, with a large monitor, high resolution run, I have 2 images right here. Okay. This image and this image. And what they are is my low res. So if I zoomed in, you would see where it changes from low res. See all this blurry stuff? Do you
Yeah.
see how it gets much more clear when it gets right here? So those are my 2 low res images. Then as you zoom in, this was typically what I would do for a hospital sized job. Is this would be my low res. So those were actually like my super low res. This one here, you would find that if I zoomed in even closer, I have even a higher resolution one. Okay. So this is going to actually allow me to plant my trees and figure everything out. But that's my piece of land. And like I said, this is where it's at now. I am telling you right now, with even the slightest bit of marketing to architects, if you told them you could build your site to the level I'm going to build this site for a very reduced fee, like 1 week's pay, I could teach you how to build these sites and probably be able to get them done in about 10 hours. Okay. Because I didn't do anything except surf the internet. Remember, this is my land, this is my mountain. It all started with this guy. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I know what I did. On the wrong screen with my cursor. It all started with this guy. I downloaded from USGS, which is where Jaffe comes in. Okay. So yesterday, while you guys were talking, you know how you said something the other day was monotonous? I forget what it was. It was something, a little task you were doing. And all I could think of was, buddy, you haven't seen monotony yet. See all those little black dots? That's what I'm fixing to try to see if Jaffe has any way at all to create those little black dots. I have a feeling that it's not going to be a very easy task because I'm not talking about getting it from a CAD file. I'm talking about from that image. Do you have any way to pull from that image? Let's see. So if you had an image like that, is there any way you could put an evenly spaced dot on all the lines that have a mark on them? No, right?
Uh, Maybe a little bit. I mean, you could do a raster to vector, right? And
And
then,
an OCR, what I'm saying is if you could run an OCR to find out if you could find any of those pieces of text that were a numbered value, and then if they are, put the dots on that line and only do the major contours.
well, typically those contours are available in a CAD format.
Okay. Where is that available?
I've got a list of ones somewhere, but it's you
Okay.
like I mean, you know the routine. You go to the county, you go to the state. Uh, you start with the local municipalities, and then kind of go bigger and bigger.
Yeah, but you see how I didn't have to do any of that. All I had to do was go to the USGS site, grab these two topos, and I was off to the mountains tracing. Now,
Yeah.
that
So those are the okay. Zoom into that top right hand corner. Let's see if I can. Just one sec. One sec. I'll get a screen grab. All right. I'll take a quick Google.
I will tell you now. My concern is, let's see. I started clicking at about 3:30 yesterday. And then I went and I'll be honest with you, if you guys remember when I lost my cool, was because as I was editing this topo, I did about that much work right there, which you can see what the overall is. It was almost an eighth or a fifth or something like that. But I was in the middle of that, and you guys kept interrupting me. So let's say I deleted all that, but now it was the opposite way around. Yesterday I drew all that stuff, and I was worried because you guys were sidetracking me. I wanted to hit save. Nathan, you want to watch this because you do want to teach yourself how to build these sites. Because what happens is there's no civil engineer that wants to build the site. What Jaffe and I are going to talk about for new techniques on how to do that, I could show you how to trace a site this way right here just by clicking. Now, what I was saying was if I go and hit save, see that right there? It comes up with this stupid question. And if you say save, all the changes you made get lost. And that's how I lost all the changes. Now, Jaffe, understand, this is not the typical size of a site. This lighter green color here, that's a typical site. This is what I drew in about 6 hours because I came back in an hour last night. Remember, we were talking about monotony? I drew 8,020 points. Now, granted, some of them were just click, 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 click. But you'll notice as I get into my area of my site, we are going to actually grade this. I am going to teach you how to put in retaining walls. I am going to teach you how to build this site. Most people think they want to do it. The problem is the typical architect would only do it once every 18 months, and that's not enough time to get good at it, okay? You're going to have to do several sites before you're really good at it. And guess which site you're going to do first? Okay? So you see this USGS, you see that? Come back to this video and you screen capture it if you haven't already screen captured it. You better get that for Blythewood, and you better start showing me how you're going to build that site. That's what we're after. Remember, there's they put that stupid topo in the architectural file. I want you to build the civil file because it's us putting that information into this cool ass 3D model that gives people a lot of information about where to put the grease interceptor and how to do this and how to do that and walk around it. Remember what you had on the casino? Remember when you could begin to make heads or tails of what you were actually trying to install or do? That's our goal. Make sense?
Yeah.
So Jaffe, were you able to find anything that was CAD wise, or you're going to look at that later?
Yeah, I think I got it. Hold on.
Because the other neat process that I saw was if you have a drone and you were to fly a drone around there, you could actually use that drone footage to generate with recap the surface in a point cloud. Now, that's not what I'm interested in from you. What I'm interested from you, is there any way you could turn that point cloud into a topo surface?
Point cloud into a topo surface.
Yep. Well, I think it's called a topo solid now.
So, yeah, I mean, the topo solids are in the newer version.
Right, right. Well, and to be honest with you, as I'm teaching Nathan how to do the topo surface, I'm going to find how much similar the topo surface is to the topo solid. I have a feeling it's relatively similar. All they were trying to solve was a very big problem that they had with a topo surface as over a solid. You know what that was? Couldn't bury a building. You couldn't have tunnels underground. You couldn't have any structure under the topo. Okay. Now, I think that's the main reason they went to the topo solid. I haven't played with the topo solid, but from what I've seen, I'm not paying any extra money to get the topo solid when I can do all of that with a topo surf. And I am telling you that I am going to this week do some really cool things with grading. And I'm going to put the road, because you see the road goes right down this valley right here. This is the road, and right out here's the highway and the main river. And then you see all that in the satellite image. Then I'm going to lay that satellite image on there, and then I'm going to fly around and I'm going to see what my views are. And we're going to test the lighting and run sun studies and all kinds of stuff, because this is my property. This I'm interested in drawing. I will draw this. I told you guys I don't want to draw anymore because I don't want to draw for money. I want to teach someone else to draw for money. And Nathan, you volunteered. And Eric, I appreciate your help. Okay. So now if you got anything that, Jaffe, the next thing that I was planning on doing was basically reviewing 3 videos. I would really love to review a video of the beginner steps of Rhino in Revit, so that Eric and Nathan and I can all play with it to see if we at least have enough running and can do a simple little task that you might be able to record. I would love for something about the plumbing objects or pipes.
No,
Go
nothing
ahead.
like that. I
Nothing
mean,
like
I got
that.
there's some intro videos I can I'll send your way.
That'll be
Workshops.
perfect. That'll be perfect. Because you see, you can do the exact same thing, and the benefit is this is going to be something that it's not just from that person's point of view who's made the video. It's going to be us actually reviewing it and try to make the steps. Because then I believe that should then make us have questions. And that's where I want you to be able to jump on and fill in our questions. What are we doing wrong here? We couldn't get this to work, not even a little bit. You with me?
Yep.
So point me in the direction of how people are using your software to put hangers on the duct and pipe and conduit. That is the number one driving location. Remember, we're going to streamline and expedite that process, because we're going to have families that are created to do what you need to do. And I think that that's where there's a big broken link right now, because quite frankly, there aren't a lot of really good family builders out there. Input, ideas. You think that's ridiculous? How long do you?
Well, there's people doing it in Dynamo and stuff. I don't know if anybody's doing it then.
Well, you did it. You did it on the
Yeah, but
Volvo job 3 years ago.
I'm just a humble grasshopper user.
Well, can you make me a humble number 2?
A what? Oh,
A humble number 2?
yeah.
Huh? Can you
We can
do it in
try. Yeah,
six?
I'll find some videos. Like I said,
Uh,
I got 3 work webinars I got to get ready for. So I'm gonna.
well, how can I help you? Now, why don't you tell me what I can do for you? I know I
Let
haven't
me get
sent
through.
you.
Let me get through today.
All
Like I said,
right.
I'm running out of time because I got to fly on Thursday. That one I got to do one of them tomorrow, one of them on Tuesday or the following Tuesday, and the next one on Wednesday. And I got to fly Thursday back Monday. So,
Guess
uh,
that's why I'd pay you the big bucks. You
you
can
know,
have the big bucks. I wouldn't want any part of that.
DXF.
So it really means that you're not going to be available for much streaming for the next 10 to 12 day, 10 to 2 weeks.
No, yeah, probably not. I mean, I don't. I'll stop in and say hi. That's,
Well, and also feed us some videos that we can watch.
yeah, I got tons of those.
You got tons of those? That'll be perfect.
Yep.
All right. Well, Eric,
Yep.
we're gonna start going into Revit, Jaffe. So if you drop off anytime, I understand.
Hold on one sec.
Oh, you got something to show?
No, almost. I thought I did, but there's no detail in the thing. I'll keep poking at it. If I find something, like I said, I can't get too distracted today. So
Oh, that'll be fine. We've
somebody
got
didn't work too much the last week or two. So
yeah. All right,
gotta.
Eric. So that's the life safety, right? Jaffe,
Yep.
you might get a kick out of this. The architects on this job are struggling so bad. They have so many wall styles. You'd think this building was a nuclear reactor uh, data center building. I mean, there's like 30,000. How many different wall styles are there?
The schedule's in the architectural one that Nathan has.
Nathan, it would be a good idea for you to open a second copy and open up the architectural. So, Eric, what I would have done yesterday is I would write here, we want to do that fire rating on the wall.
Uh-huh.
Okay. So give me a wall that's jumping out fire rated.
All right.
Good. And we say edit type. We look at it, it says 1 hour. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
We want to make that go down to, for wall rating. Is that the correct one? See, I think that's your mistake. All right. And here's what I'm after. That is more than likely a shared parameter. But if
All
you
right.
look above it, there's a fire rating. Right? Well, we want to find out what is the typical one. So if you opened up a brand new file that wasn't contaminated by all those shared parameters, and let me show you where those shared parameters, how you can tell if your file's been contaminated.
Nathan, actually, that might answer it because I think only one of those showed up, and I think it was fire rating. So if we did it under wall rating, that's why it was only reading certain ones.
Well, yeah, that I know. I knew that yesterday, and I wanted to contribute more, but my head was splitting, and Nathan caused me to lose almost 2,000 fucking clicks. I was not
God,
very
no.
happy at Nathan because he's worried about me holding his hand on some stupid isometrics. So, can you open up a new file and find out what the actual name is? Just open a new from template. Draw one wall and see which one of those is the actual rating. And you see, this is all because of a bug in the software, because those extra parameters that are in there, you can't see in a file that's got it linked into it. You don't get to see through the link. See? See that fire rating? That's the one it's got to be.
So
And
Nathan, do you remember what you did for that? You went to the schedule in a 3D view, window tiled.
Yeah.
You got to
Now,
make
Eric-
sure you.
Eric,
Some of
take
them
me
are going to
back.
say wall rating.
What's that?
I was just letting them know. Some of them are going to say wall rating.
Well, no, but you see, here's the beauty. Here's how I would recommend fixing this. And then I'm going to show you that, oh, that was all that work is for good, and except for the fact that you can't save, and Nathan won't be able to get this file. So Nathan will get to do all this again, and he can watch this video to repeat all this if he didn't totally hear me because he's doing the right thing and drawing right now and not just listening. See, because I can see what Nathan's doing a little bit in that tiny little thumbnail, so I can tell whether Nathan's stalled out and not drawing anymore, or I can see, you see, there he goes clicking. All right, so here's where I'm after, Eric. If you go back to that fire rated one, all right, if you would have picked that guy and say edit type, and if anyone was smart and we wanted to send this to the architects, they should be putting in for the fire rating 1 hour. No, not one. Type in 1 hour, the whole damn word, not a capital H, not a capital R. 1 hour. Perfect. Okay. Now, go ahead. Now write me a view filter that turns 1 hour walls. Purple dotted lines on the outside edge and a solid purple in the middle.
I don't know what you're talking about, but okay.
So make a new, yep. Call it fire rated wall or 1 hour, fire rated 1 hour. They see with all those parameters in there, what really gets you is when we go over the walls and you're gonna be putting a filter on there and you hit that little none. You see how that damn list is only that big? Well, you got to scroll. And if you don't scroll because you got too many parameters, you might accidentally get wall rating instead of fire rating. That's what I want. That's it. Now show me that. Nope. This is where you're going to show me. Oh, you just canceled that?
I couldn't add it because there was a
Nope, I got you.
I didn't do 2 of these. Why are there 2 of them already?
Well, you just lost yours, but go into that one that's fire rating 1 hour. Now say edit that thing and let's see, this is where, right? And that's supposed to say 1 hour, not 1-HR. Good. Make sure it's checked on walls because someone else wrote it. Not that one.
Oh.
Okay. So now make it purple dotted lines and purple and pink solid fill. Dotted. And really what you want is the 1 dot. There should be a 1 dot and a 2 dot. Nope, that's not it.
You said
I'm talking about 1 hour, a symbol for a 1 hour, dash, dot, dash, and then the next one's going to be a dash, dot, dot, dash. There you go. Do the dash, dot, quarter. You usually find it's going to get a better result. Perfect. All right. So now you can see the other walls. Now I would be curious why the walls on the side of the elevator, the inside walls are 1 hour, but the rest of the walls are 2 hour. Okay. Number two, I can't see your lines that I asked you to make purple. Can you go give them about a weight? I'd say 6.
16th inch scale.
Maybe make an 1/8 inch. Or I'm sorry, maybe make it a number 8, 8 scale, 8 width. And remember, the reason that I'm trying to show you to control the lines is because when we have the architecture in as an underlay, we're not going to be able to see any hatch patterns. That's part of how underlays work. Underlays remove all hatches, remove all your worries about hatches. Okay? Where that's normally good, it can also be bad in this one condition for fire rating. So what we're going to do is in our coordination models, our mechanical and plumbing and the rest of them, we're going to control it with that line. Now, do you like that line pattern you picked? Or does that look like caca?
Nah, it's a little bit far. These walls
let's
aren't
make
even
that a little
getting
bit
it.
better. Fix that real quick, too.
What's that?
Fix that for me. See, because I'm wanting you to fix it so that Nathan will have something to watch when he tries to figure it out. Still too big.
It's still too big.
So how do we make one?
Nope, not there. Nope, VV. Was that the small? Was that the smallest one?
It's going to be under manage additional settings.
I know, but was that the smallest dash dot?
They're not an 8. I mean, I can't see your resolutions.
There was a 3/16, so I think that works.
Yeah, I could say that would live because I look on the elevator and I see the single 1 dot. Okay. So now you can duplicate that filter, and I want you to make the 2 hour walls make sense. Can you do that?
Mm-hmm.
Right? You're just going to duplicate that and rename it once you do.
Oh, no, they already had that one in there.
Oh, great. Go ahead and make it say 2 hour.
No, it doesn't matter. I can't save it anyway.
Nope, you're doing this to show Nathan. In case Nathan has any problems doing this, I'm going to say, did you watch what Eric and I did? I mean, this should only take us 10 minutes to do.
What am I looking for here? 2 dot. This one doesn't have it.
Just try, man.
Oh, that's 3 dots. You want the same colors or different colors for these?
Well, that would be up to you, but make it different. That's right. Now what he's doing is he's got to go put that for each wall type, not the type mark, but the fire rating. And that wall should change to a double dash that you can't read. Now do that to the back wall. That don't look like that damn double dash works too great.
Why didn't they do a 3/16 of that?
Well, make it 3/16. You can always hit the escape button to get out of those windows. You know how you guys go back and you hit cancel because you decided you didn't want to be in the 3 windows deep. If you know how you just open 3 windows on top of each other, you can hit escape, 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 and it'll get out of all those windows, get you back to where you wanted to be. Then you're going to go to manage additional settings. No, that's not going to be it. That's going to be line. Those are line styles where you want the very easily confused line patterns. Right? Now, my recommendation is I would look at the dash dot 3/16 that you thought was working and said edit, and you can see right there what it is. Okay? So that's what it would look like, except you would put in another dot and another space. Do they have a way to duplicate it? Fuck no, because they only take our money. They don't do anything for us. Dash. Space. Yep, very good.
Was that 1/16?
That's what they said. Yep. Normally, what I recommend you do is you take a screen capture when that Autodesk won't let you do it. Dot, space, 1/16. And say, was that it? I think that was it. I don't think you put that next one in. I think that becomes.
I think it was there, but I can't get rid of
All right.
it. So.
All right. Go ahead then.
These have to have values?
Like I said, I would have done the screen capture. No better way to learn than to do something damn wrong. Yeah, give them a value for right now. No, those don't have to have. No. So this is a perfect example of how these things are not very friendly. You're talking about someone who's got how many years experience in Revit?
So I can't get rid of that. I have to have a space at the end of that, which is then going to mess me up. I shouldn't have put it there.
Can you edit it and delete that in any way? What about if you pick on the number next to it right there and hit delete? Nothing. No, I don't see anything wrong with this process. Do you?
I need 3 fractions. I need a fraction to start, and I need 5 spaces, or 4 spaces, but I'm adding 2.
There you go. I still would have done the screen capture, but hey, have fun. You're doing wonderful, buddy.
I hate the new screen capture. I can never find it. You.
Hey, we didn't look at this before, but the 3 walls that they already had rated 2 hour in the architectural file,
Mhm.
they're set to a global parameter. They're equal to 2 hour fire rating.
That's good. You know what a global parameter is?
I mean,
You'll have a better idea after I show you the video, the second video today.
okay.
All right. They're going to talk about global parameters. There's something new. I don't even think they might have been in 2020, but they weren't real strong. But you see, you can release that. You can just say none.
Yeah.
Then you could put 2 hour.
Right. And that's what I went back and did to all the other ones that are rated.
Yeah.
And it's just, yeah, I don't already have it in there.
All right, Eric, how's it looking?
Like an hourglass.
You locked? There it is.
No, I'm locked.
Okay, or is there it goes. Now apply it to that filter.
Are those individual walls?
Yep. Because you don't have a piece of wall up above the elevator door. Like I said, these architects would really benefit with a little bit of hand holding advice. See, that's still not great for real short walls, but that works. It works. Okay? So now
I
you
just want to understand why half of these walls are one rating and half are the other rating.
well, that's a mistake. See, that's the benefit of writing this the correct way is you can start to catch more mistakes. So now you've got to go fix the rest of those walls that are not appearing correctly. 1 hour.
Okay, yeah, I see it now. My gosh.
Is it just not loading in for me? Or did they draw 2 walls there? Sorry, I was looking at y'all.
What's that?
When you were fixing that one elevator shaft, it looked like one of those walls didn't show up. Or it didn't
Whatever
change.
I'm doing. Yours is attached. Our filter is attached to certain walls in there that are done correctly. We got to go back through and make sure that this you're doing what I'm doing right here. These are all different walls. This is not. Oh, those are the same. Woohoo. All right. Well, I'm not going up the building and doing all these if this is all getting blown away anyway.
Eric, I apologize. I was on mute. I've been talking to you. Will you please open up the architectural file? See,
Which architectural file?
the not architectural full that you're in, the architectural file. See, the whole thing is, Nathan, you've got to do this in the architectural full so you can make sure that you catch every wall style that they've got messed up. Okay? Then what you're going to do, open that up. That's the one. That's all right. Go down to level 0. All right. Perfect. Love it. So now, if you said transfer project standards and you transferred the view filters, can you hear me, Eric?
Yep. You want me to do this?
Yes. What are the view filters? Those are going to be our fire ratings. We're going to double check that once we bring them in.
I don't see them view templates.
Well, because Autodesk likes to do this kind of stuff. Look under filters. There they are. Anybody else agree that that's sort of asinine in 2024?
I wanted them from the architectural full one, correct?
Correct. And say check none. Go, type in an F and it'll take you down to filters. There you go. And say overwrite. You see how it says there's already 2 of those in there that are a little bit different? Say overwrite. If you now said VV and applied it or looked at that filter, so apply that filter and edit it then. That one right there. And if you edited it, you would see that it said 1 hour. You don't have to do all of this, Eric. You would just see that it's not referring to 1 HR, it's referring to 1 hour. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
So now what happens, and if you wouldn't mind just giving them, you don't need that one. You just need the 1 hour.
1 hour.
Right. All I want you to do you cancel that?
Yep.
Well,
did you want me to do that?
Yeah. Well, I want those 2 and make them just a color, just a color for the cut plane. You don't have to make anything fancier than that. Nope, the cut line, not the pattern. I'm worried that the pattern's not going to work because you're in a weird phase filter. What are you doing? That's the wall existing.
Oh my gosh. Did I add this on here and it didn't go away?
No, you didn't add that on there. Just go to the one above. It doesn't matter. We're not saving this. There you go. Just make that be another color. Yes. You see how he was tempted to pick the pattern over the line? The same thing's going to happen to you, Nathan. You'll pick the wrong one. And you'll be, why doesn't this work? All right. Now here's the beauty. See how it didn't fix any of the walls?
Because they
You
haven't
know
been
how we did the
updated.
transfer project standards? I want you to do the transfer project standards and get the walls out of the architectural full that you fixed all the wall styles on. That's
Wall
it.
types?
That's it. And say overwrite. And guess what? If you had any fire ratings, they should be showing. And if they're not, see, there you go. There you go. You see how your two colors that you applied? So the idea is sometimes we go to the full to make the fix to when someone's messed something up, made it very difficult to copy from. And then we just transfer those project standards over. Now, once you've done that, you can transfer those same project standards, those same filters. Now, what you want to be careful of is if you show me your filters again, your list of filters. Nope, the actual edit new. See that list of filters? If you do a transfer of project standards from their filters, you're going to get all those extra filters. And if you load that shit up in my mechanical file, I'm going to have this awesome task for you. And that's going to be, Eric, go delete those. Delete 10 of those filters, would you? This
We
is
don't
how
need
you
them?
have to delete them. Yep, I want you to just delete any 10. I don't care which ones. You get to do delete, yes. Then you get to pick another one. And then you get to do delete, yes. And you'll get to delete all 50 of those just like that. Does that sound like fun to you, Nathan?
No.
Okay, so don't transfer projects filters if there's a bunch of extra filters. Now remember, architectural full and architectural, they both already had all those filters. Don't be too concerned because with Revit, we can get rid of those filters a little bit easier. Okay, that's the benefit of having that outside programming. That's why we got to learn this Rhino and Revit and this other stuff so that we can do things that even Revit can't do. Okay, but the moral of the story is if you're not running Revit, it's a total nightmare to try to delete those filters. So what you should use is Revit in your architectural file and delete all the filters except for the ones you need. And then it's prepared for you to transfer project standards into your plumbing file. You understand what I'm saying? Let's see. Nathan, I'm going to push you up on the screen. So you're in the architectural.
I'm in the plumbing.
Go to the architectural file. Beautiful. I love that it's in a second stream. All right. Go to Revit. Go to your wipe tools. Wipe. It's the last one, most important one on here. And there's going to be one down there that says wipe unused filters. All right. Now, you would put a checkbox in the fire ratings 1 and the fire ratings 2. Oh, no, you would say check all. You would say check all. And then you would take those 2 checks off. And then you would say purge the filters.
Now we just get rid of all of them except for those 2.
Well, if you notice, it said all unused. Now, because we've deleted most of the views, most of the filters are unused, but I want to double check that. So I would say VV, go to your filters and try to add a new filter, and there should only be 2 listed. See, there's not just 2 listed. There's several other ones.
Yeah.
Okay. Eric, you have any idea why there's several other ones?
Well, there's what, several other filters?
Yep. We said that all unused filters. We don't have any views using those filters, but how else could a filter be used? Go ahead and hit escape, get out of that, cancel, right? Go to the wipe and say wipe unused view templates. Check all and purge them. Okay. Now try your wipe unused filters.
I just cancel this.
That you just close that. Yep.
Okay.
Now you're going to find if you go back to wipe unused filters, all those extra ones, look, they're all up there. And you take that one off and you say purge. There you go. Purge those filters. Now if you try to add You should only see those two. Well, you got a
Grid.
couple extra. You got a couple extra. Those, how would we get rid of those? Just say edit. Now you only got to do that delete trick for 3. Thank you very much.
Why did you delete our non-grids?
That wasn't us. That was theirs. Get rid of the
Oh.
index one too. There you go. Now, show me your fire ratings 1 hour. Nope, show it to me. Click on it. See where it says equals? It should say equal 1 hour. The other one should say, there you go. Do the 2 hour. So if you watch the first part of this video, you need to go into the architectural full file and you need to go to those life safety sheets that Eric went to. All the rest of that was working. You need to go to those life safety sheets and you need to do that exact same exercise where you turn it so every wall gets controlled by your colors. When you've done that, then you transfer project standards from the full into the architectural, your cleaned up version, and you're going to say merge the filter or transfer the filters. Then you'll have your filter in here. Then you'll put that filter into your plumbing file. And then you should be able to control your fire rated walls. Remember, objects that are on an underlay file or an underlay category, you cannot see their hatches ever, just the way it is. So what we're going to do is we're going to make the outside lines nice and heavy on our prints to show our engineers where those fire rated walls are. The fact that none of this is done in an LOD, in any LOD or BIM execution plan that I've ever seen, is shameful, because that's probably one of the most important things for an architect to communicate with his engineers. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Show me how your stacked isometric looks back in your plumbing file. Oh, you canceled that? I don't think I would have canceled that, but you get to do a little extra work when you come back. Show me that stack, guy. That angle could go better. Go into your overall level 0. Right here. I want to do it right here. I want to show you the orientation.
I'm stepping out.
What's that?
I'm stepping out for a few minutes.
All right. Pick on that section box. Now we're going to orbit. Orbit down a little bit.
Okay, I have a question before we do this.
Yeah.
You said the other day that I can do this perfectly where it doesn't turn at all. How would I do that?
Do what?
Because I know I can orbit down by holding shift in my my scroll wheel, but my hand's going to shake and it's going to change the angle.
That's all right. It's not a problem. We're going to change the angle even more than that.
Okay. All right. I'm just making sure. You want to go down?
Yep. Now, no. Go to the left. Left, right about. No, too far. Right there.
All right. You want it more angled down?
No. That's it.
Okay.
If you apply that to all of them, now, what I just did there, now obviously you need to fix your crops and do all the rest of that. And you should find that all those guys will stack right up on top and you will fill that sheet much more. Yeah, just go to each one and do the home. No, you don't need. What did you do?
I clicked too quick. I don't. It did that yesterday.
Well,
not loading.
maybe you could angle down a little bit more. Yeah, you could angle down a little bit more. Go back down to your level 0.
All right. Gotta wait for it to load.
Wait for it to what? It ain't doing anything. It ain't doing anything.
All right.
No, wait. Now go to the right. Go to the right a little bit more. Right there. It's the amount that you got to come off when you hit the home key. There's a thing that's sort of broken. You got to move your mouse to white screen and then sort of move it back before it takes effect. But I think that one should fit and fill the sheet much more completely than what you were.
See, I don't know why it keeps on doing that. It's not. There you go. Oh my God.
Yeah, that's pretty neat little function of 2024. I think I'm going to pay for the upgrade. That looks like it's so much damn fun.
I think it did. Okay, yeah, it did.
Right?
Yeah. I just had to
And
go back.
I think you can get that to fit. And I think you fill your sheet so much more. Listen, don't beat yourself up. This only comes because I've created, I'll be honest with you. It's going to lead us into our video. Okay. But you see that you could fill over on that side. You see how there's that nice border. They say, right? Couldn't you give us some nice legends and some stuff like that? Couldn't you make that look prettier?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Will you do that for me?
Yeah.
Now, you could actually capture the images of the couple plumbing fixtures you have at the angle you have and put that legend on here so that people know what those are. Also, another thing you could do, zoom into where you're at right now. Zoom into that bottom view. Double click in the view. Now you can see, I believe you've got your white ones and your purple ones on. That's going to get you knocked, right?
Yeah.
You know how to turn that off, right?
Yeah. VV, Revit links.
Nope, filters.
Oh, right.
And it's got to
Right.
be the architectural
Object.
plumbing. Architectural plumbing. Plumbing fixtures, architectural. You got it. And they get turned off. All right. What you want to be able to do is tag those objects. Can you tag them? Sure you can. That's the beauty of it. Uh-huh. So what did it say? You
Must be
have to
locked.
lock.
I see.
You have to lock the view to do that. Right? And now you do the tag. You see it?
Yep.
Right? And you could do just the one P3 and you could do just the one toilet and just the other toilet. And all of a sudden, this sheet actually works. And that'll be the same will be true for the mechanical and the plumbing and the electrical. Okay?
Yeah.
You could also tag some of the pipes too. Now, your tags aren't working yet. By the end of the month, your tags are all going to be working so that we can make all this stuff look incredible. And everyone's like, how the heck did you do all that work? Okay. I'm just trying to set you up to understand that that's what our goal is, because otherwise, any good architecture architect is going to say that drawing is nothing. That drawing that you've shown means nothing. Nope, I wouldn't do that move like that. What I would do is I would get out of back to paper space,
Mhm.
and I would select all of those, zoom out, do a crossing window, select all your views. Oh, that's another way. Now nudge over till that's inside that line. Now pick all the titles and nudge them back till they're inside the pink slot. See where I'm going with this?
Yeah, I just didn't know if there was another way to keep as much space over here as possible.
Well, that keeps plenty of space. What I was trying to do is, if you notice, is you see how the back corner of the building,
Yeah.
you see how I was making it fit in the notch that was cut in only this building? If this building would have been a pure rectangle, it wouldn't have fit.
Yeah, so you want this back corner to fit up here?
I was fitting it together like a puzzle piece, trying to get the most bang for my buck out of the sheet.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
And you should have that mentality. You should go back through. We are very close. You can also apply, fix those fire ratings. And what I want you to be able to do is to go to any one of your floor plans. Show me one of your floor plans. That'll be fine. I want it on all of them. Zoom in, and I should see my fire rated walls. And you saw how I wanted them to be. Remember, we can't get a hatch pattern in there. I want them to be red with a 1 dot, or red, or a slightly different red with a 2 dot to tell me where 1 hour is and where 2 hour is. That wall right there that you're looking at. Okay?
Yeah.
We would never do this, but I'm going to do this to show you what I want it to look like. Well, actually, you must not have it as an underlay. VV, and show me if you've got that architectural as an underlay. I bet you don't. You can't have it as an underlay. You do have it as an underlay. So you should be able to to get the solid fill on the inside, and I would make a solid fill of red if we can get it to show. Okay?
Okay. You don't want me to do that now?
Nope. I will help you adjust how it looks after you've got it applied to a floor to the plans. We're gonna review those, because once you've done that, I think you're ready to duplicate this guy and make him into the coordination, mechanical, electrical, fire protection plan models. Okay.
Yeah. So
You want to write those? You can write those. No, do this. Try this. Try this one here. Say,
all right.
Create sister projects. Hit enter. Tab. Coordination. Or I'm sorry, composite. Composite. Enter. Mechanical.
Can't. Whoa. My mind is shooting a blank. Hold on.
CAL, you got it.
Okay.
Electrical. Fire protection. That's it.
Before that step, you want to rename the mechanical file that you have now mechanical model, so that you have the model information.
We'll have that. We'll have that. We'll have that. We'll do that. There should be a copy. To be quite honest with you, he should have uploaded the mechanical if he drew all the mechanical in there. When you take a big step like drawing all that stuff, there's no reason you didn't upload it to the Google.
Yeah, I did.
You won't accidentally lose it. See, that's good. Good. I was hoping that you would say that. But Eric is bringing up a very valid point. Now, we will also create a civil file, but it's not going to be created from this template. Okay, this template is good for those that you're looking at. You see where it says composite? Put parentheses, hanger locations. Okay. That's where we put hangers and penetrations in our composite file. We don't want to do that in the mechanical or the electrical or the fire protection. Even if we're only doing mechanical, right?
Yeah.
We don't want the hangers in with our duct and our pipe.
And too much clutter, right?
Well, it messes up the views. There's several reasons. I'll be glad to get into those deeper as we go. I just want you to have an idea because a lot of people get confused about what the composite is. But the composite is where we also do most of our talking, our communicating. When we want to show people where the problems are, it's also going to be where we put our RFI boxes and a couple other things. But I want you to at least know there's a reason there's a composite file. Okay. Misty doesn't believe in that composite file. Misty doesn't like that composite file. It was very frustrating on the casino, and she thought it was an utter waste of time. It's not. It's necessary. Okay.
All right.
So that wasn't bad for an hour. Like I said, there's 20 minutes of you fixing that fireproofing. If you can fix that fireproofing today, I would be glad with you. What else did you complete anything off of here? It looks like you got your 8 scale 3D sheets and your 16 scale 3D sheets. You could put that in the to done list, right?
Okay, I would, yeah, that was just for the mechanical file. I just put that in for the mechanical file because we don't have those yet.
Well, no, because you said P, that's a plumbing file. No, those two, pick them both at the same time. There you go. Control X. Go over there, up at the number 1. See, the last thing we did, I went at the top of the list. Enter. Or Control V, enter. There you go.
All right.
What else you got on there? Delete duct schedule from, yeah, that's just a little note. Make elevation sheets. Nope, we're not going to make elevation sheets. Make mechanical notes. Most of the rest of that stuff is your stuff for mechanical. That's fine. You leave the rest of that in there. So really the only thing we have to do is number 4 and number 6. Number 4, then we're going to create all the duplicates, and then we're going to make it number 6. Well, that works. That works. I like that. Okay. Now, you didn't tell me what you thought of my beautiful mountain. How do you like that, man? You think you can do that?
I don't think I could do that like you did, but I'm very impressed.
Well, I'll be
I would
honest
love to
with
do
you.
that.
You need to. You need to. This is a great way to generate revenue because what happens is it doesn't step on anyone's toes because there's no civil engineer. None. You will not find one. I would wager, you know what? If someone happens to be watching this video, I will buy you lunch if you can find a civil engineer that uses Revit. They don't. They all use Civil 3D. Number 1. Number 2, you heard how even with Jaffe's awesome tools, he's not feeling overly confident. He thinks that they've got some stuff, and I'll tell you that I've played with the stuff they're talking about. You have to be a grunt. You have to just simply find your 7,000 contour, and you got to go click, 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 click. How many times did I do it?
8,020.
8,000. You're only going to need to do it for an average job, maybe 1,000. Okay?
Yeah.
Now, I'm then going to show you how we can flatten all that out and create it. Now, what happens is, since civil engineers won't do it in Revit, then the poor people, the architects, I've been for enough architecture firms, and I'm like, oh, I'll just draw the civil file. We don't do civil. You don't do that. Don't waste your time on civil, blah, 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 blah. Listen, if you don't have the civil to set your building on, You can't do any of the cool twin motion animation, movie type stuff, not to mention in our particular job where that grease interceptor is going to go and where that septic tank's going to go. Okay? You don't have that ability.
And all
We
that
would-
information is good for interviews, or not interviews. Sorry,
Team meetings.
yes, that's what I'm talking
Team
about.
meetings. It helps everyone know, oh, that's the front parking lot. I see where that is. It gets everyone on page. It is a worthwhile investment. And if you could do topo surfaces for, I'll be honest, I think $1,500 to $2,000, I think architects would buy them all day long. If you said, we can take your civil guy's drawing and turn it into an architectural backdrop that you could use for your model, I think you could get that money from, you could get more work than you could shake a stick at. I'm telling you that you should be able to generate that in 2 to 3 days, a week to be conservative. $2,000 a week. That doesn't sound like a bad income.
No.
Right?
Yeah.
So that's why you want to learn to draw the sites, because no one else can do it.
I'm gonna
Okay?
be honest. I think doing that, I don't know. It sounds fun. It sounds really fun to be. I mean,
I'll
the
be
process
honest.
is grueling.
I can draw pipe, I can draw duct, I can draw mechanical families, I can draw all kinds of stuff. My favorite thing to draw is the sites, but that's because I figured out how to draw them. There is going to be some really tricky techniques that I'm going to show you. And I would like to think that if an architect watched it, they could realize that with, in honesty, you should be able to build any site in 2 days. Look at where I am. Yesterday, I had nothing on my site. Remember, I told you I had done it all at the wrong scale? And this is where I am today. See, I can actually see where that building is sitting. Now, that's one of the typical ones. This guy hasn't been scaled, and I will show you all this stuff. But here I would just scale this thing, and I'd say I normally have a 36-inch piece of paper. Now my line weights are right. This is what it's going to look like. From down here at the bottom of the road, I can actually see how my house is going to look. So I should be able to see out of these windows when you turn onto my road. Okay? And that's what I'm doing this site for. And then I'm going to have the sun cross the sky so I can see how the sun's going to go into my window so I can decide if I want to rotate my building a little bit. Architects would love those capabilities. They can't have it because they don't have any land. That's what they have.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
So now we're going to get into some videos, and I'll be honest, in the second video, I'm actually going to walk away. I'd like you to try to get that plumbing file prepped that you can show it to me, and we can say, yep, make the sisters. And then that is something that you can do while you're watching the second and third video, and make sure you don't accidentally miss naming a few views or a few sheets or a few anything. And you'll have something absolutely phenomenal for when we do get contacted. Understand, as far as project status goes, no new uploads have been on a 360, and I have not heard from the engineer. Okay?
All right.
So that's the project status. I'm going to push over to your screen for a second so that I can stop sharing my screen, and then I can present, and I can share, and I can share. And this.
The architectural full, is that in the drive, the Google Drive?
Say that again. The architectural full?
Yeah, is it in the Google Drive or no?
I don't know who made that. I thought you made that one originally.
The architectural fall was the first one we started with. Then that was before we purged everything out of it.
Yeah, well, you might not have ever posted that for him.
I see what you're saying. Let me see.
Yeah. I think I only grabbed what y'all had done.
That's all right. He can post the architectural full, and then you can download it, and then you can get those wall styles working while we're watching these videos. Now, before I go into this, this is an architect. This is who the first video is about. But I think it's a pretty cool video because it's sort of going to teach you about detailing, because that's something you don't quite understand yet. And two of the videos we're going to go over today is going to sort of be highlighting and teaching you about detailing. And you need to grasp that, because a model is just it is nothing. It's not until we start putting the notes and the rest of that stuff that it really becomes important. Now, this guy, he's not real advanced, but the neat thing that I saw was this. When I went to home, you go down here and he's got, oh, look at this. He's done 112 homes. Now, remember, I don't recommend that you go after homes. After doing a little bit of reading, I ended up finding out he's up here in Boston, Massachusetts. And basically, most of his work is in that area, including Martha's Vineyard. Is that what it's called? In other words, this is fancy high-end houses. But I think he brings something very valid to the table in his presentation. Personally, I'd like to reach out to him, and let's see. There was one.
That file's uploaded.
All right.
So, if you wanted to, really, you were hungry for work, you could go to something like this, and you could build this house, rebuild that in Revit. And you could probably send it to this guy and say, I would like to do houses for you in Revit like you've never seen before. I love the way you detail, blow a little bit of smoke up and show him this house in Revit. And I think you could land work. See, so but the idea is, could you do that? Could you build what's in that bathroom? Okay. Could you build that? Could you build the railings? Could you build the sidewalks? How are you going to handle the light? Could you build that? So this, before you were getting a floor plans and you were copying the floor plan. Your third house, and that's right, buddy, you're going to need to get back to those two houses and develop them. And believe me, architects a lot of times will juggle 2 or 3 jobs, because jobs tend to go hot and then they slow down. So when they slow down, that doesn't just mean they give people off for the next 2 weeks. That means they need to get back to a different project and make progress. For your third house, I'd like you to pick something from this guy's website. You can look him up, one of these houses, and try to build it. Okay?
Right.
So his actual video, present, share screen, was this. Your architect does it wrong. Okay? This is about a 45-minute video. Hopefully there won't be too many advertisements. Just going to let it run. You got it. Well, before I do you got any questions, Eric? You don't need anything. You're not really doing anything. You're going to need to resolve the save issue. Nathan.
Yeah.
Got any questions about what direction you're trying to go? You're trying to fix that firewall and make sure that when I come back after this video or after the next video, you can show me your plans and your 3D and everywhere. And I better be able to see where the damn firewalls are.
Okay, so
all views.
Go into the architectural full.
Yeah.
Pick out all the walls. Make sure.
I'm not gonna repeat all that. You can do all that. I know you want me to repeat it.
I just like the confirmation. It's that way I know I'm not doing nothing wrong.
What we were doing is you go into the architectural full. You go to the fire rated sheets and you make sure all of those filters work. Once you've got them all working, you just transfer project standards, those wall styles, into your project, and then all of yours will work in your architectural file.
Okay.
You save that file, you re-upload the link, and you write the filter in your plumbing file so that we can see all the walls with fire ratings. You really go down to your legend, your legends, hit the plus next to legends. You're really somewhere in one of those legends, right? Maybe plumbing symbol. Nah, I would probably do it on one of the legends that's on a lot of the sheets. You should really be showing us what fire rated walls look like. Purple 1 dots are 1 hour walls, green 2 dots are 2 hour walls. I don't think I would use those colors. I'm letting you take a stab at creativity, but I should be able to see on that sheet if I look on the drawings. Oh, those are 1 hours and those are 2 hours. Okay.
Yeah.
I understand that's a pretty big task and a little bit daunting. Do as much as you can do while we watch the first one. You have questions after the first video, then you can ask me more questions. All right.
All right.
All right, buddy. I'm gonna play this video.
Okay.
Can you guys hear it?
No.
Eric, can you hear it?
Can't even see your screen.
For sharing this video. This is actually on their YouTube
There you
channel as well.
Can
This
you
is
hear
an
it?
invite-only
Yeah.
building science nerd convention
Good.
they've been putting on for many, many decades, training the trainers, so to speak. Grab the popcorn, grab a soda, and sit down. This is going to be a fabulous lecture by our friend Steve Basic. Let's get going.
Because this guy started about the same time as Eric, but he's an architect, a high-end architect.
Away, Steve. Thank you. So first and foremost, thank you, Joe and Betsy. It's an absolute privilege to stand up here in front of you, and thank you to all of you for, I mean, I know probably half of you in this crowd have, you know, been behind and me pushing me along. You might not have known it, but you have been. And
I'm going to restart
For those
it.
of
It
you
looks
that
like
don't
it's
know-
not synced.
On the Build Show today, we're going to be checking out a lecture from Steve Basic called The Language of Architecture.
most important conversations an architect could have. And it's still lingering because the second privilege I have is both my daughter and my son have gone to architecture school and graduated and work with me. And there's no higher privilege than for your kids to sit there and say, I want to be like you, Dad. You know? So thank you to them too. So Joe said, you know, hey, do you want to speak at summer camp? And I just walked away going, hey, I get to speak at summer camp. And then 10 minutes later, it set in. Shit, I got to speak at summer camp in front of this. So what are we going to talk about? So talk about the thing I know the best, drawing. And it's not so much, I'm not going to show you details and we're going to pick apart the details. We're going to talk about the concept of transferring information, the language of drawings. And for those of you that don't know, it is actually considered a language. I had a friend that went for a master's degree and they were able to use architecture in their college application as a second language because it's a graphic language. So I've been doing this a long time, 44 years. The drawing to the left, I actually dug it out. It's the first wall section I ever drew in college, 1991. Come a long way because the rendering of the house on the right is the stuff I get to play with on days like this. Our firm, we work all over the country. We have projects in a lot of states from Colorado to South Dakota to Louisiana. Been doing it a long time. And you know, I'm somewhat of a loyalist in the sense that the gentleman in the bottom right photo was my drafting teacher. And we usually get together a couple times a year and have dinner to just catch up and talk about, you know, where life has taken both of us. Onward. Drawing. In developing this, I actually learned a lot about what I do when I set up a set of drawings. So a lot of things we just take for granted in our work until you're asked to explain exactly what you do. So one of the things that I was doing, I'm sitting there going, I wonder how many lines in a typical drawing set. So I opened up 3 random sets, listed it. So what you're seeing there between 40 and 70,000 is how many lines are in a typical drawing set. So when you're flipping through those sheets, that's what we're talking about, somewhere 50, 60,000 lines. And the reality is every one of those lines means something or should mean something, right? So we have a really important job in what we do.
Hey, Nathan. Are you there? Eric?
Yeah.
So you see where this is sort of funny? He's counting the number of lines. But what did we do? What did we do yesterday on the cover sheet? Don't you think it's more important to know how many doors, plumbing fixtures, pipes, how many real objects you have? This is where I like this video because he tells a really neat story about from CAD and whatnot. But it's so sad compared to what Nathan's able to do by putting that multi-category schedule on the cover sheet, right? He thought it was cute. Now, how many lines? I just got a kick out of that.
Gotcha.
Although I have seen some sets where some lines probably didn't mean as much as they should have. But anyways, that's what we should strive for. Another thing that I always have to remind myself of, we might design a project for over a year, do CDs, get into it, and then we pass off the drawings to the general contractor and subs and code officials, and that's the first time that they ever see those drawings, right? So it's really important. For me, it's easy to sit there and say, well, I know this is that, and that's on sheet A21 and this and that. But for someone to first see those drawings, right, there's a huge communication gap there until they get familiar with them. And some of them only need to get familiar to throw a bid at it or throw a number at it, et cetera. But it's really important that our set of drawings are compiled in such a way that if you're giving them to somebody that's not familiar with the project, can they comprehend it? Can they get, behind it? So just some thoughts. This is a detail, not my detail. I should have made it larger, but I didn't want to make a big thing out of it. I just grabbed it off the internet. It's one of those things that knowledge and wisdom, knowing what to draw versus why to draw it. There's a lot of architecture sets that I see get put together, and it's kind of like, let me see how many sheets I can fill up. Let me see how much random information I can pack in there for the builder to have to sift through to actually get the 2 or 3 tidbits of information that they need to actually use, as well as drawing the right thing. So when you look at that detail, notice there's a sealant bead under the head casing. Behind that sealant bead is a whole series of flashing. So from a building science perspective, we put in all this flashing to maneuver water only to dam it up with that sealant bead. So it's really not a detail that's functional or that would work, right? So knowledge is saying, hey, we should put something in here to keep the water out, while I say wisdom is asking the question, and this does come from Joe, is asking the question, what am I sealing in? Buildings don't fail because you kept the water out. That's a successful building. Buildings fail because you kept the water in most of the time. So we have to ask the right questions when we're putting this stuff together. These I just threw in some random alternatives. While we do construction drawings, a lot of times we do drawings for, different medias, prints, etc., some technical stuff. Peter Yost and I have done a bunch of technical books for different companies. And, sometimes it's a 3D drawing. Sometimes it's information that's highly focused that we're trying to get on. And sometimes we're just making it look pretty by putting it in color. As I develop details, one of the feedback that I get from the builders that I work with is they like the idea that the details I draw are recognizable, right? What does that mean, recognizable? It means that I'm not asking them to go and buy some out of this world material and tape it with this specialized tape that is extremely expensive. It's doing the right thing with the things that we already do. Most of the projects, most of the details that we develop, they're using the same tools, they're using the same techniques. We're just asking for a more conscious effort in certain ways that we do things. So when I look at a detail and I'm developing them on a computer, the three things that are important to me: recognizable, which we touched on; functional, it has to work, right? We don't want to put a bead of sealant downstream of a whole bunch of flashing. And it has to be executable, right? We all hear the stories of builders, oh yeah, those drawings just went in the circular file, right? Because they're a set of drawings that really didn't send a message of, you can build this. You know, one of the things that I pride myself on is the set of drawings, when they leave the office, there's at least one way that house can get built. Now, the framer might come back and say, hey, I like that detail, I appreciate it, but if we did this and this up on the roof, I think it would work a little better and I'm more familiar with that. That's fine. But the drawings don't go out unless there's at least one road to success. They never go out and say, well, we can just figure that out in the field. No, that doesn't work. And it certainly doesn't work well. So, recognizable. So, at first glance, it's a relatively complex detail, but it really isn't. It's a double wall assembly outside a timber frame for a passive house structure. And it's got a SIPS roof. Everything there, most builders have touched or used in a typical house. We're just putting it together in a different fashion, maybe a little more complex fashion, but it's recognizable. Right? There's nothing about that detail that says, hey, you have to go get this special tool or you're going to need 3 guys to do that. It's stuff that they recognize that we can do. And that's part of that execution, right? If I give them something they understand, then it's something that aids in that execution. Functional, right? Has to work. This is a house that we did where slab on grade, we insulated on top. So it's got the 4 inches of insulation, 2 layers of Advantech in opposing directions going on there, making basically a 3,500 square foot raft in this house. But one of the things, and another quote I learned from Joe, it's better to be lucky than good, and doing this detail, when it came to actually drawing the slider detail, I said, hey, that top layer of Advantech, we can just hold that back 7 inches, and I have a sill pan under every door, right? So it's looking at that system to understand, how does that system that I'm imposing on the builder work for the project and put the project in a position to succeed. Executable. I do a lot of work with Jake Bruton down in Missouri. This is a detail that we developed, right? We wanted to do a slab that is a finished slab, but we wanted to be able to insulate it. And it always becomes somewhat of a hassle trying to get the insulation in there and get the wall at the right place. So we came up with this 3-step method where we dug the trench, which is highly financially efficient there. They just 16-inch bucket, they trace around the foundation line. They are allowed to ground form their concrete. So we did that, but notice the little curb. We put some rebar and then we pour the curb, but the curb is set in 2 inches. Why is it set in 2 inches? So that the concrete guy has a place to put the formwork. He sets it down on that lower piece of concrete and then basically pours the curb up against it, and then we do the slab and it's business as usual. But it makes that detail far more executable with that simple fact of moving that curb in 2 inches and making people's life easy. Let's talk about details in general and how I develop them. Well, first and foremost, we have to think about the things that hold it up, right? Obviously, we don't want our buildings falling down. So that's pretty easy. Develop the detail, put in the structure, how things are going to meet, and then how to make attachments. I chose this detail. I'm actually in the process of developing this one. So this is kind of like almost live streaming this detail. But we have 4 inches of rigid insulation on the outside of the wall, 6 inches on the roof. And how do we attach that? And better yet, attaching it is pretty easy. How do we attach all the trim around the windows and all of the associated pieces that come together with that? And do I have a place to nail that jam trim or that head casing? All of these things make it executable, right? We have to think through these things. So before I even get into putting in tape and flashing and all of that, I want to make sure that all of my attachment requirements have been serviced here. And then I'll add the performance, basically putting in that insulation and the hatch and all of that. And then we'll simply add the text. You know, the other thing I find pretty common in construction drawings is you always get the real simple wall section or the real simple building section. Nobody draws the hard one, but the hard one is the one we need. The easy one isn't the one we need. The builder probably knows how to do that in his sleep. But when this roof is coming in and has to miss this window, and then the insulation and the air barrier is in conflict there, somebody has to sort that out and figure it out. And that's what we have to do. And we have to pick those hard details, not necessarily those easy ones. So, details themselves. You know, when I was developing this, I was thinking about it, and it's like, in all actuality, details are bilingual, right? We always think, hey, okay, there's a 2x6, that's an LVL, et cetera, but the people in this room tend to think of it a little differently. Like, where does the water go? How does this detail handle air management? How does this detail dry out? How is this detail insulated? What's the thermal management that's happening in here? So details are only about how do we put it together. It's also about what is that system doing with the other assemblies to make it a successful house. A lot of times I do what we're called our twins. So on a computer, it's real easy. I can do a detail, I can add all kinds of information, I can put it on separate layers, and I can freeze layers when we go to plot it. So you can see layers, 1 through 7 and 12 and 13. And then on a different detail, we can show layers 7, 8, and 9. And what that does is it allows me to sift and sort out information for clarity. Working all over the country, I obviously don't get to work with the same builders all the time. And in some places in America, the subcontractors, there's communication issues of trying to talk to them and or maybe just talking to one person on that crew who disperses all the information. But trying to find a way in which the drawings can kind of service everybody and sort out the information that that person needs at that particular time in the project, right? So this one here, we get all the notes in one detail, we get all the dimensions on the other side. So if the builder said, oh, I wonder what this is or what's this supposed to be here, he's not guessing, he doesn't have to call me, he's got a full drawing there with every applicable dimension to that detail. And so he can check himself and find out, okay, are we in alignment or not? And sometimes I do the twins, again, for the purpose of, we have different people doing different things. Probably, late 80s, I actually worked as a carpenter. Well, the guy that I worked for, they did the foundation. He did the framing, put the windows in, did the siding, did the roofing, and then put all the insulation in. Then the drywaller came in, and then he trimmed it out, hung the doors, put the cabinets in, put the hardwood floor down, right? Everything that I just said was 3 different contractors. If you did that today, we probably have 3 or 4 contractors that deal with the window, right? There's the guy that puts it in, then the guy that comes around and seals it and tapes it, and then the trim guy that comes around and puts the trim on. Totally different unions. Right? So how do we satisfy that? And how do we make sure that we're making their job as easy as possible, right? without trying to make my job. I mean, I'm not sitting here saying, hey, let's double the price on doing these drawings. That's not my point. But trying to get this out so that we have as little conflict in that communication stream as that we can, right? So again, twins, the detail on the left, that's for the framer. It's everything the framer needs to know. It's all of the framing components. It's where all the beads of sealant and everything that he has to do is on that detail. The detail on the right, while it still shows all of the beads of sealant, it only has the notes for the trim carpenter. It's how do I put the soffit in, the fascia, all of that. So we're able to separate that information. So basically each of the subs get their own version of that detail rather than having to sort it out. So, like being here talking to you today, fear is a really good motivator. Got this project on the coast, north of Boston, drove away going, yeah, brand new, beautiful, big house right on the rocky cliff overlooking the ocean. 10 minutes later, holy crap. Big house, very rich client, house on the ocean on a rocky cliff. Maybe it's, you know, careful what you wish for, right? Those cliches, they do mean something. But anyways, so we're doing this. Rocky cliff, we do a bunch of blasting, bunch of grinding. You see the foundation plan on the left. Foundation has probably in total somewhere around 27 or 28 different elevations, right? Bottom of footing, top of wall, wall drops down 2 feet, goes 4 feet, drops down 2 feet. And it had to be tied into the surveyed plan because the town or jurisdiction we were in, this was extremely tight. We were putting a house literally on a cliff looking at the ocean. That was where the old house was. So there was no maneuvering for that's kind of close. No, it had to be. And so that fear really started to instill some fear. So the blow up on the right, you can see that's that colored section in the lower left of the plan. The places where I highlighted, notice I mark up steps in wall, step in footings. It even has the finished grade at every corner of the building in parentheses. And I thought, okay, I have that dialed in. But when I look at that, I still don't see the full picture.
Nathan, you paying attention? Nathan? That's a pretty good one, Eric. I think I hear you clicking in the background. The funny part I think about this one is he goes through all this detail about how incredible these drawings are and how their elevation is all marked on there, right?
Uh-huh.
But he's going to show you that what happens is he was concerned and he used 3D. And the 3D gives you so much more information, but he could have made it a lot better had he not. It appears he uses SketchUp for his 3D. This is where I'm saying, if Nathan was to do one of his house plans for him and show them he could do it, because the other part that I've got a kick out of, did you see how he said months, even years?
Yeah.
Years to do a house like that?
Yeah.
Nathan, you should have less than 10 days to do one of those houses. You should be able to. Now, this guy is really heavily driven by details, but he accidentally stumbles onto the power of the 3D, and that's what we're about to get into.
Picture. And if I don't see the full picture and I send it out to somebody and it's the first time they see it, how can I expect them to see the full picture? Right? And so there are some pictures. You can see the site, top left, bottom right, footings and stuff going in. As a side note, I always separate a lot of drawings. I'll pull the foundation wall out and put it on the foundation print. I'll pull it out of the wall sections. That way there, two things are happening there. And I learned this from conversations with builders. They don't want to have to send 5 or 6 drawings to their concrete guy. They want to send 2 guys. So if I put a section of the foundation wall on the foundation drawings, they can just send that one drawing off. And now the foundation guy has everything he needs to know on one sheet, right? and you're not taking a bunch of sheets, and he's not sifting through wall sections, throwing siding and all of this other stuff that really.
He's not sifting through all the wall sections because he never sifts through the wall sections. This is not as easy to do when you're doing a large building as when you're doing a house, putting that wall section on there. But I agree with him. There are benefits. You could very easily make your structural package. Now, that would be in the structural file, so it all lends itself to having these separate files, if that makes sense. But this is where, you know, that area that we left Nathan on that one side. On the electrical, we might do the blow-ups for the rooms right in that space to fill that page out. And I also like the idea, the way he was talking about doing the same detail twice. So, and he's going to get really deep into that. He goes a little overboard. He makes the same detail like 9 times. But I think it's interesting. I paused that at a perfect time, didn't I?
I thought it was interesting that he did the one for the window framer and then the one for the window trimmer.
Yeah. Now, the funny part is, when I was watching this, I sort of really started thinking about the fact that those windows, if you build that window family correctly, you could build all of that framing detail into the window. So in the structural file, what we really want to do is have the windows in there as well. And I'll get deeper into that when we start, when I start showing you this. But you know how they had to do all that stud framing stuff for the casino?
Yeah.
Now, unfortunately, they weren't really super sophisticated in Revit. They more came from AutoCAD. A lot of stuff was imported from AutoCAD. But the idea being, the typical door or window, especially interior, the framing around it's going to be the same header, the same cripples, all that same information. So if you copied the window door into the structural file and then just rewrote the family, you could take all the door components off, all the casing and the trim, like he's talking about, and put all the guts in the structural file. You with me?
Uh-huh.
And really, if you have an architectural interiors file, then you put all the casing in the interiors file and the door in the architectural file. The only bad side about this is, in order to have those doors, you have to have those walls. And then you've got duplicate walls in all the projects. So that's the one thing I'm leaning against. But I'm going to try to see if there might be some solutions to solve it. Maybe making the wall 1 inch thick or something like that and seeing what happens. But they're not 1 inch thick, 1 inch tall, so that it doesn't overlap other people. And then writing a parameter to tell all those walls to just be, how can I say this? So that they don't get turned on in anyone else's file. So in other words, you don't get the walls from the structural, you don't get the walls from the interiors, you only
Make
get the
them
walls.
depth points.
Essentially making up depth points. That's correct. That's correct. I like that. There might be part of that solution. Obviously, depth points aren't a real Revit thing. All right, I'm gonna let this ride out for this last 22 minutes, and I'm gonna take a little bit of a break while it's playing, and then I think I'll either do the shipping container or play the other video, there was one long one that's going to be about the plumbing. So, but let's get this one knocked out and then see where Nathan's at.
Really doesn't pertain to him. He's long gone before the lumber gets dropped. Right? So, what did I do? I built the 3D model of the whole foundation. It added a few hours, but this isn't a cheap house. And to fix that problem is not a cheap fix, right? So a couple hours, maybe we're talking 6, 7 hours to get it perfectly right was certainly worth it. Notice in the model, you can barely see it, but there's some green fading. So I was able to delineate between above grade and below grade. So in doing that, I solved the problem for, okay, I understand what I'm doing now. I see it here in 3D. How do I get this to the builder? So I take that drawing, I add a bunch of dimensions, and here you can clearly see all of the numbers in green tied directly to the site plan. So now the builder knows exactly where the insulator goes. So what does Brian do, who's the project manager here? Well, he takes my numbers, goes around the foundation, snaps a bunch of lines, sprays that green line in the photo, and then simply tells the gentleman coming to do the tough and dry, just take it up to the green line. So I'm out of hot water. The general contractor's out of hot water. The tough and dry guy is out of hot water, and the excavator is out of hot water, because the excavator now just bury the tough and dry. So that one drawing coordinated a whole bunch of efforts, but not only coordinated, but lowered our risk to almost zero for 6 hours worth of work. One of the other things that we do, especially with local projects, the projects away from here, they become a little bit of a challenge. But locally, I have a structural engineer. He doesn't do any of the drawings. We draw every structural drawing, details, sections, framing plans. I send them to him. He marks them up. I put the marks in. I send them back. He signs off on it. I stamp them. We build the house. Now, you might sit there and say, well, Steve, that's a lot of work. It is. It's a fair amount of work, but he doesn't charge much. He'll do a $4 million house for a $2,500 structural fee, right, to review the drawings, because I'm doing all the drawings. But the beauty is, by me doing the structural drawings, I don't know many structural engineers that go beyond strength or holding up the building in the detail, right? Not many structural engineers, and it's not a dig on them, it's just they're not trained to see that way, right? So by me doing all of the details, then I can sit there and say, where does the water go? What happens to the water? So this is a very small detail on the house, but we did these joist hangers that were welded to that 3x5 on this deck. And then I called out for the backside of the joist hanger to be notched so water could drain out, so that floor joist doesn't sit in a puddle of water on that joist. We know where the water goes. And the floor joist sits on a little 1/4-inch piece of neoprene, so it never sits in water. A joist will never rot out. It has the ability to dry. Water has the ability to drain. We get a detail that holds the deck up, but it's highly durable now because I take the responsibility to coordinate the structural engineer's efforts with our building science efforts in that detail. Same here. If you follow me on social media, I'm sure you've seen this project. I put no less than 1,000 photos or videos up of it. You know, we were developing this project, Jake and I, he was the builder on this, and I said, it'd be really cool to do a 10-foot cantilever deck out here, or 8-1. It's probably a little over 9 foot, but send it to the structural engineer. He goes, yeah, we can do that pretty much no problem. I was like, yes, that's awesome. But the structural engineer comes back, and he has these 2 7-inch angles, and he's got them welded together. And there's a little notch at the top. And I said, okay, from a durability perspective, where does the water go? Water's going to go, it's going to sit on the top of those angles, it's going to rust out eventually, and this deck is going to fail. So I went back to the structural engineer and said, can we split the angles? And you'll see it in between the angles. We welded a little 3/8-inch steel plate like every 3 feet along those angles. So now water can freely drop down in between those angles. Water management issue gone. We have a draining system that can get rid of the water. We've answered that question, where does the water go? And then these are just some other details for the steel guy, giving you a picture of it. even the steel post on there, we put a little slope. It's an 8x8, and I called for a little 5% slope on the top, so that we're always stitching together building science with all of our work and asking the very simple questions. I always find it interesting, I'll sit in on a Thursday, or I won't say Thursday, it didn't mean BS and beer reference. But I'll sit in on these online seminars, and man, architects love to complicate shit. They'll put tons of insulation in and say, where does the water go? Oh, it's going to get stuck in there. Oh, no problem. We'll just drill through the insulation and provide a drainage path. $4 million house, and your answer is we'll drill a hole up through the insulation where we're over insulating the window frame? Doesn't sound like a detail that would go appropriately with that house. But man, we love to complicate things. Building science is pretty simple. I use Joe's remark, and I know I reference him a lot, but pretty much Joe is a lot of the reason I'm standing here in front of you, right? It's not rocket science, it's building science. I tell people that all the time. You ask 10 simple questions and you lower your risk by half if you can answer them successfully in doing a set of drawings. It is that simple. It doesn't have to be complicated. Roof framing plan. A lot of times we don't draw things because we are actually designing them. I'm drawing them to show somebody the intent, right? We do a roof framing plan. The roof framing plan goes to the general contractor who sends it to his truss manufacturer. If I don't do the truss elevations, guess what? I'm almost guaranteed to get back a truss package that is nothing like what I intended, right? The heel height is wrong. The slope of the roof might be wrong. If it's a hybrid truss that has a small portion of scissor truss embedded into a gable truss, the dimensions are going to be wrong. So I learned early on, if I simply draw a couple truss profiles and then I outline where they're located on the roof plan, now it's a drafting exercise for the truss manufacturer. They don't have to think. All the dimensions are answered there. They can plug it in. They can send the drawings back, and we save a lot of time, right? It costs me a little bit of time to do it, but we save that time in not having to go back and forth 3 or 4 times and then have the truss still come out wrong. Now, some of you might laugh, but it happens, right? 3 or 4 iterations, they build them and they come out and we're cutting them up and modifying them on the site. Some focused information that goes on drawings. We do a lot of work on the water, near the coast. In this particular project here, I think we used, I think this was Zip R6 or maybe it was R9. But in this particular case, this was Zip R9. The structural engineer, he had a long list of, hey, we need to figure out a way where we can show them where the shear walls are, where connectors are, and then here's all the hardware that goes in the wall section. So we developed drawings that showed those answers. There's no other dimensions on those floor plans, nothing. It's just, this is where the shear walls are. You have a shear wall schedule there. We know how they're built, what nail goes in, what the spacing is on that nail. In the wall section on the left, we have the details. We have all of the Simpson hangers called out, where their location is, what their spacing is on that wall. Again, making everybody's job that much easier to be successful with. Windows. This is a big talk because windows are a tough one. We do a lot of Euro flangeless windows. Occasionally we do some flange windows and we're working up some standard details for that, but I use the flangeless for this example. In my time, I've probably done about 9 generations of window details because I like to go out. I always install the first or second window with the builder. And I tell them, I don't do it because I'm coming out here and this is some.
Hey, Eric.
Yeah.
If I let this play out, I got to run over to the shop. When this stops playing, will you work with Nathan, make sure he's got his fire ratings right?
Yep.
That'd be perfect. Then I'll come back and either kick on another video or do my little dog and pony. Thanks. I'll be back shortly.
Some kind of lecture like, hey, Jimmy and Johnny, pay attention because I'm going to show you how to do a window. No, we go through how I typically install it, ask them, do you have any conversation here, any discussion you want to talk about? Do you want to change something, do something? And occasionally they say, hey, maybe if you did this, or can I do that? And then it becomes the next generation of the detail. But one of the problems with these details is you have the sill, jamb, and head, very traditional details, pretty highly detailed, all the dimensions, everything are there. But again, it's a whole bunch of information that different parties only need small tidbits for that, right? I could calculate the rough opening for the windows on here, but it'd be a hell of a challenge. And yes, we've had a house where we went out there and the builder framed every window opening 1.5 inches short in width. In height, it would have been easy, but think about it in width. Every header has to come out and get recut. You talk about a pain in the ass. Yeah. And especially when it's 1.5 inches, does that mean it's off center? Do we have to recenter it? So, needless to say, the days of 3 details for windows, long gone. Now, we get a whole series of details. We're just going to run through how that one sill detail became 9 details. All right? So detail 1, that's everything that has to happen to the rough opening, right? We put a back dam in, we put a slope sill in, we put a piece of flashing. That's where our window is gonna go with the applicable dimensions. That's it. That's everything that the rough framer needs to know to install that window. And oh, by the way, I did a front elevation to show you where some shims will go and where the flashing goes on that detail. So that's 2. Detail 3, we install the window. We do our air sealing detail there, end of detail. Detail 4, trim carpenters come in, siding contractors come in, siding gets attached, trim, all of that stuff gets applied to the window, and then we move on. 4 details. But it doesn't stop there. When you get asked the same question for about 15 years, it kind of tends to say, maybe I should draw a detail that just answers that and everything else that's associated with that question. So this is a framing elevation. It's got every rough opening dimension, unit dimension, et cetera, in there. And how does the framer frame that rough opening? So now I don't get any more calls about, hey, Steve, how do we, like the rough opening, I just want to run those numbers by you. No, go to sheet 21, it's there. Unit dimension plus 2 inches wide, unit dimension plus 3.5 vertically. It's all there, no questions asked. It still doesn't stop there. I did it in section and plan. We have dimensions everywhere. Everything's labeled appropriately. The exterior sheathing is there. We'll have them for different details. But again, providing that level of clarity so that we can do something. We saw the, I forget, is Brian from RDH yesterday, right? Windows. It's one of the most susceptible areas in a building. But yet, how many drawing sets have we seen that actually have executable window details on it? Right? I mean, if I was an insurance company and an architecture firm came to me, I would be like, yeah, we'll give you insurance, but you got to show me you can draw a window detail before we give you that insurance policy, right? But I mean, we in this room laugh and joke because it is kind of funny. But the reality is, you know, Peter Yost and I jump fences and go and look at these, you know, houses when we're traveling. It's horrendous. And we're not talking about some little 1,200-foot cottage. We're talking about a $6 million building somewhere in Texas. So it's you know, I'm serious. It's like, how many people really? And, you know, I'll tell a little short story here. I had a couple guys consultants, you'll appreciate this, that they were the best Monday morning quarterbacks that I've ever met. So I got them one day. I said, you know what? We're going to install windows out at the Johnsons. Why don't you come on out and we can talk? So we got out there. Framer's getting things ready. I said, no, let's let these two guys install the window. And they looked at me and said, you want us to install the windows? I said, yeah, all the tools are right there. Drawing details right there. You're always telling me about how I should do this and draw this. What a great opportunity for me to learn from such experts. We stood there for about an hour and a half before he said, guys, forget it. Just go. And we installed the window. But it's a lot easier, you know, to talk about this stuff and create an academic exercise about this stuff than it is to do it. And unfortunately for me, I'm in the position where I have to do it, right? I have to provide details that someone's going to use next week and we're going to be installing windows. It's not a, hey, let's put that up and we'll talk about it, have a conversation. No, we have to do it. We have to do it right. And we have to make sure everybody is on board with it. So we're through 7, but it doesn't stop there. I get a lot of questions about, hey, where do the brackets go on holding the windows? So I did a drawing outlining the brackets, showing where they go, how close they can go into the corner, but not in the corner, 16 inches on center. And then the last detail is a simple detail to say, hey, here's how you flash a window. Now, again, we can sit here and chuckle, but when we're in Colorado and the owner of the framing crew tells guy number 1 that we're going to install windows today, and guy number 1 tells guy number 2, hey, get guys 3 and 4 to get the windows out of the garage and get those installed. By the time it gets to them, we're making pumpkin pie or something in the back of the house, right? We're not installing windows anymore. So we have to make sure that you just hand them this stuff and say, this is how you flash a window. This is how you properly lap that flashing. This is the dimension I expect that sill flashing to go up the wall. Part of what we do as architects is we come up with ideas. Is Katrina in here? So I don't know if Katrina's in here. I don't see her, but anyway, she'll be happy to know. This is a passive house that we just recently did. Slab on grade. And of course, the HVAC guy, he's crying and moaning. I need space. Where am I going to put all this? All right. So I tell you what, I got an idea. We'll create a manufactured attic and we'll throw it up. We'll have the truss guy do it and we'll put it up there. So I developed the idea, drew up the section. But it's not good enough to just stop there. Because, yeah, okay, I illustrate the idea. Everybody in this room can look at that and say, great, but how do we do it? We're in the business of doing it, not talking about it. So, translated that idea to the roof plan. Hey, here is that area of raised soffit. It touches every room on the second floor. So now the HVAC guy is totally satisfied. He can get ductwork and our Zender ports to every room on the second floor. We don't stop there. We show the truss manufacturer. These are the 2 different trusses that we're going to use on that project. And this is what I intend to do to create that manufactured attic. And these are the dimensions that we want the trusses delivered at. And then we do the final detail where we put in the performance specs and the text and everything of how exactly that roof detail comes together and how we build that manufactured attic, right? So having an idea, we have to make sure as architects that we follow through with that idea, that we just don't whip up that one quick drawing and say, yeah, we'll figure that out. No, it needs to get figured out. And, you know, when clients say, well, why should I hire you? Well, you have many choices. The beauty of America is you got choices. You can have someone with 30 years of experience figure it out. We can send it out to the field and guys 4 and 5 can figure out how to do it. What do you want to do? It's a pretty short conversation. Joe, you'll be happy to know the next generation of the perfect wall. I'm not leaving it up there that long because we haven't built it yet, but we will. And yes, the final comment on details. They should look good. You're putting your name out there. When they get out there and somebody opens it, they'll be like, damn, that is a set of drawings. All right? That's what you want to hear. Oh, you got jokes.
I was told when I got lost in the weeds with details, and having worked as a draftsman and a designer, this level of detail scared folks because they figured it created a situation to where they were more liable by providing more information, and they would say, we're getting too lost in the weeds, they'll figure it out in the field, we're not here to tell them means and methods.
So this detail doesn't show means and methods, right? It's showing performance and components. And I've had that conversation with many builders, like, man, I mean, you got a lot of stuff here for us to sort out. You know, we just usually install the windows. Well, no, not today. Today we do it my way. He was just saying that, you know, a lot of times people will say when you get to this level of detail, you're getting too deep in the weeds and you're actually providing more information for confusion. And you're kind of working against yourself. Well, to that I say, the best instruction manual is probably the best road to success. So they can say what they want. They don't want to take the time to figure it out. They're not the right builder for the job.
If for some reason you don't know Steve Basic, go follow Steve on Instagram. He's posting every single day just about from all his fabulous job sites and from his studio. And if you happen to be an architect watching this, he's one of the only architects I've ever seen that's willing to grab a camera and show his exact details, walk you through how he came up with that detail. He's got a character now on his show called Big Red, which is his Sharpie pen. He actually runs through all the details. This is a fabulous man who's educating the world on how to build a really good house. Go check him out at thebuildshow.com. There's a hamburger menu at the top. When you drop down, look for Steve Basic and check out his videos. He's one of the OG Build Show.
Nathan, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, what do you got?
So, all right, I got everything done. I got the wall styles. I got the filters. We have our 1 hour and 2 hour.
Did you do that for the 0 floor, or did you do it for all the floors?
It is done for, should be done. Should have been done for all 4.
Yep, got to do it for all floors because remember, unfortunately, in this scenario, in a normal job, you might only have to do that for 1 floor and it'll cover everything.
Yeah, which is actually odd because I could have sworn I did it for all 4. That's kind of funny.
They use wall types. They use different wall types in different areas.
Right, I did it for all 4 here. That's where I did it for.
Yes, you did it for all the walls that had that command in there.
Yeah, so now I just gotta add. And then I gotta do I have to do this every single time?
You could do it. You could apply it to a view template and then set that view template to all 3 views. Now, this is going to change everything. So the one thing you might want to do is when you say okay, don't say okay a second time right away. Say okay. Now in here, you might want to check off of everything except for model overrides because filters.
So check everything off except for.
Yep. And that list goes down a ways. It's because we don't normally check all these off because we want all the stuff in certain clusters to have all of this stuff as similar as possible. But in this one, we really just care about these filters and we don't want to mess anything else up too hard. Probably won't need it on the roof, but good to apply it. Okay, so now that'll apply the filter, but now you still got to go to the wall because you're in course mode.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, you know what I can do?
Very good.
All right. Now I have a question because I'm kind of being tripped up a little bit. All right.
Okay.
I'm a little concerned. Where are our sheets?
Where are our sheets?
Yeah, because isn't this the file that we did this the reflected ceiling plan on?
I thought you were doing these on the fours. No, this should be the full architectural full.
This is just architectural.
Okay, so where are your ceilings? And
That's what I'm saying.
Is that architectural what you just downloaded?
No. What I downloaded from you earlier before we started this was the architectural full. Yeah.
That's the one you're supposed to be doing this in.
Yeah, and I already did that. I did
Oh,
that in the architectural full, and I went ahead and I transferred project standards, and I got them into this file.
And now you have to do it to these walls. Right,
but I'm confused because shouldn't we have put what we did in here, right? What we went in and did in here. Changed this, created these filters, transferred them over to this file. But this file was supposed to have our reflected ceiling plans.
And it does. They're there. I see ceiling plans, 121 RCP.
Yeah, but
go to the first level.
Okay. And we didn't. Okay, so we didn't make any sheets for these.
No, we did not put those on sheets yet because the only thing we're using those for is model categories right now.
Oh, okay. Okay, that scared me. I'm not gonna lie to you.
No problem. But so what you still got to do is you still got to assign that 1 hour, 2 hour to all those walls.
Right. Okay, so
go back to your plan view.
That's all these views are done. So I'm good here. Oh, no, I'm not.
It's got the filter assigned to it. It just didn't turn off the interior one. They have a couple of those that the interior is coming from something different. No, what I'm saying is those other ones we were able to turn them all off because we're not in course mode. Click on that one and say edit type. See, that one doesn't even have it in course mode because it has it down lower. Go down lower. I have a feeling it comes from that wall rating of 2 hour right there, not the fire rating, the wall rating.
You just take this off.
Hit a space and see what it does. Nope. Hit edit. Put that back to 2 hour or whatever it was at. Give me 1 second. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine.
Scroll up. There's a material in here before that I was seeing that was
structural material.
Yeah, but it doesn't seem like you can change that, does it?
Seems like I set to a parameter. Built-in parameter.
No, it's set to an instance parameter. Hit cancel. Now go over to the properties box and scroll down some. No, make sure you got that wall.
Could it be the phasing?
Yeah, we always want our phasing to be on show. No, not that. That's only for the views. It's only for the views.
Oh, I see.
Does your view say show complete? Scroll up. What do you have? Blue and red are your two colors?
Yeah, blue and red. Or sorry, blue and pink.
I don't know. I don't know how. I'm not sure how we want to turn that off, or if we want to turn that off. So just, he's going to want to turn it off. I don't know where it's coming from. Rated assembly fire barrier. Scroll down. All the way. Fire barrier. Rated assembly type fire barrier. Click on that and let me see what it says. Nah.
I don't know. I feel like it has something to do with this.
Click on the three dots at the end. I know they're
can't.
not there, but it won't let you click on anything out there.
No. Materials
Right.
and finishes. If I go here.
That right there, to click that structural material off. Nope. Just say structural material, take the checkbox away. It's about two boxes.
I see.
Try that. Nope.
Damn it, man. It took that away.
Yeah. So, but we know now that that wasn't it.
Yeah. Should I check that back on since it wasn't it?
Sure.
Function interior.
No.
Thermal resistance.
What's up? You having a hard time getting that one to change?
Yeah.
Hit cancel and show him. We've got the outer line working fine, but we can't get rid of the old fire rating thing.
Show me your filter.
And that looks like it's a 2-hour rated wall, and you got a 1-hour dash on it.
You don't have any pattern overrides on them.
Yeah, I'm seeing a single dot.
No, I'm seeing the pattern override for cut patterns. Not that. That's projection. That's the other one. Yep, that one hit that override button.
I thought you said you didn't want any
Well,
pattern
if you're
overrides.
trying to do that, if you're for what you're trying to do, you would take that and you would say solid fill and whatever color you want.
Do you want to do like a white?
Do the purple color. Do a bright color so you can see that you're affecting it. Okay. And once you got control of it, then you can make it look whatever color you want, but you don't have control yet. See, now you got control.
All right.
So you could overcome that color issue.
Everything else is white, so I'd probably make it white too.
No, absolutely not. We want to get, I personally would probably, now it doesn't really matter in the architectural file, but I would be trying to make those red so they would jump out of the page. I might consider going with the orange that they had, but what we don't want to do is that stupid fill pattern they were using is this thing that only works at certain scales, and I'll show you what I mean by that. Say, okay, and remember how we copy the orange like we did with the materials before where we say add and it goes to the custom color, right? Now, but go ahead and okay out. See, if you zoom in there to those thin walls, see how they got that orange pattern in there?
Yeah.
Change your scale to something else.
Like a quarter?
Yeah, change it to a quarter. See how it has an effect on that pattern doesn't always work well. And it really doesn't work well through the link. Okay, that's why we're trying to get control of this stuff. So that guy needs to be made to the 2 hour as well. As soon as you type into 2, it's available on the arrow click. So you don't have to type so much, but okay. However, you got marked those with a 1 hour marking. You see how they have 1 dot on the lines?
Yeah.
Those were 2 hour walls, so your filter doesn't make much sense. Go to your filter.
I have the same line for both. So 1 hour needs this single dot, and this one should be changed to a like a 2 dot.
Yep. Dash double dot.
Dash.
3/16. Dash dot dot 3/16.
I think that's what I had.
No. I said dash dot dot 3/16. And there's not one in there because Eric showed you how to make it. Okay.
Yeah.
Remember, he showed you how to make it. That's right. Don't do it now. Hit cancel. I'm going to give another video and you can fix that. What else did you have for questions?
Nothing. I just got confused as to why I wasn't seeing my reflected ceiling plans, but they're right here.
Right? And all you should have to do is apply that exact same filter. And that's
Yeah.
where it might be a good idea to create. You don't really need this in the architecture. Realize all this is going to get thrown out. What we're really trying to do is create that filter so that it works in the plumbing file. Where I really want you to get your dash dot dot and your color all right
Yep.
is in the plumbing file. The only thing you're trying to do here is make sure, zoom into one of those fire rated walls. See? I want to make sure if you apply that filter that you get those same controls on it. Because otherwise we're not sure that you're controlling that. Now that's not how I would do it. That's not how I would do it. Where did you just do all that work? Which one of those? That one?
No, hold on. It was this one.
No, wasn't that one. That doesn't have a view filter on it. Nope, not that one. Nope, not that one.
Fourth one?
That's the one. So it's in level 4. So level 4, right click on level 4 over in your browser, create view template, fire rating. Make sure you check off everything except the VG overrides filter.
That's what we did right here. I just messed up, I guess.
Yep. Okay. So he was in the same line. You need to get that down because that is something that you're going to have to do a bunch of times. And you see they have a bunch extra because of all the extra parameters that they had. See those tags, the view category and the second view category and then the third view subcategory. Those are all unnecessary. That's all coming from templates and basically infected. Why not apply it to all of them? Everything, 3D view and all. All right, now go to one of your reflected ceiling plans. Okay, so you can see which walls you missed that you didn't fix the right style. That's what you're trying to do, is fix the right style.
Yeah.
Once you've done that, then it really is a piece of cake getting this into your plumbing file. And then you should be able to get those views looking right, and we can do that duplication. What'd you guys think of the video?
I liked it.
It was good.
I mean, you got to understand, for a long time, Nathan, the most important thing has been those details. Now, I could argue that some of the stuff that he thought was so important, that with a simple copy of Deluxe is actually better than what he's doing. In other words, he was saying how he set up a separate detail to be able to get the dimensions. Well, I'm sitting here saying if you push to a Deluxe software, everybody on the job site can have it on their phone, and anyone can check the size of any one of those objects on the fly, right? It wasn't that the benefit of using that?
Yeah, I mean, we used it a lot. It was like the first thing we turned to.
So this next video is 2.5 hours long. I wanted this one was a little over an hour. I'm going to do the Revit kit one first, and then the last one we'll do is the plumbing. That's going to give you about an hour to get your plumbing file looking right, okay? Most of this stuff is going to be a little bit over your head. I don't mean that in a negative way, of course.
That's fine.
Let's see.
And to get what I do in here in this architectural file, I'll just use the transfer project standards.
As long as you've cleaned up the filters. If you haven't done it, I'm going to make you clean the filters inside the plumbing file. And that might be a little bit more arduous. You just got to, don't forget that step that I was saying about cleaning the filters.
Right. And you're talking about going here and clearing all these?
Making sure that's all you have is the 2 important filters. Yep, the 2 fire ratings. So that's already been done. So
Yeah.
yes, you can just transfer project standards, view filters. Correct.
Okay, cool.
But then you'll have to rewrite what colors they're going to be, create that view template, and apply it to all of the sheets.
Yeah, and then that includes floor plans and 3D views.
I want to do it, and RCPs. I want it everywhere. I want everything to officially have that on. Every view should show people what those fire rated walls look like, where they are. Okay? Because it's that important.
And should I, because every view has their own template, should I just go in and edit the template and add my filters?
I don't think I see where you're going with that. I don't think I would do that because I think that at the end of the day, we're going to go to one view out of each one of those groups, and we're going to make it look a little bit better and a little bit better and a little bit better. Then we're going to make a new view template that is the same name as the container of what type plan it is.
Okay.
And then we're going to apply that. Okay, you're a far way away from being 100% done. So I see where you say, well, if I just add those 2 filters, then all my templates are good. We're going to recreate those templates. We're going to make, instead of trying to write, sometimes it's beneficial to just go in and tweak that template and reapply it. But I think that we're going to change enough stuff because we still haven't put tags on. We still haven't put a lot of stuff on. You're going to remake those templates. And especially when you're going to remake those templates for the mechanical is going to be different than from the plumbing. Okay? Yeah. That's not going to keep us from duplicating because those templates are really specific to what discipline it is. That's going to tell us where the cut plane is and all kinds of little things. And do we want pipes to be gray because we're in the electrical and we only want to see them that just ghosted in? So don't worry so much about those view templates. They've got to be refined. Okay?
Yeah. Yeah, so I can just go in and add this view template to every single one of my views. And then we'll worry about the rest later.
The view template that is the fire ratings, and it's just those 2 filters.
Yeah.
Correct.
All right, cool.
Well, wait a second, Eric. Walk me through something. Is that going to remove the view filters that have already been applied?
That's what I was worried about. That's why I was asking.
The other ones for the walls?
Yeah. We'll have to test that. If that's what you were thinking, we need to test that. Make sure that doesn't happen.
Because I don't want everything that we've done to be blown away.
Yeah, I think you might be right that might do that. And that does mean that you're exactly right, that you want to go add it to the filters that you've already got, or we want to make a good view filter that's going to apply to all of the scenarios.
Yeah, because I was thinking, like, I mean, since we have a view template applied to at least most of the views, I'd only have to change it or add it like 2 or 3 times.
Yeah, that'll be fine. Yeah, I know. I hear you. I hear you. And you see, that shows that's why it's beneficial to have the three of us to be able to talk about this stuff, because then our moves are that much more powerful.
Yeah.
And test it out. And you can do exactly that. And when I get back from this video in an hour, if you have all that done, that's where I want you to be.
Okay.
All right?
Yeah.
All right, we'll kick over to this. This guy, just to give you a little bit of backdrop, I have the utmost respect for him, but I think we watched something that he did yesterday. It was plumbing.
It was on the MEP plumbing.
Yeah, it was just plumbing.
Yep.
And he did a terrible job at it because he's very architecturally specified. We will be the last video I'm going to run for today is going to be actually teaching us how to plumbing. And that's where I'm planning on just sitting back and watching, because I want to test some of that stuff, because I think I have something to learn from that MEP guy.
All right.
But this guy is got this fella Brian Mackey on right here. And it's interesting because all these brilliant ideas that he's come up with that he's really, really proud of. I remember how proud I was when I found all of those stuff, probably when I was up in DC. So that probably would have been about 7 years ago. Now, what I've now moved on to find out is they're missing some opportunities here. They should be getting some of their text from the actual model, from material tags and other type tags, which I will show you. This guy is leaning a little bit too much on just showing these detail tags, but realize these details that he's talking about, these are 2D stickers that we stick on our section cut of our model that we can make our detail more complete. And he has got the absolute right idea. None of this stuff is text, all right? It might look like text on the PDF, but the way this guy is doing it, I mean, it looks like it's saying, if the Revit kid gets respect and he's saying detail like a pro, we're going to go one step beyond pro, okay? I'd actually almost like to respond to a couple of the things he talks about and be able to tell him that there is a way to do it. And one of those is the text and how the leader comes off the tag. And Eric and I will discuss that after this thing, because they sort of skate around the fact that you can't do it. And I'm going to show you how you can do it. And that's where I say, who knows? Maybe the Revit kid would be interested in that. And maybe someday we'll be on the Revit kid. Okay? But for now, this is about detailing. This isn't really applied to your job. This would be if you were trying to do more architecture or something like this. So the active job that you've got going, this doesn't have a whole lot of effect. Please, in the next hour and 15 minutes, have those fire ratings so we're ready to duplicate those sheets, okay?
All right.
All right.
And also subscribe to the channel if this is your first time here.
Global parameter, as well as this to a global parameter, as well as the sketch lines of
This is episode 103, so thank you guys for joining live. If you're here live, don't forget to chat. I will be keeping an eye on the live chat and feeding questions to our guests as we go through the live stream, so definitely stay engaged. I see we got people from Virginia, Chicago. Oh, wow, look at that. Is it Shanghai? Oh, Japan and Australia. Very cool. Awesome. And also subscribe to the channel if this is your first time here. This is a somewhat weekly live stream in which we talk about Revit and associated AEC technology. This season, we've been talking about construction documentation. So if you haven't seen the last couple episodes, definitely check those out. And then the next few episodes is all going to be about creating construction documents, creating construction drawings, and utilizing different platforms to make those easier, as well as just different best practices for it. And as I mentioned in our last live stream, this season is sponsored by BIMbox. Hopefully you guys can see this little desktop right here. This stream and pretty much everything you've seen on my channel for the past 3+ years has been solely powered by BIMbox. BIMbox makes computers, laptops, and desktops that have been specifically designed and tuned essentially for Revit and what we do in the AEC field. So if you are interested, definitely head on over to bimbox.bimafterdark.com. Let them know that you heard about it here and check out your next Revit laptop or desktop. I can promise you this desktop and this laptop, I've had the laptop for almost 9 months maybe, or something like that. And I've had the desktop for a few weeks now. I'm going to do some videos on those on the channel so you can check them out, but they are awesome. Super, super great. And so again, head on over to bimbox.bimafterdark.com, and thank you to BIMbox for supporting this channel and supporting what we do. So with all that being said, and since he's been sitting in the wings for so long, I'd like to welcome to the show Brian Mackey. What's up, Brian?
Hey, how's it going, Jeff?
It's going great, man. Thank you for coming on the show. I appreciate it. I think if memory serves me right, when do you think is the first time that you presented one of your sessions on smart detailing, or whether it's AU or built? I feel like how long ago could that have been?
I first presented it on a YouTube or on a webcast that got put to YouTube on the reseller, which no longer exists.
Okay.
And that was back in 2011.
Nice. So I want to say it was maybe 12 or 13 at one of the built or RTCNA at the time, where I remember sitting in a session, and it was detailing the smart way. And so when I was doing this construction documents theme for this series, I thought it was a perfect opportunity to touch base again. And I'm sure some things have changed, and I've always appreciated your approach to especially detailing, but in general, your approach to Revit. So before we jump into that, I guess let everyone know who doesn't know who you are. Who's Brian Mackey?
Well, I am on Twitter as the Revit Geek. I've been using Revit ever since 2004, shortly after Autodesk acquired them. I was fortunate enough to be working at an Autodesk reseller when it got acquired, and so I got to dive in and learn all of the fun things and realize I was never going to touch AutoCAD again, or AutoCAD architecture, ADT at the time. And it was like, okay, yeah, I'm done with those tools. I now have Revit. So I've been digging in, playing with it, working with clients as small as doing patio additions up to literally dams or stadium type stuff. So I do everything from teeny tiny stuff all the way up to the large stuff. So
awesome. So so Brian works for, or you work for yourself by Mackey Consulting, right? Is it BD Mackey Consulting? Mackey BD Mackey Consulting? And Brian also, as he mentions, the Revit geek on Twitter, and also the host of Revit Radio. And so some people out there may be familiar with Revit Radio. It's been around for quite some time. Before we jumped on air, we were trying to talk or remember, go through the history of Revit Radio and how many episodes or how long it's been around for. And so we'll put links to all of that, but maybe real quickly, give a little overview of what Revit Radio is and then how people can get to it. I'll put links if it's not very easy, but you get the idea.
Yep. So Revit Radio originally started off because way back in 2004 is when we got into the, hey, this is kind of new to Revit. There wasn't a whole bunch of blogs or anybody out there. So when I worked with Autodesk reseller, one of the sales guys and I started is like, you just ask questions and we'll answer them. We kind of based it around Car Talk, which has now been no longer exist on National Public Radio in the United States. But we kind of based it around that. So just people ask questions and I answer them. Sometimes they're not the best answers. I come back like the next day, damn, that was a terrible way to approach that. So originally we never recorded them, but I did start recording them as of last year. So there's a few up on my YouTube channel.
Awesome. Yeah. So we'll put links to that. And definitely everyone can check that out. What I always found interesting and something that I think you've always done a good job on as far as Revit Radio is concerned is a sort of pre-video, Revit Radio and answering questions on Revit without, video demonstration of them. And so I've always found that kind of, because, people have always asked about why not just turn the show into a podcast, et cetera. And I'm like, well, yeah, to some extent you can, but also it's like there's so much visual visual demonstration that helps with discussion. So I applaud you on that. That being able. I mean, I think to some extent, certain level of Revit user, we can talk about certain things and see all of it. But being able to sort of explain it without video is always a challenging task. So kudos on that one. All right, so I was just looking at who's here. We got a bunch of folks coming: Reno, Nevada; Austin, Texas; Antonio; Scott Davis is here. Hey, Scott. Welcome to the show, and Thad, who's over in Virginia. Very cool, awesome. We got a good showing tonight. So I guess before we jump into some of the actual demo and discussion at hand, maybe let's talk a little bit about how you theoretically or how you approach this idea of detailing in Revit. I think. Understanding how you utilize 3D versus 2D when you initially approach it, what are your thoughts behind it, and then how you got to the point where we're going to demonstrate what we're talking about today.
Well, like I said, back in 2011 when I first approached this was a lot of people coming back from the AutoCAD days of, hey, we've got these typical details. We need to bring them into Revit. Can we just bring the AutoCAD in and explode? And I cringed at that point in time. And so it's where I really start coming in and talking to people about, okay, look, Revit has detail components, just like it has model components. Let's start taking those detail components, developing them. And let's develop it in an intelligent way. So when we work on it, we can actually tag and notate it and never use a single line or a filled region or a piece of text. So when I get into intelligent detailing, I'm still talking the 2D side of it, because no matter how dense you make your model, and I'll show it in my little example, you're not going to be modeling the waterproofing membrane. More than likely, you're not going to model the majority of the flashing. You may or may not model like anchor bolts, things like that, but you're still going to have some of that 2D representation. So just like the 3D stuff, why aren't we tagging that information? And over the years, it's been kind of nice, because originally we couldn't even schedule detail components when I started doing this. We couldn't add filters to detail components. So over, this last, 13 years of me presenting this, it's kind of been like, okay, look, we've got a few things that have adapted over times, and we can still now make these intelligent, still 2D, but we can make them, more intelligent. So it's not people, I don't know how many times you've been in a project and you see gypsum boards spelled 15 different ways on a single project. Well, if we're tagging that component, we're not going to spell it differently. So kind of scenarios like that. And then when they added global parameters, I started actually linking the 2D details to the 3D model. So if the 3D model updates, I can have that update my 2D model as well. So it's still 100% 2D, but through global parameters, I can have that intelligence and that link come back and forth.
That's awesome. I love that. And so I think that's part of what I think that the questions I always get too is when to model and when to 2D represent it. So I think what's going to be great too is also talk, as we go through it, seeing, it's always good to see examples of how much, and I know the answer is probably always just, it depends, right? But to some extent, understanding that you don't need to model every single nut and bolt, there's a diminishing return as well, and the effort as well as the performance of the model for that kind of stuff. But the ability to link it back to the 3D information I'm super excited to see that. So I definitely can't wait.
And then a few years after that, I had a client, they did a lot of strip mall type stuff. So each part of the building in the strip mall would be a different construction document, but they wanted all the details to be updated. They're like, man, we're copying details from building A, B, C, D, and then we update it in A, we've got to go copy paste it back in. So way back then, I worked with the client and we figured out how to actually take two-dimensional details and link them into multiple building files. So if I update that two-dimensional detail in the main file, it'll then update through all those other files. So we're gonna try to touch base on that too. And then ironically, one of the side benefits of that a lot of my clients use it for who don't even do this is for not loading those hundreds and hundreds of detailed components along with the hundreds of views we have for detailing into a project, the project is going to be faster. So I have several clients who do this just because they just unload the link of details, and now their model is truly the model, the sheets, the plans, and then the details get done onto the side. And it's speed improvement wise, they've seen huge jumps in that as well.
And so that'd be for your typical standard details that aren't necessarily related to the model as a reference. That's kind of the thought there.
Any detail not related to the models. It might not even be standard. It might be project specific, but it's not one where we're actually going to be covering over the model.
Got it. Got it. Awesome. All right. Well, I'm excited to jump in. What we're going to do is we're going to take a quick break and we're going to do our community highlights. So this season of BIM After Dark, I've taken some time to highlight some of the members of the BIM After Dark community. And so today I think we're going to hear from a member, Tom, about his experience with the community, and we'll be right back in a second.
Yeah, so I'm Tom Flaherty. I'm currently working for a residential design firm called Lifestyle Design. We do specialize in production residential for national home builders. Just recently claimed the title of BIM manager. I told my boss, I'm like, hey, I'm doing it anyway. I'm taking this title. He's like, okay, sounds good. I recently got licensed, now licensed architect in Wisconsin and Texas. You know, because I stumbled up on a couple of videos that you did on YouTube about how to do a standing seam roof, and I still use that hack. And you know, it was just being able to learn that stuff. You know, everybody uses that term, the hive mind, and that's kind of what it is. You know, you throw something out there, and there's at least one person who's done it or tried it and can guide you along the way, and everybody is so open about sharing everything they've learned, whether it was from you or somebody else. Or it's really made me a lot better modeler, a lot better Revit user, and it frees, and being able to use all these hacks frees up my time to learn other more exciting things.
All right, thanks, Tom. So if you saw that, head on. If you saw that and you're interested in joining the community, head on over to community.bimafterdark.com. You can hang out with Tom and myself and the rest of us, hang out in office hour, or check out the courses, the template files, and all that good stuff. So again, community.bimafterdark.com. If you join tonight, actually, we have an office hour tomorrow morning, so you can come hang out. All right. I was just checking out the chat as that ad reel was playing. We've got a lot of big wigs in the house with Scott Davis and Paul Aubin and a few returning guests. So some exciting chat going on. So make sure you guys say hi to each other over there. All right, so I'm excited to do this. Let's jump right in, Brian, and let's start talking about some of your approaches to these detail elements and some of these things like the smart tagging and the linking, and let's see however you want to approach it. And then I'm sure there's going to be lots of questions. I'll probably have plenty of questions, and there'll be questions in the chat. And I'll make sure to try and feed it in to not derail you too much.
Oh, no. Jump in anytime on the chat. I'm okay with that. So I did open up this beautiful Revit file with this extremely complicated building, right? Okay, it's maybe a mock-up at best. But I didn't even want to come in here and start talking about this file, because even in this situation, I know a lot of times, I actually don't know why I lost the color on this, but a lot of times, you know, I took this wall, it's got brick on it. I took the brick and I even stretched it down, which not everybody does. You know, I modeled in rim joists, I modeled in plates, I modeled in all of this stuff just to kind of come up here and show, hey, look, yes, you can model all this. Mm-hmm. But even if I go back, it's not going to show every brick, right? We're not going to, maybe you're going to model in the reinforcement, but we're not modeling in insulation. We're not modeling in the top plates, the bottom plates, et cetera, right? So even though you might be modeling a lot of the stuff in there, you're still going to go into detail. So depending on how you do it. And right, in Revit, I came over here in my view and I said, hey, let's go half-tone the model. So I came over here and half-tone the model with the settings. So everything that's gray is modeled stuff and everything here is 2D stuff. But the big thing for me is we start coming in here, we start talking about detailing. We've all placed detail components. You know, I'm not going to kill everybody with it. But where the thing that this becomes a little bit different in my approach is certain things like, hey, all of this over here, not a single one of these are text. You look at these, every single one of these is going to be a detail tag, right? And a lot of things I have happen with the detail tags is the data they're extracting. So if I were to come over here and grab like this brick anchor, I've got a little checkbox here to turn the seismic tie on, right? Cool, it adds a graphic. But not only did that add a graphic, it also updated my notes over here. So by coming through here and setting up some of these components, we can come in here and have a lot of that stuff set up. Kind of the same thing here. Let's be like, oh, okay, I had these chunks of rebar here, and I've got number 5s at 12 inches on center. I can come in here and change this to be like, no, I wanted that to be 18 inches on center. Not updating the text here. What I'm actually updating is the properties of that reinforcement itself. So the reinforcement, in my case, even has elements for what's the quantity, what's the spacing, how are we doing this, and then I have tags that match appropriately. So the same thing would be here, like I just have over here rebar size and quantity. Let's change that from rebar size and quantity to spacing. So again, I wanted to change that from 8-inch spacing to something different. Oh, my rebar set up to be 5. Hold on. Let me grab this and say, okay, I actually want to go by quantity, not by space. So I can have a checkbox, go by quantity or spacing. I didn't want 3. I didn't want this to be 8. I can come back and say, hey, this is going to be 4 inches. And again, as I update the detail component, my tag is updating. So no more do we have to realize that somebody's coming here changing the text and this isn't updating, or somebody is changing the text and, or
Eric, I got a question for you. Are you there? Nathan.
Yes, sir.
Awesome. That little step I didn't know about. I never saw that before. So
Yeah.
right now, when we were trying to set up the match lines or the grid lines, and you were accidentally selecting other stuff, do you see up in the properties of this view, do you see where the third one down says display model?
Yep.
It says normal.
Uh-huh.
There's 3 interesting choices below there. One of them is do not display. And if you do that, all you're going to get is all the 2D stuff in this view. Hit that do not display. See, just the break lines, the section markers, all the 2D information.
Yeah.
You can also make that be halftone. I did not know that. I wonder if Eric, I'm guessing Eric stepped away. But that's why it's beneficial to be watching these videos, is to find the little things that you don't know. Now, there's little things in this one here that we're watching that you don't know, but believe it or not, there's one that I didn't know.
Yeah.
And I can think of times where that would come in real handy. Now, go ahead and turn that back to show or normal. Yep. But I did not know about that.
I have a question while you're here.
Tell me.
Do you like this color scheme?
No. Let's go with a dark orange for the line color of the orange walls. Yeah.
Oh, that's different. Oh, that's a different filter. I'm sorry. I'm looking at something else. I think it's this one. Yep, fire rating. There we are. Okay.
All right. See, so the one you made, it's notice, go back, hit cancel one time. Notice that it's a view type filter of ceiling plans. So that's why it's real hard to find that when you're in.
I see, and it would show up right here.
Right. And see, now you've got a duplicate of those. So in art, now this is the architectural one.
Yeah.
So all I need you to do is I just need you to adjust the color so that you can see what I want it to look like. So hit cancel, and I just want you to do a VV. So you see the pattern for the 1 hour. Click on it. Go to the color. Add it to your book.
Yep.
Say okay. Now go to the lines. Okay again. Go to the lines. Go to that color. Steal that color and go darker.
I got you.
You with me?
Yeah. Same thing that we did for the what was it? The walls.
For the pipes and the ducts as well.
Right. Yeah. For the
Okay.
Yep.
It's going to be a common theme. Now hit OK, and what you'll see is, right? See, so the reason we're doing this is because we're worried about when we have underlays. How can we represent that in this architectural model? Why don't you just switch your discipline from architecture to plumbing? See how you don't get the fill pattern?
Yeah.
That's why the typical way people show fire ratings do not work. Because right, we watched a video yesterday that the guy was like, yeah, the plumbing is awesome and the mechanical's awesome, and they're all real great. Except if the only way they had to show you what the fire rating was on that wall was by
The color and the 2 dots.
the color on the infill, now you've lost it. Now no one can graphically see it. See,
Oh, I see.
now when you zoom out, you would see if this was on my plumbing drawing, I can tell where my fire rated walls are.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
And I can see which ones are 1 hour and which ones are 2 hour. Now, I might say that it would be beneficial to go a little bit darker on both of the lines. So if you went VV, and I would just drag those down and keep going. The reason that's happened is when it becomes an underlay, it becomes halftone automatically. So whatever that color is, you'll notice that's not the same color that's appearing on your screen because you've halftoned it. Yep, split that difference. There you go. Now let's see if that, and I'm just looking for them to darken up enough so that the plumbing person that barely had any effect.
Yeah, it almost made it a little bit worse.
Well, no. Part of that is because there is one setting for the entire project, and it's underneath of manage. So go to manage.
Yep.
Go to additional settings.
Additional settings.
So you're right there in the middle with the wrench in the middle.
I see it. All right.
And go to halftone / underlay. And it's because of at the bottom, it's the brightness. And typically, what you're going to want to do in that plumbing file is probably take that up to about 65%. Try that. See how it gives it a little bit more pop, and even the gray other background came up better.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know that I'll go quite that far.
Yeah, I just wanted to see like the actual difference it can make.
Understand. That's for the entire project. That's for every sheet, every place where you got underlay. Okay.
Yeah.
And I typically will move that up out of the box. It comes at that 50, and that usually makes things disappear a little bit too much. We zoomed out because you really want to be zoomed out looking at the whole picture. See?
See what changed. Hold on.
See how how washed out it is?
Yeah.
And I might say 70. And that's what I would do in my plumbing file.
All right.
And now this is going to be in the plumbing file, so you see if you can remember this. See, with all these grid lines, it's getting a little bit like lost out. The grid lines are playing more importance than the
actual building itself.
Right. So what we should do is we should go to our object styles in the plumbing file, not in here. So, but I'm showing you in here. Showing you in here. You would go to annotation objects and to the grids grids.
Grid heads.
Right.
Grid.
Hit the plus next to that.
Oh, I see.
Right. And what I would do is I would make the grid heads and the grids Yep, that there, I would probably take that from black to the one of the grays, probably the darker of the two grays. And see, when you do this effect, this is going to happen to all sheets because it's the object style. And that actually grayed them out. You could barely tell it, but it did gray them.
All right.
And if you, maybe to be honest with you, maybe you could go with a lighter gray. Try the lighter gray. Object styles, grids, and go with a lighter gray. Okay, it's only changing the head.
Oh, I see. Down here.
Right?
Yep. So object styles, annotation, grid heads.
Where are the grids?
I don't know.
How do we control the color of the grids? Oh, I bet I know where it's at.
What's
Click
that?
on one of your grid lines and say edit type.
You want me to cancel this then?
You can. Doesn't matter. Pick that guy and say edit type. Right there's your color.
Haha. Do the dark gray this time because it wasn't changing anything before.
Yep, that did it.
Yep. Now I just gotta do it to the horizontal. Yep.
And
Wouldn't
that's
you?
how I. Go ahead.
Wouldn't you want your walls to pop a little bit more?
No, because remember, we're not talking about the architecture. We're talking about the mechanical and the plumbing files.
Right. You're right.
Okay.
Yep. Do you like these colors?
Yeah, I can live with those colors.
Okay.
I'm going to go back to playing this.
That's fine.
And I'm unless you got any more questions. But remember, those things I just showed you, you got to do that to the plumbing file, not to the architectural file.
Yeah. So I already I think I should. I already have. Let me see. While you're here. All. I should have them. I've already transferred project standards.
Yeah, but you like the grid stuff and the view filters. I don't think you have those working.
Well, all this is not appearing because I have the architectural file open.
Yeah, but those changes are not going to apply. You'll see. Like I said, I want your sheets in the plumbing file to have gray grids and have the fire ratings. That's all we've been after for 2 days. Okay?
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to push it back. And you see if you can get all that stuff applied in the next 58 minutes.
All right.
If you can't, I'll hold your hand. I'll walk you through the swamp. We'll make sure an alligator don't bite you in the ass. And we'll get it to the point where we can make our sister files so that you can then start drawing some damn pipe and some duct. Okay?
Yeah.
Buddy.
Or changing the value and the text isn't updating. So keeping those elements linked together. Kind of the same thing with this. I don't know, I was using the out of the box rebar component and I was mirroring it and I was doing a right click, override graphics in view, change all the looks to get the dash look over here. Well, in my family, I added a little checkbox for alternating bars. And again, as I add that checkbox in there, my notes are updating for me. And it's funny because my architects usually love this. Structural engineers usually hate this. The structural engineers don't tag individual elements. They would just say foundation with all of this, and it's a novel that they put in there, not individual elements.
Right.
So just trying to come out and say, it depends on what you're looking for, depends on how you're setting this up. And again, as you can see in a scenario like this, I literally did this over the model.
Mm-hmm.
But if I'm in a scenario like this one over here, this is 100% 2D details. So maybe this is going to be one of my typical or standard type details that I have a library for. So this is all pre-set up and going through. And it's the same thing as we start going through. Like you'll see here, since this is all 2D components, I don't model a filled region going around. I just use my, display control to move things to the front or to the back. And I model my earth going all the way across, right? I model this earth going all the way behind. And just by playing with that display order, we can start coming in and getting that stuff to be playing, just set up and going through.
So in that case right there, the wall, for example, the 10-inch concrete foundation wall that you said this is a 2D, fully 2D detail.
Yep.
So the 10-inch concrete foundation wall, that's a tag of a filled region, or that's an actual component. Got it.
It's a detail component.
Got
right?
it. So then you just have a stem wall above it. There's 2 or 3 different walls, whatever it is, and then you're using the overlap to play with that.
Yep. And exactly. If I actually zoom in here, right, I take advantage of the fact that you can hide lines and cover lines up. So if I zoom in here, yes, this detail component is slightly overlapping that. So I do have, the nasty Revit, hey, I've got this rounded component here. I don't care. No one's ever called me on that. I printed these out. No one's ever noticed that, hey, he did that. So it's not like I even built a detail component of this one that's got the notch in. No, I'm just using my concrete one that says 10-inch foundation. Then above it, I'm placing another one that says, hey, it's a 6-inch concrete wall.
I love it.
So just start to same thing with like my earth hatch in the background, right? We all know and hate the fact that when you have a detail component, the hatch pattern doesn't rotate with it. Well, I take advantage of that with my earth. So I draw one that's straight, and then I draw another one at a slope. Same detail component, line-based component, and I don't really care because, hey, if they overlap, the hatch pattern will line up.
Yeah, which you could probably
pipes.
Yeah, and rigid insulation probably you could do similar, right? Where if you wanted to, if you overlap it.
It's why my sheathing is actually just called sheathing, and I don't actually use the plywood hatch pattern because the parallel lines don't work vertically. So I just chose a completely different hatch pattern. That's my workaround.
The plywood vertical and plywood horizontal detail items. Yeah, we all know about
45, that. And you're like, you're just screwed. You can only build things that are plumb or flat.
Awesome. So I think what would be probably useful is maybe showing folks who maybe have never used a detail component tag, maybe the creation of whether it's taking out of the box one or just taking a detail component and showing people how you generate that tag.
Yeah, so like one of the biggest things, and I'm just going to grab the simple one, and you can use the out of the box one if you want. For me, on my tags, I chose what I wanted to be tagging, right? So if I go grab an element and I go into the edit type, I chose to use type comments. Somebody asked me a couple of years ago, why didn't you ever use description? I'm like, I honestly do not know. Maybe because we have instance comments and I use comments as well, which we'll talk about here in a second. I don't know why I chose to use type comments. I just did 20 years ago. And so, I'm stuck with it now. So, but it's kind of one of those things that when you come in, you start to see, you'll see that I fill out type comments. So if I change this from a 2x6, you'll see that I have a 2x6 blocking. What is the difference between a 2x6 or a 2x6 blocking? Or down here, there's a pressure treated 2x6. What's the difference in all of those? Honest truth, the only difference is it's the type comments. The height, the width, the thickness, all the same. All I'm actually changing on here are the tag or the text. So if I come in here and change it out, I'm going to be able to say, hey, it's pressure treated, and that's the comment. So literally my nominal cut lumber probably has 75 types in it when I look at it, because I've got all of the, hey, it's a pressure treated sill, it's a rafter, it's a wall, whatever I want it to be. I have all of these things under that same family. So it gets a little confusing when you're trying to be like, oh, you get 100 of these. But the other part that's nice, and the reason why I did it that way, is let's say there's a time where you're going to have 2 layers of gypsum board. So I'm going to copy this over and be like, okay, cool, I copied that over. Well, I don't need the extra fat line here. So of course I had a client say, well, I need to turn that off so I can turn the extra fat line off there, right? But now I just want to say 2 layers. Well, if I take that component that's being tagged in its comments, I can come down here and say, hey, 2 layers, right? And as I do that, now the tag is updating. So I can still get into some of those instance-based notations that we're going to want to see, each side 2 layers, whatever it might be, as long as I'm going down the route of using a tag and not a keynote. I'm going to specify that here in a second. But like this tag, if I go edit this family, I just have different variations of this families of what I want to look at. So it's very confusing when I look at this. I don't remember what year they added this. I'm like, God, this was a godsend.
Seriously.
I don't know if you ever had those tags.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
15 things on top. Like, man, am I grabbing the right one? So when I look at this label, these are the things that I'm choosing to select, right? So this one is grabbing prefix, type comments, and suffix. Prefix and suffix are my own custom shared parameters type comments and comments are out of the box parameters.
Mhm.
So I can have that all inside of there. So I can go through and just start tagging that one that way, whichever comments I'm looking for. So you'll see I've got one that's like, hey, this one's just comments. This is type comments. This is type comments and comments. That's this theoretical of my C, TC, etc.
Mhm.
Or the specific ones for like my rebar where it's going to use the size value or the quantity value, etc. So if I start looking at this one and I say, okay, it's going to probably look the same here, but this label is actually the same, so something's broken. But you kind of get the gist of that. So when I'm in the project tagging, it does matter which tag I'm grabbing. If I grab the tag that's just type comments, I might not get that 2 layers, which is the things in there. Or maybe I didn't want the type comments, I just wanted the comments, and my tags seem to have gotten broken in these updated versions. Let me just come down here and say this one should be the C only. Don't know what happened. So right, I just got the comments on this one. So even if I'm doing something that I'm going to call this out, not using the type comments, I still use a tag. I'm just grabbing a tag that's going to use comments as opposed to type comments, or use the suffix or things like that as well.
No, that's awesome. I like the because I was going to bring up the idea that, you know, the type makes sense because of the ability to change it globally, right? If you did an instance, then you'd have to kind of select individual ones within the project to modify them and all that good stuff. But the combination of the two, I think, is helpful. No one's asked it, but I'm sure it's going to come up, which is how are you dealing with formatting and returning and wrapping text and all of that good stuff? If you have, let's say, a longer note or anything like that, or are you keeping, for the most part, these are staying shorter, so you're not dealing with that? I know that's always an issue when it comes to even keynoting and tags and so on.
So for me, I've years ago, for that reason, and that's one of the things I miss about AutoCAD architecture / ADT went back those days, is you could just grab a tag and change the width of the tag. We can't in Revit. But so you'll see I've got like this detail guide box. So for me, this is the width I have to do notes. So my tag matches the width of this guide box. That's it. End of story. It wraps to there. So it goes through. And if it's going to be longer than that, if I add a whole bunch of instance-based properties to this, it will go to the edge of the box and it will give me the hard code return. So that's just how I deal with it. It's like, okay, it's here. There's not really a good way to do that in Revit. If you wanted to, you could have one in here that said wide, extra wide, super wide. Unfortunately, that's all we can do in Revit. So for me, I'm just like, no, this is my standard. This is the width you have. Make it fit. And of course, this detail guide, it's a generic annotation symbol. So it adjusts based on the scale. So if I were to come down here and change this scale to be like 3 inches, you're going to see that box got a lot smaller because that's how big 3 inches would be on a sheet for that size of detail.
Got it.
So
I love it.
That's my guide. I just follow it, and that's, you know, my rule.
Yep.
There is no wider, there is no narrower.
It makes sense. Yeah. So you're just setting up, you know, whatever it ends up being, 2 inches to scale, whatever it ends up being, and that's just every detail you draw. That's the length, the total length, and then it'll wrap from there. So you do have wrapping. It's just you basically have consistent wrapping across every tag.
Yeah, and I think the other big thing is as people start developing their own components, like if you grab any one of my components like gypsum board, plywood, my concrete wall, all of these are line-based components. So I want to, I could just come in here and start drawing it from here to here, right, and get into the play. But there's often times where I'm like, that's cool, but I don't want these lines to overlap. So on my stuff, I can come and say, okay, that start angle should have been a 45, right? And this end angle here, this one should have been a 45. And then we can start coming in and seeing they're overlapping. You'll also see that I've got start line, face line, and end line. So I don't use break lines in my details. I just turn the lines off of elements. I don't understand why everybody insists we have to draw a break line in there. I've never had a contractor build a wall that only had a 1 foot floor. Just saying. So I don't think it's worth the extra effort. So all of my families have the capability. And like I said, with the gypsum board, I had one client probably 10 years ago say, oh, we like that extra fat line in certain cases. So that's built into the components. So really getting in and customizing those components for what you want to do. It's even like my concrete. It's kind of the same thing as my nominal shape board. I've got all of these different pieces of concrete. Again, 90% of them is just because I want to come in and add the type comments to it. And I can just swap it out. But again, it's one concrete component. But I do have the capability on that component to come back and say, oh, do I want that start line? Do I want that end line? Cool, I can get rid of those. I can also chamfer it in case it's precast. Well, I got to have the start line or end line on to do that. So I can turn the chamfers on, and I should have chamfers. It's probably a tiny set. I got to go change that, but I can have chamfers come in and chamfer the corners, etc. So building a one component that will do multiple things not only is, in my opinion, nicer on the users, but also keeps you from loading so many different families that you've now got to keep track of.
Mm-hmm. Love it. There's a couple questions that I'll try and bury into one a little bit, which has to do with the leaders and control of the leaders. So one was dealing with where the leader hits on the tag as far as horizontally, because I think it sounds like somebody is having issues with the leader jumping around a little bit. The other is there any way to do a curved leader with a tag? Because this is Ernesto, and he said the standard is a curved leader, and leadership is having a heartburn with not being able to have a curved leader.
You know, it's funny to me, back in 2004, when I first started using Revit, I had an architect refuse to buy Revit because he couldn't do custom arrowheads.
Yep.
Right? You can have an arrowhead any angle you want, as long as it's an arrowhead. He had like some sort of weird squiggle, and he refused to buy Revit because he couldn't customize the arrowhead. And I kind of looked at him and I said two things. Like, one, I hope people hire you because you're a good architect, not because you have a pretty arrowhead. And two, I've never been sued. I've never been liable because I had a straight leader head as opposed to a curved leader head, right? Yep. There are things that, yes, we've done things certain ways, and people like our company are known for this. It is what it is. Stop fighting it. It's not worth wasting thousands of billable hours to make things like this work that way. Just, it is what it is. Deal with what you got and get over it.
I agree. I remember for me it was door schedules, and they were adamant that it had to be the fill dot, right, for the door schedules, and this was back in 2010 or so. And so you couldn't really do even some of the workarounds that people are doing now. You couldn't have the fill dot in the door schedules, and that was like the end of the world to them when we were transitioning to Revit to leadership. It was like, we need the fill dot in our door schedules. Like, no, I mean, you just need something that says that this is the selected option. Like, it doesn't need to be a dot. It can be anything. It just needs to be something in there that says it's the selection. It can be an X, it could be a Y, it could be whatever you want it to be. An open dot instead of a filled. I don't know. Like, you tell me.
It's funny you say that because I had a client, same thing. So actually, in Character Map, found the happy face, the solid happy face. And when you print it, it looks like a solid dot. So one of my clients used that. You zoom in on PDF, you can see it was a happy face. But when you printed it, it would bleed into it to have their solid dot.
That's awesome. I love it. So I have a question, which is, have you or what is your opinion on keynotes versus this sort of approach? Because it's kind of, I mean, I guess they can kind of happen at the same time, but at the same time, it is a little different.
So I'm more of a fan of the type comments, right? And the reason why I'm more of a fan of that, I have several clients who do the keynoting. It looks like I've lost my keynote file, but so, and part of the reason why I'm a fan of this is, let's say you wanted to add that additional comment. You can't, right? I can grab this object and I can add a comment, but keynotes cannot pick up on that. So it's, to me, using keynoting is kind of it's cool. But if you wanted to have, like my example with the gypsum board where it said 2 layers of gypsum board, I can't do that unless I have a whole never separate keynote that's 042AA dot, which says 2 layers, or one says each side, so I've got a dot. So inevitably, then all of my clients start coming in and going, okay, cool, that's fine. We'll just come back here and add a piece of text over here that says stuff. I should probably choose the right thing, but you get my point. And now they've got this matching text over here. And then somebody likes, cool, let's go take this and move this down. And the tag moves with it. I love it. Great. But then stuff still sits up here. So for me, I'm not a huge keynote person fan. I mean, it's there, you can do it. But for me, it's just kind of like, I want the flexibility of being able to add custom values, and with keynoting, you can't. You saw in my families, I have prefix, suffix, as well as comment. So if I really wanted to say like 2 layers in front of this, I don't have to use the comments in that case. What I can actually do is come over here and say, okay, let me grab, instead of comments, wrong one, let me grab this one. Instead of saying 2 layers here, I could put it under my prefix, and now it'll be in front of. Right? So I've added those custom share terms. You cannot do that with keynoting. Keynoting is locked down.
Yeah. And I will say that I've always been a fan of the concept of keynotes, but as I spent the last 9 years on the construction side, I've begun to realize some of the limitations of the downstream uses. The keynote stays with the model, but the keynote description doesn't always. And there's this weird sort of reconnection you have to make. And so I found that extremely frustrating. It will right, exactly. So there ends up downstream, there ends up being this disconnect. So as much as I love the concept of the keynote, I've noticed that it's actually been hurting us a little bit on some of the downstream uses. So that, I mean, not that, architects care about what contractors have to do with the models, but I'm just telling you from my opinion that's what we're running into. So I'm curious then, when you have a detail view that also includes the 3D elements too, are you taking the same approach and you're modifying tags for, you have a tag for each element, or how are you approaching the connection between the 2D and the 3D side of it?
Yeah, so for me, it's the same thing. If I was going to be doing this, on my basic wall, I have the type comments as well, that if I'm going to come through here and I'm getting into this, actually, I think this is where I'm inconsistent. I think my wall tags actually use description. I'm not sure, but it's one of those things where I can start coming, but those can also be even different, because if I'm tagging walls for this type of scenario, I can grab the thickness of the wall. So I can grab the width in my value in my tag, and then also use the description or the type comments or something else. So therefore, I don't have to make sure somebody's changing the description to say 10-inch when somebody went and said, oh, that's actually 10.5 inches for this project. Right. So they come in and go 10.5. I don't have to worry about them making sure they got this correct thing. My tag is pulling out, wall tag is pulling out width, and then description or type comments or something like that as well.
So then you would have to, in that case, you would need to have a tag for each category that you're within it, so and then have that tag, right, one that kind of looks like, I mean, I guess to some extent you could also use the same type of tag that you use in floor plan. It wouldn't look the same as people are used to, but in theory, if you're tagging in the floor plan, you can use the same tag, and if it's a 2L, it's a 2L in section 2, right? I mean, it's still a 2L wall. But so you're basically making, in that case, you'd be making a tag that graphically looks like the detail tags that we've been seeing, but for a category for the wall section.
Well, it'll like you said, so yeah, you can create that too, but it's funny you say that, because like a lot of my clients, I've talked them into, hey, if it's a modeled wall, why are you calling out all the layers of the wall? You have a wall type schedule that does that. So why are you calling out? These are for how does the insulation work? How does the membrane work? So we actually, most of my clients now just started using the same wall tag they use on plan in these details. Hey, I'm going to tag, this wall up here, which tells you it's a brick wall, blah, 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 blah. I don't need to tag the gypsum board. I don't need to tag the insulation. That's in the partition type. Right? Same thing with a concrete wall. This is an L3 wall or whatever your company calls them. They just tag it here, and that's an L3 wall, and that's it. They don't dimension it. They don't do anything else like that. It's an L3 wall. Go back to the partition types to talk about it. It's more when we start talking about getting into, okay, yeah, now let's tag the waterproofing. Let's tag the bolts. Let's start tagging the insulation in the floor system. Let's get into more of those things and ignore all of the wall assemblies, which we've already called out elsewhere.
So then, as far as managing the detail items themselves, you're just managing those within the project template in most cases, or is there any tips and tricks as far as I know with 2D elements especially, tends to be a lot of copy and pasting from project to project. I mean, is there any issues with that as far as using detail items versus model elements?
If you're saying that issues you're going to run in the whole thing, worst problem is, that Revit bug where you copy a detail from the project and you copy one from another project using all the same families. Now I've got gypsum board 01 and gypsum board 02.
And that only happens with detail items, right?
I'm going to put a plug in for Guardian, and Guardian does help you alleviate some of that. Because that just drives me. I've been in projects where I've literally seen gypsum board 137, and it's like, oh my god. Man. Ironically, the reason that happens is Revit sees a variation of that. So if on your server you have a standard detail file that you copy and paste from, and if in your project you're going to copy and paste it too, if you actually go into both files and reload the stuff from the server into both of them, Revit will now see them as the same family. And then when you start copying and pasting, it will not give you that duplicate. Nobody is going to do that, but there is a way to make sure it doesn't happen.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's kind of, there was a question about that too. I think that's what they were going to as well, which is detail items are the only ones I think where, or I think maybe text notes. There's some other items that do that where if you copy paste it adds 1,000 versions of them, which is awesome. Unfortunately, yeah, I don't think there's much more you can do. That's why Guardian is powerful as far as being able to sort of manage that. Cool. So
the other thing I like to take advantage of in details that I don't remember what version they added this in. It was not there back in version 7 that I started in, but is filters, right? So the other thing that I started taking into consideration, and this is kind of like for my structural clients, both in the 3D world as well as in my 2D world, I have filters that color change based off of the size, right? I want to be able to graphically look at this. Is that a 3? Is that a 4? What is that? I don't have to come over here and look, right? So my number 4 bars are brown. My number 5 bars are red. And I did not, and trust me, way back when I worked with the client, we're in the family, I had to create different colored filled regions in the family for every size of bar. So I duplicated the filled region on all this crazy stuff 15 times, one for every single one of those things. So, but when we came out and added filters, you'll see that if I come in here, I have a whole bunch of detailed filters, right? I know you recently just did one, Jeff, on, for the fishbowl.
Yep.
So filters are, I think, one of the most underutilized tools in Revit.
Oh my God,
I always teach this in my 101 class. But so I have things in here saying, hey, I have detail items for reinforcing that equal number 3 or number 4 or number 5. You also see I have things up here that say existing, beyond, and scheduled, right? So I can start coming through here and getting this. What's also cool about this, I'm going to switch over to one that makes a little bit more sense. When I start looking at this, if I look at this brick here, this is the exact same family as the brick above. All of these are the same family. But what's great about this is notice how this one here says beyond, right? If I go select that hosted brick, if I get rid of the word beyond out of my comments, it goes back to being black with the hatch pattern. Right? I want that note to come up here and say it. So if I go grab that same brick again, and I change it from beyond to existing, then I keep the hatch pattern, but it goes grayscale. And that adds it to my text note.
That's
so
awesome.
I'm taking what I'm putting in those comments and also adding that to a filter, or in the rebar case, just changing it based off of the size. So, before, how did we do this before? I don't know if you've ever had to do this. You grab a detail component, right? I come in here and grab this detail component. I right click, override graphics and view, which I hate this tool, by element. I'd go in and say, okay, cool. Let me get rid of the hatch patterns, and then let me halftone the lines, projection lines. I want to change the color. Right? This was the headache we had to go through to do exactly what I just did with the filter.
Yep. Or you have 1,000 family types, right? Or even families, right? I remember we used to have an existing JIP, a new JIP, and a few other ones, and that was for that reason, right? It was like, instead of doing override, at least now we're controlling the graphics of one thing. So that's great. I love that. So and the fact that you're filtering not just type parameters, you can filter the instance parameters, so it makes it so that you don't need 1,000 types even to control the visibility of it, which is pretty neat.
Yep. So even here, I came in and changed that to be existing, and now I've got existing blocking. Because that happens. Horrible example, but
yeah, it's just floating there. That's all right. It's all good.
It's just floating there. It's okay. But so it's kind of those things. And then the other reason why I like this concept too is, I don't remember what release again. We never could schedule detail components, but now I can schedule these detail items, and so I can schedule what are all the type comments here. What are the comments you're putting in there? What's the suffix? What's the prefix? How many times have I used that component, right? So what are we doing with all these components inside of here, and how can we get this set up and look at those? And it's funny because I had a client way back in the line who I'm talking Revit 7, was sold on keynoting, because back then we could do a keynote schedule. And they could send that out to their spec guy. And their spec guy now had a list of all the things they were doing. Well, now we can do that with regular detail components. So I can send this to my spec guy, and here's everything we've used in the project.
Somebody, James asked, and trying to figure out how to frame it best, but asked about a multi-category tag or some sort. Have you looked at a tag that can kind of do both, or tag more than one thing? I think he's thinking maybe it can do detail items and model items. I don't think there is a tag.
I don't believe there's such a tag. A multi-category tag only tags modeled objects. It won't tag the detail items, to my point. I don't know. I've never tried it on a detail item. But the other thing to that too is all the elements you're tagging with multi-category tag have to have the same values. So yes, in my example where I'm using type comments and comments, absolutely that would work. If I was going to try to add prefix and suffix, I would have to add that shared parameter to those elements, to the project parameter for those elements as well. So they'd all have to have those same values. So I'm not exactly sure when we get into it. But
I think I bet it would work in certain category to category, but I bet you'd find a few categories where it wouldn't work. Is my guess.
Yeah, exactly. So kind of the same thing here. The other reason why I like the schedule, and I literally just noticed this, I've realized that somebody used all uppercase and somebody didn't use all uppercase. So what's great about the schedule is now I can come in here and say, okay, cool. Now I'm noticing this. I can also export this out and do a spell check, since we can't spell check in Revit on properties. But now I can export this out to Excel, spell check in Excel, bring it back in, whatever tool you have to do that. And now I can have that data get updated where I can spell check it somewhere else as well.
I think, I think that's a great, the fact that you can schedule them now is massive, right? I mean, how often is this done with keynotes or note blocks, and you're dealing with the the crazy limitations of all of those tools. So I think that when was that scheduling of detail items? I don't remember.
It was a while ago. I'm thinking like
12, 13?
2012-ish.
I feel like it's 12 or 13. Yeah, I feel
Yeah.
like it's something like that, which is really cool.
'Cause
Awesome.
I'm like,
I love it. All right, so I'm super interested to hear about global parameters and how you're linking all this stuff. So I'd love you to sort of riff on that a little bit and see where we go from there.
yeah. So for those people that don't know what a global parameter is, up on your Manage tab, you can have a whole slew of global parameters, right? The one that I've talked about quite often is my one called turn off for plot. Everybody always asks, is there a no plot layer in Revit? It's like, well, no, there isn't a no plot layer in Revit. I heard Boost Your BIM actually created something that you could actually do that way back when, where before you print it would do it.
Yeah.
You'll notice that I unchecked that and my little detail guide went off. All the alignment lines I have in my title blocks went off. I have families where I associate that global parameter to a whole bunch of things in those families. So when I turn that off before I plot on a large project, I can seriously take 15 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
But once I turn it off, I can go hit print. And then when I'm done printing, I can undo or I can bring it back. So what a global parameter is it's a value that allows you to create something in a project environment that will control however many objects you want within that project. In that particular turn off or plot version, in my type properties for this, I had visibility parameters for both different types of lines. I've associated those both to the same global parameter. So when I turn it off, it's controlling this, it turns this off. I have the same thing in my title blocks. I have the same thing for a generic annotation block I have, where I can come in here and put this generic annotation note, so I can turn notes on and off via that same checkbox, right? So, but where I can use global parameters in this scenario is associating like modeled components or dimensions to a global parameter. So if I come back up here and go to my global parameter, you can see I have one down here, a very simple one called slab edge, right? Floor offset from slab edge, whatever the heck you want to call this. And right now that's set to 6 3/8. But if I were to come over here and just change this to be 9 inches, you're gonna be like, cool. Notice how my plywood, my stud, these things moved over. But not only did they move over here, if I go back to my 3D model, they've now moved over inside of this wall as well. So I've associated this to a global parameter as well as this to a global parameter as well as the sketch lines of my floor to that same global parameter. So again, if I come back to the global parameters, I'll go put this back to, I think it was 6 3/8. And I say, okay, you're going to see that floor move back over, wall move back over, all of those things move back over. So you can use these global parameters. And let me show you the sketch mode here real quick. I'm going to go edit my sketch. And I'm going to show things. So you're going to see that I did put a dimension in plan. And from the grid to the edge of my sketch line. And that's where I associate then that global parameter. So just like in the family environment, you can put a dimension down, select the dimension, label that dimension, and associate that to a global parameter. So now this sketch line is picking up on that. My detail item's picking up on that. And if I change it, it goes through and updates it. You just have to make sure that everybody on your team knows you're doing that. So I had a client, very large, complicated. I don't remember, it was a large project. It was a hotel or a hospital or an airport or something. And they went in on every single one of their sketch modes. They literally went in and were detailing these dimensioning these global parameters of sketch modes. And they had them called, detail X, detail Y, detail Z was the name of their global parameter. And then in their details, they had that same global parameter. So if in their detail, they updated it, or in their global parameter, they updated it, the detail now matched the physical 3D model, even though it wasn't going over it because they needed more in-depth to show all these other things that were happening. The pour stops and all the other things for that. It was commercial building, what's going on, the concrete, the pour stop, all of that stuff. So you can tie global parameters to both the model and 2D components.
So, I mean, I guess I'm thinking I'm thinking it through I guess in theory, if you're doing a two-dimensional detail only, especially, that's very helpful too, right? Because then you could associate it. If you're doing a three-dimensional detail, I guess in theory you could lock the detail item to the
I do not do that.
Yeah.
The reason I don't is way back when, it's back in my early days of Revit, I was a client and they're like, man, I'm trying to move this wall or edit the sketch of this floor. And every time I do, it tells me it's deleting and it's unconstraining. And they spent like half a day trying to figure out what's going on. And I came down to it and realized that, oh, sure, they had detailed over the model and aligned and locked everything. And when whatever change they were making was breaking all those constraints, and it was freaking the person out because it was like 25 elements. The other reason why I personally don't like doing it is you are going to forget to lock something. And if I don't notice that this one thing didn't move, like the anchor bolt, or maybe this one stud didn't move, probably not going to notice one thing not moving. However, I'm going to notice that nothing moved. So in my mind, trying to align and lock, A, it's going to slow down your Revit file with all those constraints. B, it's going to cause issues when people can't figure out why when they're trying to move a floor, it's yelling at them. But C, you're probably not going to notice the few things you didn't lock. Right? If I actually looked at this and I was, keeping my mouth shut, when I changed that global parameter, it wasn't there, it was in here, I forgot to align and lock this one to the stud. So when this moved over, this one did not. So even in my simple 2D component, I did forget to lock one of those.
So with the same, so again, I'm just sort of playing it out in different ways. Similar to in a family, like if I was building a family with some of that, I'd probably put a reference plane, use that with one global parameter, and then align everything to the reference plane. Does that change a little bit in the project environment because of what you're saying there, where it's like the same idea? You could forget to lock things to the reference plane, and you're better off going element to element when it comes to the global parameter, this approach?
I think it's six one way, half a dozen the other. I mean, you absolutely could have done a reference plane. I mean, my global parameter here is actually going to my detail component. That's the grid line. So it's going to my fake grid line, and then that fake grid line comes over to this stud, my rim joist, and then my rim joist, I've locked my floor, my insulation, and I thought this plate to that rim joist. But you could even technically dimension every single one of those. And say, I wanted to dimension this to here, right? And then I can grab that dimension as well and come up and say, cool, I'm going to associate that to the same slab edge detail. So they're going to go through and now be set up. The other thing about global parameters, if you are doing on a dimension, you have the checkbox to say, show me the label. I always like to turn that on so I can see it's there.
No, I love it.
Theoretically, you wouldn't want to see these dimensions. These well print. You can delete them. You just don't want to hit unconstrained. You just say, hey, keep those constraints. So you've got to put the dimension there to start with. Then you can delete them after the fact. And now they're still associated to that global parameter. You're going to see, I did dimension some of these. You're going to see all of these are associated to those different global parameters. And that's what's going to move.
Yeah, no, I think it's a useful, I've always been, with the global parameters, it's always been one of those things where trying to think of practical uses for it, right? And I think this is one of those, because instead of constraining an object in the model, like the location of the door on unit 4 is 4 feet and whatever, right? Like thinking about that, this is interesting because you're using it to coordinate information in multiple views, right? And I like that. That's a unique approach to it. Very cool.
Yeah, and another one we could sit down to is I did a presentation, I think it was last year at Built, and it was global parameters instead of design options. Because there are limitations to design options that you just can't do. That we actually did a client who did a whole entire convention center where they needed to have an option where the mullions were spaced a different apart. When the mullions moved, they added or took away reveals. Louvers and windows needed to change heights, and trying to do an entire perimeter of a convention center with a design option would have been a nightmare. We did it all with global parameters.
Could the same apply, or maybe this would be more shared parameter, but could the same apply for, like, if we're looking at this detail and you have the brick, this 3 5/8 brick, let's say, right? And you have a wall type for that. And you have the detail item that's, representing the wall type. If you change the wall type to 6-inch brick for whatever reason, or maybe 3-inch or something like that, having the width of the detail component also be linked to the information in the wall itself.
You could. So in that live section of the wall, you could actually come in here and do so with just delete these for a second. Try to delete those for a second. There we go. So we can come in here and literally do a dimension from the back face of this wall cavity to the front face of the wall cavity. We're going to pretend that's the wall. It's not. And then one other thing you can do when you're assigning a global parameter is you can add a parameter of brick thick. You can make this a reporting parameter. So once you make that a reporting parameter, cool,
push it
now
that way,
you've got that set up. So if I were to then duplicate, like I'm going to use this stud, imagine it's the brick. If I were to come in here and duplicate, this is kind of what I did in my global parameter for design options, design alternatives, I called it. what you do is that you duplicate one of those brick sizes, and you don't call it a 3 5/8 brick. You call it a GP brick, a global parameter brick.
Mhm.
So then instead of here for the width, right, I would have duplicated this. I'm going to completely break my file. And now
Yeah.
I'm going to go ahead and say, hey, this is going to be that brick thickness.
Yeah.
Right. So this is no longer being controlled by me. It's being controlled by that global parameter.
Mhm.
So if I were to edit this wall type, I didn't actually do it to the wall. I just did it to here. If I pull this over, it's picking up on that value.
Mhm.
Now it's picking up on this.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Right?
No,
This
that,
is honest truth in the modeling world. I use global parameters where I dimension from my level to the underneath side of the linked structural model. And I know what that thickness is. If the structure changes the thickness of that, now I know. But that then controls the top offset of all my walls.
Yeah.
So my walls that need to go up the structure automatically update the structure.
Yeah. And you could also use that. I mean, that's a great example where instead of having 1,000 levels, you can use that to be able to understand the offset and control the offset if you needed to, right? Which is super cool. Huh. Neat. Somebody had a question. Chris had a question about his detail items seem to associate with model elements without him locking them. So like if he draws a detail item over a wall and he moves the wall, it moves with it. I don't know if I've ever seen that. Does that happen?
I don't think I've ever seen that.
maybe there's a lock checkbox for certain families and it's just automatically associating. I'm not really sure. Or he's hitting a temp dimension. I'm not really sure what would make that happen, but
yeah, I was laughing at Big B's comments saying, "Hey, your washer's going into the rim joist," and I'm just laughing, going, "Yeah, that happens in reality. That's when you just take your hammer, beat the crap out of the wood that's there."
I was gonna say, isn't that the detail? Isn't smashing washers into wood pretty much the typical detail in wood construction?
Hey, you're just lucky that I don't actually have like this coming in and like really being.
Yeah,
hey,
right.
That's really what it's like. We just
just smash that rim joist into it. Call it a day, right? Awesome. So funny. Awesome. All right, cool. I was checking. I don't think there's too many more questions. Let me see. I don't see too many other questions.
Do we have time to get into the nested details?
Yeah. I want to make sure. No, that's why I wanted to jump on, make sure that we had time to get into what you wanted to. So let's hit nested details and we'll wrap up with that topic.
And I'll make sure, Jeff, when we're done here, remind me to email you. I do have links because I did teach these at both of these at Autodesk University, as well as done multiple presentations on other YouTube channels.
Awesome.
So I'll send you those links.
Yeah, and I'll put those in the YouTube description and in the blog post tomorrow, so everyone has access to them.
So as we get into here, we're talking about this, right? So the big question was, and it's kind of like I said earlier, I had a client doing, all these different buildings. So if I come in here and just go look at this, right, I got two pretty much similar buildings. Oh, sweet, I have that turned on. Why is my site component turned on? But I've got, tiny, fun little warming hut building here, and I've got another little, same similar building here. But they are technically different types of buildings, and I do want to be able to come into these buildings and have the same details, right? Mm-hmm. So how can we do that? Well, if I come back to this building, you're going to see I have this floor plan view called details, right? If I come into this view and I start looking at this, these details, if I select it, it's a linked file, right? So the reason this is a floor plan is the fact that in Revit, we can't, in a drafting view, say, hey, I want to see something from a linked model. Mm-hmm. Drafting views are drafting views. There is no such thing as saying, hey, I want to see this from a linked model. But in floor plan views or section views or whatever else, when we come down here to the Revit links, we can change this to be by linked view. So when I come in here and start looking at this nested detail, I can go in here and say, cool, I want to set this up to be by the linked view, and I want this one to look at the 1.5" details floor plan view. So where this becomes different is if I go, and I'm going to go back to my other session of Revit, I have it open over here. So if I come over here in this file, you're going to see I have floor plan details 1.5", floor plan details 3". Then I have section details 1.5", section details 3". And I do all of my detailing in this plan or section view. The reason it's got to be a plan or section view is the fact that if I'm going to call out a plan detail, I've got to do that in a plan view because I can only call out reference views, or call out live views via the same thing. So if it's a vertical view, I can do it in a section, so an elevation detail, section detail. But if it's a plan detail, I've got to do it in a plan view. So it's really kind of weird because like my door jamb details are done in a plan view, but my door header details are done in section view. So it becomes a little bit weird of keeping track of this. But as you start noticing and looking inside of here, these are all still detail components. They're all tagged exactly the same way we just talked about. The main difference is this is a floor plan view, right? If I have different views at different scales, then I have a 3-inch scale view, and then I have a 3/4 inch scale view, right? And I start doing all of my details in whatever views those need to take place in. I've used my little detail guide box just to kind of come in here and lay it out. And this is not laying it out in the size of a sheet. I'm literally just doing 5 by 5 everywhere. So you can see these are not sheet sizes. It just was a way for me to get some sort of organization. Right? So in this view, I come through here and I've got this detail, right? I'm going to come through here and change this. Let's say these are not going to be 2 by 6 trim. These are going to be 2 by 4 trim. Right? So I've changed these. Obviously, my text updates. I'm going to go ahead and save this file. Let me go back into my other session of Revit, and we're going to look at that same detail down here, still saying 2 by 6 trim. But if I come down here and reload my link, my nested standard details, and I go ahead and reload that. Oh, I knew it was going to do that to me. Yes, I know.
Even the 2 sessions can't save him.
No, it's because I have it open up in 2 different buildings here.
Oh, right. You have 2 building files. There you go.
I originally didn't, then I opened it to be part of the deal. So we'll just go ahead and close this one over here. We'll have to open it back up. Yeah, I didn't do anything in there. So now I'll go back and reload that again. So I only opened up one. I'm like, oh, I forgot to open up the other one. My brain knew don't do that. It's fine. Let's go reload this one. So now
you needed 3 sessions of Revit. See, that was
yes, exactly. So now you'll see this is updated to say 2 by 4 trim. Right. And if I go open up the other building, it's also been updated to see that 2 by 4 trim. Because again, I'm linking it in. I've got a floor plan here set up, and this floor plan has been generated to only see that linked view. Right. If I go into visibility graphics, everything is turned off except for detail items and lines. I think lines are turned on too in case somebody drew lines.
And mechanical control devices.
Probably any new Revit category that was in 2024.
You never know when you need mechanical control devices in your details, right?
In your details, yeah. So
no,
you'll
that's
see
awesome,
I've got this in here, and it's saying by linked view, right? I should probably not even have that detail, that other building turned on in here. Now, since I'm doing this in a floor plan view, how do I get all of these different views set up? So you'll see I've made this a parent view. And then I've created a dependent view for every single one of those details. So I've got my, crop regions turned on that I can see them. So you can see this is my dependent view for this detail. I don't have a dependent view for this detail, so I need to go create it. I don't even know what this one's called. Another corner detail. Cool. I've got 2 corner details. I'm glad I actually looked at the right one to see if it updated with 2 by 4 trim. But so let's say we needed another one of those, right? So I can come down here to this corner detail. I can say, okay, let's duplicate as a dependent. The reason why I'm doing this is I wanted to know where this little call out box was. I wanted that call out box to be the exact same location because now I can just take that and move it. I can move the crop region from there up to here. So I think I moved a detail guide. Let me grab the crop region. Grab the wrong thing, move from there up to there. And so now I've got this other detail view. So every single one of the views, every detail you're going to have inside of here becomes a dependent view within this floor plan.
And the same applies for section as well, right? Because it would be
anything would apply for section. So if I come down here to my details vertical.
Nathan?
Yeah.
How you making out?
A little stressed, but
don't be stressed, man. There is no damn rush. I'm telling you, really, you're gonna be amazed. Okay, just relax. Have you been able to pay attention to anything he's saying, or it doesn't make any sense at all to you?
I'm hearing little bits here and there, but I'm not.
I'm gonna go to your view. I want you to go to your architectural file.
Okay.
You can finish up whatever you're doing. And I'll look at it. Yeah, you're just looking good. You're looking good, buddy.
I have a problem though that I'm running
What's your
into
problem?
this. So I've done this about 4 times already.
Create that dash dot dot.
Yeah, but I've also done. It was 91. There it is. Okay. I've also. Yeah, okay, that's fine. So, I'm really having a difficult time figuring out which templates are applied to these views because it's highlighted over this one, but it says 0 views are assigned.
Yeah, that's because they're talking about permanently assigned.
Oh, okay. But if I click here, all my stuff goes away.
Yes, because if you went, show me the filter you applied. No, see, so you got rid of all your other filters.
Well, it's odd because hold on. If I go back,
Yeah,
and I go to apply templates.
yeah.
This is the templates that's applied. There is no filter at all.
Well, you're changing the view range with the filter that you're applying. If you're applying the architectural plan and look at that view range, hit edit, you're looking from 0 up to 7'6" with a cut plane of 4 foot. Those pipes are all drawn at about 14 feet above the floor. So you would not expect to see them. I don't understand why you're making a view filter with the view range. It should be a view filter with the filter types.
Yeah, I don't understand either. I don't even know if I made this one. I mean,
No, you didn't. No, you didn't. That's one that shouldn't even be in there.
so I can delete this. So that's what I'm. I think that's what's confusing me. Because I'm in the floor plan of
That's
wall.
because no, that should be named. Listen, I'll totally unconfuse you.
All right.
All of those should be named what's in parentheses over in the browser. So you should have one named not floor plans overall, just overall. Then as I go down my sheet to see the next one says coordination on sheets, stacking 8th scale. Wait, where are you?
I'm in in the plan file.
Oh, your floor plans and your ceiling plans. So, see, you should be applying the floor plans overall, should be the correct one. Right? And you should be applying it to that whole group of them, granted. But
Right.
yeah, I don't know how you got all of those to only include a view range.
I don't either. I don't even remember touching
You clicked all those. You clicked all those and did that. Eric had you create it so that you could apply it to all the floors.
Yeah.
Okay. But it should have never been named overall. It should have been named, this is just my cut planes. I'm just trying to fix my cut planes. So what you did was you torched what it's supposed to be. So all you have to do is do a rename, copy to the clipboard,
All right.
cancel, escape out. Now, go show me your fire rated wall on this floor plan. The elevators. Don't make me look at that little one. Apply your two templates. VV filters applied. All right, so right out of the gates, I don't like this at all. Your filters for the floor plan somewhere got totally torched. Because you should have on there that you're not showing architectural plumbing fixtures. You should have on there that you're not the walls. Well, I guess that would make sense. Let me think that through. Maybe I'm wrong. Okay, yeah, it's not terrible. Go fix those two. You figured out what to cut and the patterns we're going to be doing.
Yeah, I think where we're getting that is our 3D views because these down here, they have the plumbing fixtures and all
Well,
that.
they should have the same stuff applied to it. at the end of the day. You're going to find.
I don't remember what it was. It was like there. Okay. All right. That it?
That's it.
Oh my God.
All
So
right, now you want to you didn't make fixture transparency. You should go go manage additional halftone underlay.
yeah.
You got good recollection. That go 70. I like that.
Right. And then we went to object styles. I already did that. Never mind.
All right, let me. You know how you said what you said back there about the 8 scale stacking the 3Ds?
Yeah.
Just go into that one right there.
It's
Double
already
click on it.
It's already open.
All right. Do a VV and show me your filters. So we got the fire ratings. You have the fire ratings applied.
Yeah.
Architectural floors. Yeah, you don't really need those architectural floors and architecture objects. Yeah, that looks good. That looks good. Now, how is the fire rated walls reading? Zoom in there to some fire rated walls. Yep, I think that pretty much reads.
That's
right?
fine. I think that's okay. I think it's showing the
I
color
think
that
it
we
does.
like.
Dude, it's a hell of a lot better than before. You couldn't tell. You see those pipes? Look,
Yeah.
look, see them pipes going over to the side?
Yeah.
Well, right there, you're going, well, we go on either side of that column. But those pipes are not going to the right spot. But we do need to realize that those pipes need to have 1 hour penetration ratings right there where they go through that wall. And the same thing's going to be true of the ductwork. And
Right.
you're gonna the green one, there'd be no reason to go through the red. Now I don't understand how that one wall's rated and the other one's not. We wouldn't want to orbit in this view because we'd mess this view up. See, you don't want to be fucking around in these views because you're going to rotate them and then you're going to be like, oh my gosh, what happened to this sheet? You with me? These are for sheets. If they're for sheets, you collapse that thing when you're done and no one looks at it. See, that's one of the things that we need to do is you need working plans. Okay. You need a place where you can be doing that working. And I was just trying to get this as close as I could. So right now, what I had come up with is this guy here. I would recreate the template. Or do all of yours look like this? Have you already applied this template to all of them? Take me to any other one. Take me to one way down. Now, see, if you did that right there, you just messed that up on the sheet. Go,
Did I really?
nope. I don't want you to fix it. I want you to see it. Go into the properties box, drag down on the properties box a little bit. Do not click anything else. Yes. You see what sheet that's on? P901B. Go look at P910B. You see that sheet number? Go look at it. How's that going to make you feel? You already messed up the.
Oh no.
Yeah.
All right. So I messed up A, level 0, area
Here's
A.
the thing, dude.
Yeah.
If I give you a pea shooter, you can only shoot one bird at a time. You can only shoot a bird, and that's the most damage you can do. If I give you a machine gun, some of these skills you're going to have to learn. you will burn if you're not thinking about what you're actually doing. Now, all you got to do is go into those views and refer them to the correct viewpoint, right? You know how to do that. Nope, that wasn't it. Show me, because you are gonna struggle, because you're gonna figure this one out yourself.
That's the wrong view. I can't just set this one home?
Try it. Show me. I'm watching. That didn't work too good, did it?
Oh no, I forgot. It's this one that I got to do.
Just fix it. That's right.
Okay, all right. So don't do that again.
No, I wouldn't recommend it. I mean, sometimes it'll be even harder than that to fix. Sometimes it'll be easy to fix. So take me back up to the top. We don't want to be messing with any of these guys. If you would, where it says floor plans at the top, I'd like you to right click on that and say expand selected. Yep. So all of those floor plans are actually on the sheets.
Right.
Take me to a couple of the ones. Just show me around. Go to level B on what I'm seeing over there on the browser. Nope, I don't want. Close all those open windows.
Okay, that's what I was about to ask.
You're not. No, that's not how we close them. We go up to the little button that closes all of them. Good. All right. I'm not seeing fire ratings.
I haven't applied them to these yet.
Okay. So we go to level 0, and what we do, that's a little bit tricky because they're dependent views, and I know that that's hard for you to understand. All right. Let's go back to that where it says floor plans and say collapse selected. We're going to walk these. Hit the plus next to floor plans. Go to level 0. You're there. Click on that one. Yep. I just don't want to confuse you. This will give us our fire ratings. Apply your 2 fire ratings real quick, buddy. No. Stop. Do you see how there's only one filter applied?
Yeah.
Hit cancel. Now, apply that one filter object that you just created. So apply view template to level 0. Go right click on it, apply view template, and do the floor plan overall. Don't double click. See, all we want is not the view range. Turn that checkbox off. Go up to the view filter. Show me what the view filter is. That's dumb. That's not it. So that was a garbage one. All right. So go ahead and escape all the way out. Take me to the plumbing overall level 0. That's the one that the fire rating's working.
Yeah.
Right? I can see it already. Okay. So what you're going to do is you're going to right click on that level 0 and you're going to create that as the view template for the filters. Type in filters. Just make sure we delete this one before we're done.
All right.
Check everything off. See, that was a good job checking it. That was a good job checking it.
All right. Now I just gotta
Now,
apply to these.
yep. But it's best to go to the level 0. Double click. No, don't go up to those tabs. Those tabs don't work. Just go over there and pick it so you know which one you're on. Because you can't read that shit up there. If it runs off, you can't see it. Yep. Double click on that. It's going to do the same thing. It's just going to activate that tab.
I
Okay.
got you. I got you.
Now apply that template that you just made named filters. See, it's going to only apply the filters to it, right? And now it's fixed. So do that to all of those. These are temporary filters. When you're done, you're going to make a copy of that filter of whatever's on level 0. Now, we check it to make sure everything's looking right. Zoom in there a little bit. It looks like you've got most of gray. I'm seeing rated walls. Yep, I like it. So your floor plans are done. Now go to your floor plans overall. Go to level 4 on the overall. So it's not done there. So apply that same template named filters to all of them. Now they're all fixed.
All right.
What you should be doing is you should be getting those pipes right there into the side of the chase, which is the next column down, and there's a big slot. I'm not going to do that right now. We should have been on that a while ago, but I'll show you some stuff here in a second. It doesn't matter. You need to relax. Just because I want to push this fast, you're not going to push these people any faster than they want to work on the doggone job. Okay? We don't know when we're going to hear from that fella. He may be on a cruise vacation for all you know. You don't know. Okay?
Yeah.
So you are not behind. You're not to be panicked. But you're to be getting it done quickly so that we're ahead of them. We are way ahead of them. Okay?
Yeah.
All right. So now you need to go to your ceiling plans and show me your first ceiling plan. Why don't you go to level 1 this time? Uh-huh. So, zoom in. Why no ceilings? Show me the ceiling grids. This is sort of a test.
Oh.
No, not there. But good thinking. Good thinking. Keep thinking good. Check cut range.
This is the cut plane.
Check the cut range. That's another good guess. These are all the spots we got to look. So that's a terrible thing right there. The first one that says the top is level 1 with a number. That should say, level above with a 0 next to it. And say, okay, and let's see how it looks. Oh, what is it saying? Oh, let's look at the view depth or the top clip. Yep, that one there needs to say level 2 0. You see the top and the view depth have to be this. That you can't have the one be greater than the other. And I'll say okay, and it should work. And it worked even worse. Nope. Do this. Get it out of the damn. Do it. What discipline are you in? Coordination. That should be correct. All right, what the heck happened to these RCPs? Check your cut plane again. We got something wrong with that cut plane. Eric, do you have Revit open? What's the defaults?
The default for the reflected ceiling plans?
Yeah.
I could have
do
sworn
not
it was
have it open.
associated level.
No, it should not be associated. I think it was. It should go up. No, no. 'Cause what happened is you created a view template of the level 0, which was that bastardized 15-foot number, and it was associated in a weird way, and that's what caused all this problem. When you applied your view template, you applied the view range. It's a very common problem. So Eric, let's show me one. Yep, just do your new. Go to one of the ceiling plans. See, it says level above, and associated level. That's what yours should say.
That's what they say. Do you want to do
I bet
7
I
foot?
know.
The 4 foot is
Have you checked the phase? Show complete.
what phase did you draw the ceilings in?
Should have been show complete.
No,
That's
the
not.
ceilings
That's
are
not a
probably created
possibility.
on existing. No.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. Why have we lost all the walls? Show me what filters you got. Show me something's got to be turning those walls off. No. What about the model categories under there?
Model
Nope.
categories.
The tab across the top.
Oh, I see.
No, that's
Model.
analytical model.
Model.
Oh,
No,
You almost
analytic.
never mess with that.
No, that's not it either. What's the Revit link settings? Half tone. That's it. I'm lost.
Are they all that way?
What level is this attached to? Check your view range. See, it's got that bullshit number. You created that. Oh, it just should say it's just change that to a 0 instead of 15 foot. Why does it think that?
they're both 0.
Oh, because it needs to say above the level above.
Yeah, level 3.
Yeah, but we'll see what happens.
That bottom one doesn't want to go to 0. That bottom one's what's taking your walls away. You're looking to level 2 at 0 feet in the background.
All right, make that be the associated level, is what he's saying. Go ahead and say okay. Then it's down. Then it's not below.
I don't know. It doesn't make sense. I don't think any of the options are going to work.
Yeah, but the one makes your walls go away. Does that mean you're now? I mean,
But why?
No, because that stayed at 0. So no, that won't even work. Oh.
All right, reflected ceiling plan. Cut range. Look at his. What is related to level 2? Why would it say that? All right, do this then. Hit cancel. Take all those levels.
All these?
Yep. Delete them. When it warned you about saving those projects, that's telling you that you only have ceiling plans open. You have to open up one other kind of view first before you can do this. Now you can just delete them over there. You don't need to close them. They'll close themselves when you delete them. And you just have to hit the delete key. You don't have to do that. Right click delete.
All right.
Now, view, create, reflected plan, reflected ceiling plan. Yep, it's under there. Do it for 1 to 4. Nope, you don't need the roof or the mechanical roof. Okay, now hit your plus. Now hit your plus next to the ceiling plans. Go to that level 1. Make it look correct.
With my.
Well, what are the things that are not looking correct? So first, you don't have any of those templates, so apply your filter templates. All right, so it's already starting to look better. Check your phases of all of those. While you got them all selected, check your phases. Make sure it says show complete, new construction. That's good. What else do we want to do? In this view, do a VV. Go to Revit links. What happens if you change the architecture interior and the architecture to underlays? All right. Now, these all need their room tags, which you can copy from the level 0.
This one right here?
Yeah.
Well, I probably got to overall, right?
No. We got to. These are going to be 8 scales. Select that. No. Right click. Select all instances visible in the view.
All right.
Copy the
Then you copy it.
clipboard. All right. You went from level 0 to level 1. That's why it had an issue.
Oh yeah.
You would have pasted it. See, you got to get those right. But
Level 1.
listen. You can figure that step out. You need to
Yeah.
get your room tags from your 8 scale plans to here. You need to get this thing named back to correctly, which is going to be plumbing, ceiling, dash, level 0. Now, below that, what we're going to have is go up to the floor plans and hit the plus next to that first one. See that layer A, B, and C?
Yeah.
So you're going to go right click on the plumbing level 0 and say apply dependent views. Nope, nope, wrong way. Other one. We're taking it from there.
Yeah. So right click.
Right click, apply dependent views, and you'll see the ceiling plans are all listed. Yep. Now hit the plus next to that level 0 on the one up above, and see how it's listed there. Look at
Yeah.
the one above. Scroll up. Look at the plus next to those. Nope, level 0. That's how it should be named. Dependent 1 should become area A. Dependent 2 should be area B. Dependent 3. Remember we did this whole routine? No, that's not. Nope.
It just moved it. So I'll have to do the same thing right here. Area B should go to dependent 2. Area C go to
No.
dependent 3.
Hit undo. All right. Tomorrow, you're going to get that cleaned up. So you have those ceiling plans ready. Why would you not go down there and highlight all of the ceiling plans? Hit ceiling, right click on the ceiling plans and say expand selected. Right? Scroll down a little bit. Why would you not pick all those and rename those with our Revit?
Yeah.
Revit revalue. Remember?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
And what we're doing is we're putting in the word level, and then we're putting in plumbing, ceiling, space, dash, space, level. Yeah.
We want that.
You don't want the level 0, you just want the word level. There you go. Now go down there and type in plumbing, space, ceiling, space, dash, space, level.
Plumbing, ceiling.
Dash. No. Space, dash. You got to copy what you've done everywhere else. Now apply those values. Now, keep all them selected, do a revalue, and say dependent 1 goes to area A. Oh yeah, you're right. You're right. That's it. All right. And then all they're missing is the room tags, and their view ranges are not right. But at this point, you could collapse those again because you no longer really need to look at the dependent. No, not like that. You no longer need to look at the dependent views, like that. What we want to do is we want to get one good ceiling working. Okay, and I think you're pretty doggone close. I did notice that your object styles, your grid heads are black instead of gray, but I can live with that, to be honest with you. I sort of actually like how it looks. The only thing that's really missing is you should get all your room tags in there, because that way you don't wish you had them when you were in the electrical plan.
You want to take these out too?
No, I want those to actually work. And the reason they're not working now is because of your cut planes a little bit off. Right, we lower that cut plane to 6 foot. The cut plane, the cut plane, the cut plane. Right? Now, this is where I'm telling you we typically go VV and turn the doors off. And now we can see where the doors actually are. And this is a typical ceiling plan, how a ceiling plan starts out. Those things that are in there in the middle, what are those? Zoom into the stuff you wanted me to delete. Those are toilets from above. Pick on one. I need to see its properties. All right, let's check our view range again. Means your view range is, we don't want to go quite that far. How about we go minus, nope, the view range, the top one. I want to go minus 1 foot on that one and the view depth. Say okay. Anybody have an idea why that happened?
Mm-mm.
It was going, the cut plane was going all the way up to the floor, and your toilets had a little object below them that was making them go down into the floor, right? Your connector.
Uh-huh.
So by us going all the way up, and typically you don't, a ceiling plan doesn't look all the way to that floor. It looks all the way up to the underside of the structure, which is minus 1 foot, minus 8 inches. Actually, I think it was minus 5 1/4, but that's where it came from. Now, these ceiling plans are going to be at 8 scale, so we're probably not going to run these guys as a coarse mode. So why don't you switch yourself into a fine mode? No, listen. We know we're trying to do this just to this one view so that we
Okay.
can apply it to all the rest of the views. Okay, you're trying to go backwards on that. And zoom out a little bit. Let me see a little bit more. We don't really have any pipe in the overhead. So that would be correct. If you pan down to the beast to the other side. All right, last thing that I want to check is those stupid references. It looks like you messed those up somehow. You got 4 copies for the
These?
match lines. Look at the match lines. Yeah. Okay. So pick on one of those. That guy is related view, reflected ceiling plan. What's the one beside him? I just guess you don't need the 2 copies. I would get rid of the inside. Those are ones you're going to delete. I'd delete the bad ones.
They look like the bad ones. I can't remember which ones.
Well, if they're not working on the sheet, remember how important you said that was in the field?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, you got to get that working. Don't feel bad. Eric got toasted by it too. Now that means more than likely that level 1 that we copied from is where that problem came in. So if you scrolled up on your browser, yep. Check that level 0. I think that was the one that we duplicated the dependent views from. Zoom into the match lines. You have doubles on there. Do a select around there, select with a crossing window. Well, you should have 4. That's what you have. You really need to go check that because it gets very frustrating when we duplicate this problem 4 times. It's much easier to check it this one time. What have you got that you don't understand what to do? Now, to be honest with you, those ceiling plans, we should probably sheet those. Right?
Yeah.
None of those are on sheets right now. You don't
No.
need to you don't need to go real far with them because understand the plumbing file, we're actually going to delete the ceiling plans out. But we will have ceiling plans for mechanical, we will have ceiling plans for electrical. Which brings me to what I wanted to show you. Let's see. You'll get a kick out of this, I'm hoping. If I could figure out how to drive, there it is. There it is. So I was doing a little bit more looking at the project and I said, oh, goodness gracious, check this out. Electrical did a drawing. This is what electrical drawing looks like. Okay?
Yeah.
See? So if you have an electrical set that's got legends and all kinds of shit, and we put a whiff of that in front of Mr. Greg Wiley, I have a feeling he's going to jump all over it. So that's the biggest push, I would say. I've looked through here, and still December 22nd. There are no updates on the project. Comprende?
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna. I don't know how much of that video did I even have left. He was talking about some pretty cool stuff, to be honest with you. I don't know if Eric was watching. There's about another 15 minutes left. Did you see where he was at with what he was talking about, Eric? This stuff.
No, I had to go out in the middle.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine. This is a really neat concept if you've got a lot of the same details on different jobs. In other words, it's an apartment complex and you got all these very similar buildings, but you want to use the same details. All in all, we've got some pretty cool ideas. I think we're been utilizing most of them. I think he's a little bit stuck in what he did great, which was great 15 years ago. I don't know how much we're going to get into the detailing components. That's why I wanted to watch this guy. And I wanted to watch how he was tagging those. What we're going to realize is if he just pushed that to the next level, those tags can work against our objects that we are actually making. So that's going to be what we're going to be highlighting is very much like he was doing all this tags for detailing. We're going to be doing a lot of tagging because we need to tag the lights with their tags, the equipment with their tags, the ducts, the pipes. If we do that, it's going to look like we're almost done. All that needs to be done is rerouted and sizing. Now, that is frustrating that we're tagging and then rerouting because that means that there's going to be another round of cleanup, which is what you need to get at. So, Nathan, I'm telling you right now, when you think you're done, what you're going to do is you're going to scroll down there to the sheets and you're going to open your sheets one at a time. Look at it for 30 seconds. Eric will tell you a story, I think, how it never failed. What we would always do is we would send our thing off to plot, which usually took somewhere around a half hour. And then we would go get it off the printer, and what would we do? Oh, damn it. I forgot to turn this on. Oh, look, I did this. Oh, look, I did that.
Yeah.
It is a habit that you have to get in. Now, I don't care how you do it. If you want to print it to a PDF and then flip through it into PDF, great. But you better look at your shit when you're done. Because if it's dumb looking stuff that you're not, that you're like, oh no, I just forgot to put the tags on. That's a what the fuck. Remember I told you 10 attaboys equal 1 what the fuck?
Yeah.
Because that's something that you can do to increase your skill. Okay? So get those ceiling plans sheeted. Make sure all of your fire rated walls are looking just like you got there. I love it. I love it. If they decide they want to change it to purple and green, we say sure, we'd be glad to. Okay?
Yeah.
That's what you have to be with Revit. You have to be willing to revise it. But you are extremely close. I'm going to play out this last 15 minutes. I don't think I want to get into anything deeper. My lips are really chapped and my throat is sore and I am sick as a dog. Eric, do you want to do anything else today?
No, I've had a beat day. I apologize.
And tomorrow you are not available, or only intermittently you'll drop off?
Yeah, I will get in there as I can. I still have my appointment at 12 o'clock, but I have internet interruption at some time throughout the day tomorrow.
All right. Nathan,
Yeah.
you think you can walk away from the computer and come back and do what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Do you think you have any more questions? And listen, I don't mean to talk down to you. I know all this shit is really new. You are doing fine, okay? You have the capabilities to do this. Copy those tags from the 8th scale. You know how we just did that renaming of all those ceiling plans? You see what we did there is there sometimes views will go bad. Sometimes something really weird happens. Did you see what I did? We just deleted them and we started over with fresh information. And for some reason that mysteriously, because I swear to me, I was seeing everything that what you were doing on the screen should have been working.
Yeah. Well,
Keep that in your pocket for when you're fighting an alligator and you say, well, you know what? I've had about enough with this view range. I'm just going to delete the view and recreate the plan view, reflected ceiling plan view, plan region, whatever the heck it is. You have to sometimes do that with Revit, especially in those 3D views.
yeah.
Okay? You're going to say to me, Brian, I've tried all the settings, but it's still doing wireframe no matter what I do. I'm going to be like, delete the view, recreate the view, and we won't have no problem. You got to know when to bounce, and you got to know when to push through. And that's really a challenge with the limited information you have right now. That's why Eric and I are here to handhold you through this job. You will get through this job. Everything is still good. Not as good as I would like. But remember, I've been doing this my whole fucking life. Because to be honest with you, I would have been done a long time ago with what you've been farting with. But that's why we're doing this, to train you. Okay?
Right. I got to remember that I'm not gonna be on your level
You're
or
not.
Eric's level.
You can't, dude. I would be very sad at myself if you were instantly at my level. That just can't happen. But
Yeah.
you're at a very good level. Do you think you can get all those room names on there? And then what I would tell you is this is like extra credit. We should have another group of floor plans that's called working. And they wouldn't have any dependent views. Those would be the views where you're allowed to test stuff out. What if I write a filter that does this? Or what if I do this? Or what if I want to change a cut plane? And the stuff that's on the sheets, we don't monkey around with, or we'll make it look like poo-poo on the sheets like you saw earlier today, correct?
Yeah.
And see, what you do is you just collapse that little button next to floor plans, and you collapse the one that you keep working on, which is the overall, right? Hit the minus next to that one. Then you hit the minus next to ceilings, right? And now we should have a floor plans up there that says working. So let's do it. So make a new floor plan. Nope, 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 nope. Hit that minus again. Collapse that thing up. Go up to view.
Oh, see, my brain was going to like. I was thinking I could just select this and then go to edit type, duplicate, and then create it that way.
Yes, you could. Yes, you could, but you would be moving that view into there. See, what I'm going to do is prevent you from moving that one good view. See, you got to be careful. Don't, if you take good stuff and make it go bad, then you cause problems. See, what I do is go to floor plan. Yeah. Now I'd take off that little checkbox at the bottom, and I'd select all of those, and say, okay. Now look underneath the floor plans. Yep, hit the plus where the floor plans are. You're going to see those are intermittent within there, right?
Yeah.
So the ones that you've already placed, which is all the ones that say the word plumbing. Yep, highlight all those. And those should really go to plans 8th scale. So go edit type and duplicate. 8th scale.
Okay.
Not 18th. 8th.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
No. Look at how you wrote it for the 3D stacking views and the 3D views down below. You just wrote 8th, and I've never seen that before, and I like it. 8th scale. And say okay.
You've never seen that before?
No, I've never seen anyone call out 8th scale like that. And the 1/ doesn't work, so that's why I didn't mind you doing that. Say okay. Now do you see the 8 scales are up there? So the floor plans, these become our working floor plans right there. That's correct. And legitimately, you should put the plumbing in front of that. You'll be able to do that a little bit. Just type in the level and put in plumbing in front of it. Right? Now type in plumbing space dash space. No, plumbing. Level. No, space level. There you go. Say apply. All right, now see how that fixed everything but the roof and the mechanical roof? Click on one of those guys once. The level 0. Click on it once, slowly. Click again. Copy the plumbing, everything before the level. You want the space on the dash. You're not getting the space. Don't drag so far. Once you got the P, stop. There you go. Control C. Click on mechanical once, slowly, second time. Go to the front. Not the back. And Control V. Do that to the roof. No. That's asking you to rename that level line, and you want that level line to remain named like it is. Now, what some people would do is put all right. Do that again, but at the end of it, we're going to put working. That just space working. That's what a lot of people like to call them. Okay? No. There you go. Now, what we really want to do is put that word working behind all of them. You would think that would be a good way to go. I haven't figured out a good way to do that. Me personally, I would go back to the plumbing roof working. With the space if you can. Or just type into space. No, you can just type into space, Control V. Yep.
Okay.
Take me to one of those. Anyone, I don't care. All right, so you should really apply your floor plans. So this is no, I'm going to try to drill home how we create our floor plans. So you see the floor plans with the 8 scale above it?
Yeah.
Take me to one of those sheets.
One of the sheets?
Yep, they're one of the views, I'm sorry. Yep, right there. See how that looks nice and good? That's what I want it to look like.
Yeah.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to create a view template, but before I do, I say edit type in that edit type, and I say rename, and I say Control C. Okay. Now I cancel out twice. Now on that level 0, I'm going to right click and say create view template. Control V. Okay.
You want to put the working in there or no?
Nope. See, now I've created my 8 scale for the plans that you just got. So we say, okay, you can even let everything ride. Now for those guys, we can apply that 8 scale, but now we'll be able to adjust it. See, the idea is just let all that fly. It's gonna. What did you do?
Target views have a view template assigned.
Say nope. Hit cancel. That's because the main type floor plan. Okay. So if you go to the plumbing level O working and highlight it and hit edit type, do you see how that view template applied to new views is called mechanical plan?
Yeah.
That's a problem. We want that to be none. Now here's what happened is it applied that mechanical plan to all of those whenever it was creating those views. Remember how we deleted the views and we recreated those views, or actually we just recreated them because they were working. So all of those have mechanical template applied. Highlight all of those. End of level 0. Nope. We've already fixed that. Yes. Nope. Down below. Nope. Down below. Scroll down. See the mechanical plan? That's what was happening.
Okay, do you want to
That's
just put our 8 scale in?
Well, see, if you do it to 8 scale, it's going to lock it to 8 scale, and then it's not a very friendly working file.
Oh,
okay?
I see.
Now what we're going to do is just one time apply that template by saying apply view template. Nope, to all of them. See, you can either permanently apply that template with the button into properties, or you can temporary one-time apply it here and hit OK. Now, It really would have been best for you to be in one of those views so you could see that happen. But no, you were in the plumbing 0, which was already set up correctly. See, and it fixed this view, but you didn't get to see that apply. Actually, if you did an undo, you probably could see it, what it used to look like. See, that's what it looked like before, pig snot. Now, much better. That's where you're going to tag. Or I'm sorry, no, these are the working files. This is where you will draw pipe. So what you don't want to do is you don't want to have those A scales open because those are on sheets. You only want to go into those when you're going to tag in dimension. When you're going to draw pipe, add a piece of equipment, do that kind of stuff, you go to these working views. So you're not messing up what's already on the sheets. So if you just double check your sheets, plus put the ceiling plans on sheets, we should be ready to go.
Okay. Do you want me to name this working?
No, I mean, you theoretically you could. That's just the one I want you to leave open all the time. See? Because what happens is, and don't get me wrong, we're going to have to open all these up in order to rename them from plumbing to mechanical. But what I'm saying is you should have working views for every electrical, fire protection, blah, blah, blah. You should have 8th scale. You should have 16th scale. You should have the 3D views. We are very, very close. This is what we should have done before we duplicated all those guys.
Yeah.
Okay?
Mm-hmm. All right. And you want to put all these on sheets?
All those dependent views, the area A, B, and C. They could really get a legend on there as well. They don't have to. Like I said, there's only 2 disciplines who use ceiling plans, and even mechanical really doesn't use ceiling plans. It's really especially for the electrical, so you don't need to go deep into it.
All right. And then I go
We
to
use the ceiling plans to get our diffusers located, though.
Yeah, but they're not generally sheeted.
Got you.
and I go here to do the copy and paste for the tags, room tags.
Yep.
All right.
Yep. And if you happen to be seeing a plan that's missing room tags, remember you fixed them all on these guys, so that's where you would go.
Yeah. I'm just confirming for my own.
And to be honest with you, you know how we took the grid lines and we made them grade toned? Let's do that to the room tags. Partially as an exercise, partially as to see how you would do it. Good thinking, but that ain't gonna work for shit. How about going to object styles? Wait, you went to visibility and graphics? That would do it only in one. So we want to go to the smart. Listen to me. No, go back for 1 second. Type in VB again. Look in the bottom. That bottom button says object styles. That's the smarter place to go. Okay.
Okay.
Now you can go to your annotation categories. And you can go to room tags. And this can be really a challenge if you're just going to gray. So make this pink. If it works, then you'll know to change the pink to gray, but we want to be able to see it. And what did it do?
It did not change.
Oh, it did something. Go to one of those room tags and turn the leader on. That's what it did. That's what it did. Okay. So if we want the leader to go gray, that works. And change that pink to gray. But how do we change the text? And you see why I said to go to a color you can see. Because you can be like, did it change? I can't tell if it changed. I think it changed. Maybe it changed. No, it didn't change.
Change that back to black.
Nope. Gray, the darker gray.
I got you.
And okay. And okay. Now, at that actual location, do you see those walls that you didn't catch? That
Yeah.
right there is the wall below. That right there is the wall below. There's 2 walls you missed. Shame on you.
I'm sorry.
That's all right. So how do we make that room tag go to gray? What else you got up your sleeve? Nope, it's not there. You can keep searching all day long. We already went through that. That's not it. If you were going to look for subcategory, that's a good idea. But what about that's what it is? So now go pick the text, edit type.
I'm catching on just a little bit.
No, I know, buddy. I'm telling you, we just got to drill it home enough times and you'll be able to find it. I'm afraid I'm overloading you. You got to tell me if you're feeling overloaded. Do the same. No, should have done the same thing for the room name and the other thing.
That's all right.
You
I'll
can hit
go back.
overwrite. You see how you just changed the one?
Yeah, I see.
There you go. Now we're talking. Look at how the P2, P8, P5, they all jump off the page. That's the important shit. We're in a plumbing file. With me?
Yeah, I got you.
See the pipes. We're seeing stuff. It's making a little more sense.
Since we're in, should I change the weight of these?
No, I like that. You really want people to know where those fire rated walls are.
Okay.
Because I'm actually, when you zoom out, I can actually see there's a column right there. You see that column right there that looks like it's fire rated?
This one?
Nope. Zoom out again.
Oh, this one. I got you.
Yeah, that one. That's where those 3 pipes? See that
Yeah.
domestic code?
They
That's
should
where
go
they
in
need
here.
to be going up. So guess what you can do? Select right around that stuff. Now use your arrows. Down, 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 down. Over. Oh my gosh! Wow! Get them to fit in there. You might want to pick one at a time when you get to a certain level. Oh my gosh, you're actually coordinating a model. How does it feel? You're a BIM coordinator.
I don't feel like
Now,
it.
my recommendation is I would take the green one up and the red and the blue down so they can pass by each other. Also, remember, pipes, ducts, they always have insulation, right? And that insulation is not on and not applied yet. But that is much better than where it was before it was hanging out in the breeze. Look at how the architects got that wall. Good gracious.
Talking about this?
Yep. I'm also talking about, I see a bunch of more walls you missed. Oh, no, they went away. They go away whenever you're there.
It's just the pan.
Yeah.
But that is not just the pan. You were correct.
I know I was correct. Zoom out. Let me see what you got. It's looking good. We are very, very close. We are very, very close, buddy.
Can I? Hold on.
Tell me.
No, okay. Tabbing does not work.
Oh, you could tab that. Yep. That's
Can
because you always have your select links off.
No, it's on.
You should be able to tab into that.
No, I'm getting a
A beep.
audio. Yeah, beep.
Can you tab into the wall beside it?
Nope.
You're on don't select pinned, and pinned objects. We pinned all those reference planes or Revit links. Take that one off too. Now try it. Oh
Aha.
my. Son of a bitch. What do you know?
All right. Top offset.
0. Not -5 1/4 like it should have been.
Yeah, but I can't change it.
Well, of course you can't. You'd have to go to your other copy of Revit where you have the architecture open.
Right.
You
You're
fix
right. You're right.
those
You're
two
right.
walls and you say reload. And then you fix all those little problems and you have a nice set of sheets that we can make our next set of PDFs, which is actually better than our first set of PDFs for plumbing. And we post it. And then we post a mechanical. And I might post one in the electrical just to see if those fuckers notice what's up.
All right.
That was the other thing I wanted to look at. What? Let's see. This. That was here, right? We go back. That was electrical that I saw that. So look, they didn't even name it correctly. Remember that BIM execution manual that's up here in project information, BIM execution manual right there? That tells you that it is supposed to be named like this. 2024 071 ALA plum underbar R24. That's how it's supposed to be named. And these guys named it something very close to what I would name. I don't know why people name things with the project numbers. I don't. But you'll see that they named this and broke the rules right out of the gate. And remember, what they posted was nothing. What they posted was garbage. It was just an empty template file. Because they're trying to get some Revit person to help them figure out how to do BIM 360. And they probably don't have a whole lot of Revit capabilities. So they're really going to be struggling right out of the gate. More than likely. I'm making some assumptions there, but I feel pretty good about those assumptions. So why don't you help me get these electrical and the rest of these guys made? Plumbing, fire protection. Oh, you know what we didn't talk about, and I think would be worthwhile, is this one here too. Food services. Okay.
Yeah, you touched on that in the very beginning. You wanted to do that.
See, so you can see their food services, what they sort of had was this little thing with a schedule out here. And I'm telling you that until Robert calls, once you've got all those sheets set up, you better get ready to make all these pieces of equipment. You're going to zoom in here. You're going to make me a 74. Oh, look, there's 2 of them. Guess what the 74 probably is? A microwave. And the 75 is the microwave station. These are tables, trash cans. See, you make one, you put them around, and if we do it in Revit, if they see it, they're going to be like, well, how do we get that 3D stuff? And the food service is going to be like, oh, no, we don't do 3D. And don't you think they're going to want the 3D? Now, It's nice and easy in this cafeteria. In here, it gets a little scary. But I'm hoping that, who knows, maybe Eric even has some of those old food services equipment. But I know that as much as people do.
I could dig out the library, but I don't think you'd want to dig through it to find what you need.
Well, no, I think we want to just make those things. We just want to make those. And what we want them to do is we want them to create this schedule here. Right? And say then the beautiful part is you see all these check boxes here, whether you buy it, you fabricate it, or it's in millwork. We can make these apply to that kind of color so that you can see which ones are purchased. We should really go after this food service equipment. because it is like civil. Everyone does it in AutoCAD, and it's broken from the Revit, and it is a major problem for coordination, because you know that this is where you need to have, right? Isn't this where you said, well, how are they going to know to hook up this hot water, hook up this sink? Which one of these require water services? Which one of them require plumbing services? Well, you're supposed to go over here, and you're supposed to look at the schedule, and somewhere it should be saying, right, let model make. How do they tell you that it requires a service, Eric? Oy,
Say that
oy,
again?
oy. How do you know that it requires hot water, cold water, that kind of stuff?
It's those check boxes in the early phases, I think.
No, those are the buyout, fabricate, millwork. Don't
I'm not
glaze
seeing
over
it.
too much by it. The bigger idea is, believe it or not, we're going to make all that kitchen equipment. Part of the big reason for that is none of this fits in here. None of this is working anymore. It doesn't fit with the architect's plan. It changed. So, but once again, Blythewood K-12 level 1 underbar X plan. Did they read the BIM execution manual? I don't think so. Are we good?
Yeah.
Do we want to do anything else?
No, it's just I have to do other things.
Well, you can do them in the morning. I think I'm probably going to start. I'm just going to even target for starting around 1:00. Eric, does that make sense?
Yep. I'll be home. I'm done at 1. I'll be home by 1:30, and then I'll pop on if I have internet.
All right. All right. I'll
One's
send
fine
out
by
an
me.
invitation. I may even just start it at 1:30. I'm not really feeling so great, Nathan.
That's okay.
So don't kill yourself tonight. You can wake up and hit it with fresh brain, or you can try to get out what you want. I'll be honest with you, you might be surprised. I might sit in here and draw a lot. I ended up drawing all night. I went to bed at about 6:30. I really got into it last night with that topo and with trying to make the shipping container and doing some design and some lookup. I'm excited to actually do my house. So
I was
that's
gonna,
going to
I
be
was gonna say you're drawing a lot for someone who doesn't want to ever draw again.
well, I'm drawing on my software that I own for a house that I want to own.
Yeah, that makes it a
And I
lot better.
plan on taking jobs and giving them to you so that the people who are giving me the jobs, well, the only thing they have to pay me with is stuff that's going to go to Montana. Equipment. I'm going to negotiate a deal with MTS to do their coordination for this job. And all I want is no pay. I don't want to have to pay taxes. I just want some equipment.
Cool.
And that's worked out that way before. Did your dad work on the Volvo job?
Think so.
Yeah. I would
Yeah.
bet he did. I would bet he did. That was probably where he worked with Craig.
Yeah. They moved all over the place. He was going everywhere.
And does he have what's he working on these days?
Um,
You don't know.
I don't know exactly where he's at, but I know he's working for a different company now.
A different company.
Yeah. It's not. He's not working for MTS no more.
Gotcha. Then I guess that he probably didn't work for Century, but I guess he may, depending on how things go, run into Craig again because they probably have that relationship.
Well, yeah, he's been working with. I mean, he's worked for Craig before.
Yeah.
And he did work for Century. It's just he got fired.
Oh, that's right. To tie off on the kitchen equipment, if it was modeled correctly, hey, look where this all goes. He could have kept his job if they would have modeled the kitchen equipment. See why we got to model the kitchen equipment, bud?
Yeah. Yeah.
Or is there anything you're nervous about? Want to cover more? Really are looking good. They really are looking good. Once we start to populate these, which that's where that I still got that 2-hour video. You know what I might do is I might start the meeting around 11 o'clock. That would work good because that way I don't need to sleep in that late. I think tomorrow what I'm going to do is I'm going to start that meeting and I'm going to go right into this plumbing video. To be quite honest with you, 2 hours, that's about bedtime. I'm going to watch this video. If you're going to draw a little bit, I'll be honest, I'm going to be sitting in here. If you either text me or get my attention, you can say, Brian, and but I'm just going to sit here and watch this. So I will be available for the next 2 hours and 39 minutes on some kind of capacity. I might walk out for food or something like that. But if you do want to still draw, feel free to watch. I'd never seen this one. I do know, other than he has one funny catchphrase that drives me nuts. But I want to see what this is about because I give this guy a lot of respect too. On that last video we were watching, there was a spot. Oh, the super chats weren't up because it's this. The super chats. Oh, can't see them now. Why can't you see the super chats? All right. So there's this one fella. You see this guy right here?
Yeah.
That is the guy in the whole world who I have the most respect for. It's Paul Alban and then Phil Reed. Because they were the experts back then when I was just trying to figure things out. So this guy is a super smart guy, and he's sort of chatting with them. He's part of this group. I'd like to get to be part of this group. But I think I'm going to watch this guy here, low key. If you're going to draw or if you want to take a break and come back and draw, you might be able to get my attention. You definitely will if you just shoot me a text, and I'll be glad to jump back on, okay?
All right, yeah, that's fine. I'm gonna take a break.
And Eric, you can do whatever the hell it is you want to do. If you're going to watch TV, this could be better than watching TV because this is about how to ultimate plumbing course. Sounds interesting. Let's see if it's a good.
I'm gonna walk out for a bit. I'll leave it on, and when I come back in, I'll see what I'm doing.
All right. And if we don't have any more interaction, you guys have a good night. We'll talk tomorrow.
All right, yeah, of course.
Later. I'm going to have to do that as a stop screen, present, share screen, share, ultimate. Otherwise, you guys can't hear it.
These free families from Zern.com.
All right.
Now, these plumbing fixture families are really well done. I've talked to the team at Zern, make sure that all of their families were built correctly using, the right file size, the right kind of connectors, anything that we would care about for modeling inside of Revit. Now, I've used Zern plumbing fixtures ever since I started as a plumbing engineer. I do really recommend their products, and they have some really cool new products that really save a contractor some time, the owner money, and actually help the engineers in really new ways. So I'm going to talk about those products in this video. This video is sponsored by Zern. So make sure to check out their plumbing fixture families, and I'll have a link down in the description where you can download all these families, and also check out my website where I'll have some free videos for you guys going into more details on some of the things I'm going to be talking about inside of this video. So let's get started. All right, so we're going to get started here. The first thing we're going to do is we're going to open up a brand new project. So I'm going to go to New, and we're going to go to Browse, and we're going to select the plumbing default template. We're going to click OK. Now it's going to open up a blank screen here. So we need to insert the architectural model. So I'm going to go up to Insert, Link Revit, and we're going to click on the Zern Bathroom RVT file. And this is the architectural file. And I'm going to click on Open. Once the file loads, you'll see that it gets placed in the view. And we might want to clean this up a little bit. The first thing I'm noticing is I don't want to really see these scope boxes right here, and I don't really need to see these reference planes or elevation markers in my view. So I can clean them up by going to View, Visibility Graphics. And then under Visibility Graphics, we can kind of get rid of the annotation categories. So we can completely get rid of all the annotation categories by clicking this button and hitting Apply, and you can see they're all gone completely. So let's just go with that and click OK. And now let's take a look at our bathroom. So the first thing I might want to do is make sure I have the view set up correctly. Right now we have a medium level of detail, so we could change that if we need to. We also have it in hidden line, which is a pretty good view to use when you're doing plumbing modeling. Now, I also want to open up a 3D view because when you're doing plumbing, you want to see what the fixtures and the piping is looking like in the real model space. So I'm going to go to View, and we're going to click on this little house and open up a default 3D view. And it looks great. And I'm going to do the same thing. We're going to get rid of the annotation categories. So I'm going to go up to View, Visibility Graphics, and we're just going to go to Annotation Categories and uncheck this box and click OK. And now you can see we have our little bathroom right here. Now, the first thing I might want to do is clear this up a little bit. Instead of a medium level of detail, I'm going to go to a fine level of detail. And you can see my fixtures get a little bit more detailed. And that's pretty much what I want in a 3D view. Now, we're in a plumbing view because if you look over here on the 3D property, you can see that the discipline is set to plumbing. Now, if we want to set it to like architectural, you're going to notice that the view gets changed. And that's because in an architectural view, the walls are going to be opaque. They're not going to be transparent. So if I change this back to a plumbing view, you'll see that the walls get transparent, which helps me when I'm modeling. So I might want to keep that on, but actually I kind of like the architectural view. So I'm going to keep it on architectural, and I'm going to change the visual style to shaded. And now I can really see what the bathroom looks like. Unfortunately, I can't see anything past this wall. So there's a couple things I might want to do. I might want to kind of cut my view a little bit using a section box. So I'm going to do that, and I'm going to show you guys how to do that real quick. So the first thing I might want to do is go to Visibility Graphics, and I have to go back to the annotation categories and turn them back on. And I have to make sure I turn on section box. So I'm going to go down to S here, and I'm going to make sure section box is turned on. But I am going to turn off scope box, planes, and levels. I'm going to click Apply, click OK, and then I'm going to turn on my section box right here. And now you can see I have a section box. So I can use this to kind of drag these grips over. And now you can see, I can see kind of into my building. So I really like this view right here because I can see everything pretty clearly. And I'm going to just start modeling from here. So I'm going to move my 3D view over to the right side of the screen by dragging it over. And we're going to drag it into where the little scroll space is, just like that. And if we want to temporarily hide this section box, we can just click the little sunglasses down here and hit hide element. And it's just hiding that temporarily. So that looks great. Now let's look back on our floor plan. And the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to start with a backflow preventer. So we're going to go to zurn.com and download one of their backflow preventers from their website. So here I am at zurn.com. I'm on the main page right here, and you can see that it's very well laid out. I need to go to water control and backflow right here. And you can see backflow preventers are right here. So I'm going to click on them. And we're going to start with a reduced pressure principle. Now, the thing I like about Zurn fixtures and equipment is that they kind of tell you which ones are the best sellers. So you know, like those are the most popular ones contractors and owners are buying. So I trust this product. So I'm going to go ahead and click on it. And you can see it lists the specs and installation right here, so you can easily locate them. If I want to look at the spec sheet, I can click on it right here. And you can see all the information I would need to specify this piece of equipment on my plans. You can see some other things like the pressure loss charts down here and some other things. Also, the discharge rate of different size RPZs. So all that information is right here. So that's really why I love Zurn products. Now we're back on this page, so I want to go ahead and download this Revit file. So I'm going to go to BIM resources right here, and you can see a bunch of different types of families pop up. I'm going to go ahead and use this flanged 2.5 to 10 inch right here. So I'm going to click on it. And once I click on it, it's going to take me to BIM object to download it. So I might have to log in if you don't already have a login, but I'm going to go ahead and click allow. and my download is now starting. So everything's good to go. So I'm going to go to my computer and download this file. So now we're back at Revit. So all I have to do is I have to go up to Insert, Load Family, and I'm just going to look in my Downloads folder, and you can see that the device that I've downloaded is right here for me. So I'm going to just click on Open. It's going to upgrade the family to 2024, and now it's in my project. So I'm going to go ahead and insert this into the floor plan. So I'm going to go to Systems. Now the backflow is probably a pipe accessory. So you're going to click on this button right here. And the last one I loaded in is right up here. So if I click into the floor plan and I kind of zoom in on this water service room, you can see it right here. Now I can't really see the 3D or details of this. It's kind of just giving me a schematic view. So if I want to see more detail, I go down here and click on Find. And now I can kind of see what this device looks like. So I'm going to click here. And what you can also do is hit the space bar. Once you've clicked on it, you can hit the space bar and you can see you can rotate this device. Now you'll see it down here in my 3D room, or my room down here. So I'm going to go ahead and kind of look at it. And I'm going to click back into the floor plan and hit the space bar, and you can see it's rotating in the 3D view as well. So I'm going to make sure that the out is down. One thing I'm noticing is this is a 10-inch backflow preventer. It's probably not going to need a 10-inch for this building. So I'm going to click on the drop down up here for my types, and I'm going to select this 4-inch backflow preventer. And you can see it gets a lot smaller. Now you'll notice that the accessory is on the floor. I don't want that. I want to bring it up a little bit so it has room for that discharge. So I'm going to raise it by going to elevation from level, and we'll just raise it up 2'6". So I'm going to type in 2'6", and that will give me 2'6". And you can see the backflow preventer device moves up a little bit. So now we have this, and we're just going to kind of move it into place. I want to make sure it's off the wall a little bit so it gives space for the contractor to install. And that's looking pretty good. Now to draw piping off of this, you can click on the backflow preventer device and click this button right here, create pipe, and it's going to create 4-inch pipe. Now you have to make sure you're on the right pipe type, and you also have to make sure, you have the right diameter and everything. So this is looking good. So I'm going to go to a point about right here and click and hit escape. Now, I don't think this was on the right system. So if I need to change that, I can click into my pipe, and then I can go to the system type, and we're going to select domestic cold water. And you'll notice once I do that, the entire device and pipe turn blue. And that's because we've now applied a system to this pipe and this device. So now you'll see it in blue outline. So this is looking great. Now I also need to show that the water is coming into the building below the ground. And so if I want to continue my pipe, I can click on it and right click right here and click on draw pipe. And now I need to change the elevation. Instead of 2'6", I'm going to change it to -4 feet. And then we're just going to start drawing off to this direction. Now you'll notice that nothing is showing up here. And that's because we need to change our view range. So I'm going to go ahead and click right here and hit escape. And we need to be able to see this piping below the ground. So all we have to do is go into the floor plan properties over here. And we're going to click on view range edit. And we're going to change the bottom to unlimited and the view depth to unlimited. So that's looking good. So we also want to draw piping off this direction right here. So I'm going to click, and I'm going to click this button, and it's going to start drawing some pipe. Maybe we'll draw it to a point right there. That looks good. And now this time I want to raise my piping up. So let's raise it up to, 10 feet. So we're going to click on, type in 10 up here on middle elevation. And then we're just going to start drawing our piping off to this direction into our fictitious building. And I'm going to go ahead and move this down. So you can literally just drag your piping to move it, which is really nice about Revit. And this is looking great. So now we have this 4-inch pipe right here that's going into our building, and everything's looking really good. So I might want to kind of think about where I want to put my water lines and my branches to my fixtures. So if we think about this, we might want to have a branch down to the water closets. We might want to have one to the lavatories, and we might want to have one down to our urinals. So maybe I'll start drawing a branch. So all I have to do to continue drawing piping is I'm going to right click an existing pipe, and we're going to say create similar. And the reason I like using create similar is because it puts the piping at the same elevation as this pipe. So I'm going to change the diameter to 2 inch. And then I'm going to click a point about right here. And then we're going to put a 2-inch about right here. And that's going to be our water supply to our flush valve water closets. Now I'm going to also click on this pipe, right click, create similar. It's going to put it at the same elevation. I'm going to change this to maybe 3/4 inch. And this is going to be our supply for our lavatories. And you can see I didn't get it in the midpoint right there, but all we have to do is click on it and kind of drag it over to the midpoint. Something like that looks good. And now I can also do the same thing for the urinals. I might want to use a 2-inch pipe. So I'm going to go to create similar, and maybe I want to use 1.5 inches. So let's select 1.5 inches, and we're just going to click and click right there. And you can see we have the start of that pipe. Now I'm not going to bring it down to the fixtures just yet because we need to get the fixtures into our model first. So how do we do that? Well, what we can do, since the architect has already used these plumbing fixtures from Zurn in their model, we can use what's called batch copy and basically take all of the plumbing fixtures from the architect's model and place them into our model. So this only works if the architect's using Zurn's plumbing fixtures. And so you might want to talk to your architects and make sure they are kind of using the correct fixtures. They're going to actually be installed on the job. So we're going to go up to collaborate. We're going to go up to copy monitor, and we're going to say select link. And we're just going to select the architectural link right here and click. And now we're up here and we're going to go to batch copy. I'm going to specify the type mapping. So I'm going to click on that. And then we're going to go down to plumbing fixtures. And we're just going to say copy behavior, allow batch copy. And it's just going to copy the original that was in the architectural model. So we're going to click on copy. And it's going to say levels have not been copied yet. Do you want to do this? So we need to make sure that our levels are copy monitored in our model. So let's go ahead and do that first. So I'm going to hit cancel here, and we're going to go to a elevation view. So I'm going to go to the south elevation right here. And what we need to do is we need to make sure that our levels match the architects. You can see right now they don't. Level 1 looks fine, but level 2 needs to be raised up. So all we have to do is go to modify, align. I'm going to align this level right here. So this is where we want to go. And that's in the architect's model to this level right here, which is in our model. And now we're good. I'm going to go ahead and drag these levels over so you can see them a little bit, and we'll zoom in. And now I have to use what's called copy monitor. So that way, if the architect moves their levels up, we know there's a notification that comes up telling us, hey, the architect moved the levels up. What do you want to do? Do you want to move your level up too? So it's good to use that copy monitor technique. So we're going to go to collaborate, and we're going to go to copy monitor, select link. We're going to click, and then we're going to go to monitor, and we're just going to click on our level and then their level. And you'll see there's going to be a little heartbeat that shows up. And let's do the same thing for level 1. We're going to click on our level and then their level. And you're going to see there's going to be another heartbeat. All right, we're going to finish that off. And then when I click on the level 2 right here, you can see a little heartbeat, meaning that it's being monitored. You can also see up here, it's basically telling us, hey, you're monitoring this. Do you want to stop monitoring? No, we don't. We just did it. So we're going to keep that. And then you can see level 1, it also has that little heartbeat. So let's try the batch copy again. So we're going to go back to copy monitor. We're going to first, let's go to our floor plan. Let's go to copy monitor, select link, click it. And then we're going to go to batch copy, specify the type. We're going to go to plumbing fixtures. We're going to say allow batch copy. And we're going to click on copy. And it's going to run through the process of copying all the fixtures from the architect's model into our model. And once it's done, you have to click the finish button. If we hover into one of the fixtures, you can see we can now select it. And you can see there's also this little heartbeat right here, meaning that it's being monitored. Now, moves the fixtures. I don't necessarily want to move my fixture as well. I want my fixture to stay in place until I move it myself, okay? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select all the plumbing fixtures in the model by just using a window selection right here. And all I'm going to say is click this button called Stop Monitoring. And once I do that, all the fixtures will be unmonitored. So now I'm not monitoring them. So if the architect moves them, nothing's going to happen to my model, and it's not going to break my piping. So that's important. Now you can see if we zoom in here that we have a little bit of an issue with the way the flush valve came in. I also want to, it's this new flush valve that Zurn has created. And let's go take a look at this on there. And I've clicked on sensor flush valves and it's taken me to this page. So you can kind of get a feel for some of their products. And we're taking a look at this gear driven hydropowered flush valve. Now this thing is pretty cool. There's a gear in there and basically it allows the flush valve to close slowly. So typically we would have a solenoid. And so with these fixtures, you don't really need a water hammer arrestor because the way they close is slower. Another advantage to them is they have what's called hydropower. And what that is it's kind of charging as you're flushing. So those are two cool features of these, and they also look really great. So I would highly recommend checking these out. If you want to download them, you can basically download it right here by clicking on the BIM resource. If you want to take a look at the spec sheet, you can do it right here. So make sure you check out these products because they're very, very nice. And they've really come up with some great ideas. Now, since the architect had already placed the Zurn fixtures in their model, I didn't have to download them, which made my life a little easier. So make sure you talk to your architects. Now we need to move this flush valve down. And so there's a couple ways to do it. We could go ahead and change these values over here. You can see there's a valve height. Maybe if we drop that down to 1 foot, look at that. It matches up perfectly. But if we didn't do that, there's another way we could do it. We could go to view and we could draw a section. So I'm going to start drawing a section here. And it's not going to show up because remember, we took away the annotations. So I might want to bring those back. So I'm going to go back to visibility graphics and go to annotation categories. And we're going to show annotations, but I'm going to get rid of elevation, scope boxes, and we're going to click OK. So now I'm going to double click on this section box and it's going to take me to this section. And what I can do from here is I can simply just click on one of the flush valves and I can just move it down just like that into place. So that's kind of cool. So, Zurn has created these fixtures in a way that allows you to kind of use these grips to move the flush valve up and down, which is really helpful. So they've taken a lot of time to make these families work well for us. So I happen to know that all of these need to be at 1 foot. So I'm just going to go ahead and use a window selection and select them all and then just change the valve height all at once to 1 foot. And look at that. Everything looks great. Let's go back to our floor plan view to the water closets. So I'm just going to hold shift and use my middle mouse wheel and kind of orbit around. And you can see the water closets right here. We have to do the same thing. So let's go ahead and select all the flush valves right here and change those to 1 foot. And you're going to see that something's going on right here. So we might need to change this one to something different. I think it needs to be changed to, I don't know, maybe 10 inches. Oops. I think I made that 10 foot. 10 inches. There we go. Now everything's looking perfect. And we can go ahead and start connecting these flush valves up. So to do that, all we have to do is usually when I'm connecting to fixtures, I want to start at the fixture. The reason why is because I want to start at the correct elevation. So I'm just going to click on this little button, create pipe, and it's going to create some standard pipe. It's going to automatically put it on the cold water system. And then I'm just going to start drawing off this way. So right here. And then I'm just going to draw it off to this way because I want to connect to this main. Now you'll notice Revit allows us to kind of automatically, stop in the right place because there's like a reference to that other piece of pipe. So Revit's smart enough to know that. So we can just click right here. And then all we have to do is drag this piece into this one. Boom. And now these two connect. So now remember what we talked about the discipline. I might want to go ahead and turn on the plumbing discipline. So right now I have architectural. I'm going to turn on plumbing and you'll notice that now I can see through the walls and I can kind of see my piping. So this is looking much better. I also might want to go ahead and move the section box so that this big piece of pipe is not in my way. So if I want to do that, remember we put it under the sunglasses so we can click reset and then we can go back and just kind of move this out. And now I can see that a little better. And I'm going to go ahead and hide it again so it's not distracting. And look at that. And so now I'm going to go ahead and show you guys how to make the connections. I have a bunch of different techniques for you guys to use. One of my favorite techniques is using connect into. And so what I'll do is I'll actually select the flush valve right here. And I'm going to go up here to connect into and click. And then we're just going to click on our pipe. And look at that. It automatically makes that connection to this main in the wall. And it's just really easy. You can also do it from a 3D view. So if you click on the flush valve, hit connect into, and then click the pipe, the connection gets made automatically. Now it's using the connector size. So it's using this 1-inch connector size for the size of the pipe. You could also do it the old fashioned way. So I could select the flush valve right here, and I can just click this button, and then I can just go into the pipe just like that and click, and that's looking great. I can also do it from the main. So if I want to use a 1-inch pipe, so I might want to click on, I don't know, this piece right here and right click and say create similar. And as you notice, like I hover into this, you'll notice, well, usually it works. Let me try that again. As I hover into this, see how it highlights the flush valve? That means that I'm exactly in the right spot as that connector. So I can click, and then I can just click the connection point right here. So there's a ton of different ways to do things in Revit. Now for this one, this last one, it's going to be a little more tricky, because if I go right into this part, it's going to create a bowl T, and I don't really want to do that. I'd rather connect maybe up here. And so what I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to keep drawing, and then I'm going to have to raise this piping up. So I'm going to show you guys how to do that. So let's start by just drawing from this flush valve. So we're going to draw just like this. Now it's not snapping, so I'm just going to have to go over to this way. And now I want to move the piping up. So let's go ahead and move it up to here. Right now we're at 2'3", so I'm going to go up to 3 foot maybe. And then I'm just going to draw my piping this way. And you'll notice that the piping gets brought up and then over. And now I want to align these pipes together. So I'm going to go to Modify, Align, and we're going to click on the midpoint of this pipe and make sure it matches this one. And look at that. Now I'm going to use a command called Trim Extend, single element, and I'm going to click it. And all I have to do is click where I want to go and click on the pipe. And boom, it automatically makes that connection for me in 3D. So it's very helpful to be modeling in 3D when you're in Revit. All right, so that's looking great. And I'm pretty much done with the water closets over here. Now I might want to size this thing. I think the piping's probably a little too small to handle these 5 water closets. So here's a little trick for you guys. So when you want to upsize or select a piece of pipe, if you select one of the elements like this T right here, and then I go down to where I want to select. So I want to select everything in between this point right here. I can hit Tab, and it will automatically select all that run of pipe. Then I'm going to hit Control, or then I'm just going to click, and you'll see that all of this pipe network gets selected. Now the supplies did not get selected, which is fine. And now I'm just going to change this to the diameter of 2 inches. And just like that, we've upsized our pipe and everything's looking great. Now I'm going to keep the rest of them at 1 inch because I think that's fine. And let's go ahead and do the urinals. So we're going to use the same kind of techniques. So again, we're going to start from the last fixture. I might want to kind of hover into a good 3D view for the urinals so I can really see what I'm doing. Just like that. All right, that looks good. And then we'll go from the last fixture again. We're going to click and we're going to draw it off to this area right here. I'm going to draw it to right here. Now I need to make sure I align my pipe. Now I could just probably drag it, and you can see when I drag it, it also knows to make that connection automatically. And then I'm going to drag this piece into this one, just like that. And we've automatically made that drop. So I'm going to go ahead and get my section box back. So I'm going to click on this. I'm going to say reset this, and then we're going to drag this out. Keep going, keep going. There we go. So we have this piece of pipe. Now, again, you'll notice that this one was 1.5 inches. And so if I want to increase this main right here, I can just hold Control, and I can add to my selection by clicking and then using a window selection. Now I have all that selected, and I might want to change the diameter to, I don't know, 1.5 inches, something like that. We can always change things later in Revit. So I'm going to go ahead and use my same techniques that I did before. I'm just going to use the Connect Into button and click my pipe, do it again, connect into, click my pipe. It's just very fast. I could do it in 3D, connect into, click my pipe, connect into, click my pipe. We'll do it the old-fashioned way a couple times. So we'll just go from this, we'll click, click. We can go from the main. Oh, it's not working this time. Let's just go from here to here. Look at that. Now this last one didn't work because it wasn't at the right elevation. That's why it wasn't connecting. So we could do that. Or let's say we want to drop it down first, then over. So there's a lot of different ways we could model this. I don't really love the way this looks because it's a little just overkill. So let's go ahead and redo that. So I'm going to hit Control Z twice. And this time I'm going to draw it from this fixture first, just like this. And we're going to go right into this midpoint. Let's see if it snaps automatically. All right, it didn't work. So this might not work. Let's try this again. So let's go to this point right here. And so what we need to do is we need to kind of have enough space. We need to make sure we have enough space to go down and over. And so what we can do to test this out is we can use the trim extend, and we're going to click where we want to go and click the pipe. And you'll notice that there's not enough space there to put the fittings. Okay. So you're going to get this error a lot in Revit. So anytime Revit doesn't have enough room to make the connection, it's just not going to work. So what we have to do is we have to change the elevation of this flush valve. So remember when we made that section, so let's go back to the section. So I'm going to go back to this section view right here. And I'm just going to click on my flush valve, and let's go ahead and just lower it to about right there. Now let's try to make that work. So let's go back to our floor plan and let's zoom in. We're going to click the trim extend. We're going to click our pipe and click this pipe. And now you'll notice that I can, in fact, connect that. Now let's go back to the section view and let's see if we can raise this thing back up. So I'm going to raise it up to here. And look, we were able to make that connection and raise it back up, because sometimes Revit just can't initially make the connection work. But then when you connect it and then you re-raise up your stuff, sometimes you'll be able to make it work. So we were able to make that work by those techniques. And you're going to have to do that stuff a lot in Revit. So that's good practice. All right, for the last ones, we might want to connect our cold water to our lavatories. Now, the lavatories are a little different. We should probably take a look at these lavatories too, because I think these are really cool products. So I'm going to go ahead and go to Zurn's website and show you guys what they're all about. So here I am at Zurn.com, and let's go to Finish Plumbing. And let's take a look at these hand washing systems. So architects love these things. Now, what's nice about them is they're multiple basins in one fixture. Okay, so it's actually great for architects. It's great for us because we only have to specify one unit. And all of these basically can be wall hung with carriers. And so if we click on this Surf hand washing system, you can take a look at it. But it's just really nice. It also comes with a cover down here, so you don't have to worry about purchasing pipe guards or anything. It's like an all-in-one system. It's just a really great product. So make sure you tell your architects about these awesome fixtures that Zurn has created. And another nice thing about it is Zurn has created Revit families for us. So we already have the Revit families. So here we are back in Revit, and you can see that we already have these basins with the faucets in our model because the architect already placed them and we copied them into our model. And so all we would have to do is kind of show the cold water and the hot water going down to these fixtures. Now, there's no connectors. Well, there is a connector to these, but typically when we're in plumbing, we don't really need to connect to the faucet. We only need to provide the stub outs or the locations that the contractor is going to connect to at the wall. So I'm just going to provide stub outs to the wall, basically for connection points. So we're going to do that. So let's go to the cold water right here. And then we're just going to drop this down. Now we want to drop the stub outs down to below the faucets or below the fixtures. So I'm going to go to draw pipe, and I'm going to go down to maybe 2 feet. Let's see what that looks like first. And we'll go to the very end here and maybe something like this. And let's see what it looks like going into the wall. Now I can't snap to the wall, unfortunately. So I'm just going to go to a point about right here and click escape. And then I'm just going to use my align tool. So we're going to align to this point to the edge right here. And then let's take a look at that in 3D and see where we're at. And as you can see, we're still a little too high. I think we need to drop it down even lower. So let's maybe drop it down to 1 foot. So I'm going to click on 1 foot, and that looks much better. So that's going to be the connection point for maybe we'll also use instant water heaters or tankless water heaters. So maybe like an electric water heater right below the fixture. That's going to supply hot water for all those lavatory faucets. So that'll be the connection point. So let's go ahead and put some more connection points on here. Typically, the hot is on the left, the cold is on the right. So we're going to create another one of these. Now, if you want to be consistent, what you can do is you can basically copy these pieces. So I'm going to go ahead and copy them, and I'm going to copy it from, let's say, this point to this point to this point, just like that. And then I can use my trim extend command. So I'm going to click on trim extend. Now, anytime you have multiple trims that you need to make, you can use this button or this tool right here, which is the trim extend multiple elements. So I'm going to click on it. I'm going to click on where I want to go, and then I'm going to click boom and boom. And now I can do it multiple times. So let's go ahead and go to the other side. So I'm going to start drawing some pipe by right clicking, create similar, and we'll go to a point about right here. And we're going to go into the wall so it won't let us snap. So we're just going to have to use the align command. Go to this point right here, and that looks pretty good. Let's rotate around to make sure that's looking good. Yep, we can kind of see it right there underneath our lavatory. That looks good. So let's create some more. So I'm going to copy, go from this point to this point, and this point, and this point. That looks great. And we got to use our trim extend again. So we can use this command. We'll click and we'll click. And we forgot one right here. So we'll use the single one, click, click. And now we have our cold water supply stub outs to these lavatories. So the contractor will basically install these all the way to the wall, and then they're going to put a little shutoff valve under the lavatory. And then mixing valves and any of the water heaters they might be using, and all of the pipe guards. So we're going to also connect these to the sanitary system. So that's next. So let's start drawing some sanitary pipe because we haven't done that yet. Now, it's always a good idea at this point in the project to save it. So I'm going to go to File, Save As. So now that we have everything saved, let's go ahead and start drawing some sanitary piping. I'm going to start drawing the sanitary piping from this water service room. I'm going to start with a floor drain. So let's go and download a floor drain. So we're back at Zurn.com, and I'm going to go to Drainage and Interceptors, and we're going to go to Floor Drains. We're going to go to Finish Floor Drains. And again, let's just click on one of the best sellers. Let's click on this one right here. And this floor drain is pretty cool, but not too fancy, but it has a lot of features about, how it can be leveled with the finished floor. So the contractor definitely likes that kind of stuff. So we're going to go to BIM, and we'll go ahead and download this floor drain. Now you'll notice it also comes with this text file. What that is a type catalog. So you're going to want to download both. And we're going to talk a little bit about type catalogs real quick. So go ahead and click on these and download them. Now, once they're downloaded, we're going to go to Insert, Load Family, and we're going to go to our downloads. And we're going to click on this floor drain right here and click Open. Now, you'll notice that there are quite a bit of drains that we can potentially load into our project. That's why we downloaded the type catalog, because we don't really want every single drain. We want to tell Revit which ones we want to put into the project. So let's go ahead and select a few. I'm going to go ahead and select this 4-inch no hub outlet, and let's inch no hub. Maybe this one too. So I'm just going to also hold Control and select both of these. So I got the 4-inch up here, and I got the 2-inch down here. So I'm going to click OK. And now it's loaded both those drains into the project. So if I want to get to the drain, all I do is go to Systems, Plumbing Fixture, and you can see it's right here. Now I'm going to start with the 4-inch drain right here, and we're going to put that right in the center of our water service room. So I'm going to place it right here, just like that. Now, we also might want to place some other drains. So I'm going to go ahead and do that real quick. So we're going to click on Plumbing Fixture. And this time I only want to use the 2-inch drain. So we're going to click on this one. And we'll place one maybe in the middle of this area right here. So something like this. I wish this section wasn't here. So I'm going to move this a little bit right here. And then we could use our arrow keys to kind of nudge this into the center. Now, if you really want to center this perfectly, which sometimes you might want to do, let's go to Modify, and we're going to use this Align Dimension tool. And I'm going to basically align it with, I'm going to tab and click the outside of the wall here. And then again, I'm going to hit tab to click the outside of the wall here. And then we're going to click this midpoint right here. And then we're going to click, and then we can use this EQ button, and it will automatically use an equality dimension. So make sure that drain is right in the middle of that room. And once I do that, I can hit delete, and we can get rid of that dimension, and we can just hit unconstrain our drains. So I'm going to go ahead and click on this one, and we're going to right click. We're going to say create similar right here. And we'll put another one maybe on this side of it. Now, it would be kind of cool if I just mirrored that. So let's do that. I'm going to click on this guy. I'm going to click this mirror pick axis, or let's draw the axis. So I'm going to click on that. And then let's draw it from this midpoint of this wall right here. Now we can't really click on the midpoint. So maybe we'll just do it to this point right here. And we're just going to draw this axis to here, and boom, it puts it right in the middle, or the same distance from here as to here. So that looks pretty cool. We also might want to put a drain over here. So I'm going to show you guys another technique that not everybody knows about. If you want to basically make a copy, but instead of using this button right here, if you hold Control and then you just drag, it will make a copy from that original element. Okay, so it's a really cool tool. So I'm going to put this floor drain kind of maybe something like this right here. And then I can use my arrow keys to kind of nudge it into place, maybe something like that. I think that looks pretty good. All right, so I think I'm covered as far as drainage. So now we have to start drawing some sanitary piping. So to do that, all we'll do is let's go ahead and start from this drain right here, and we'll click the little, create pipe button. And the first thing we have to do is we have to make sure we're drawing on the correct system or the correct pipe type. So I'm going to select PVC, and it's a 4-inch pipe. I have to change the elevation because I want it pretty low under the slab. So I'm going to go to -2 feet. So I'm going to type in -2 here. And I also might want to slope down. So I'm going to slope down, and I'm going to slope it at 1/8 of an inch per foot. And we're just going to keep drawing off in this direction and click. Now our sanitary in our pretend building is going to be connecting to the utility in this direction. So I'm just going to drag it all the way across here to something like that. So this is called our building drain. Now, before we connect these floor drains to this sanitary piping right here, we're going to have to model all the sanitary for the lavatories, because we're going to use the lavatory sanitary inventing to vent the floor drains. So let's get started with this. The first thing I might want to do is I might want to select all of my lavatories and then use my section box. So I'm going to go up here and click on the selection box, and it will kind of create a section box around my lavatories for working. Let's move this down a little bit, and that's looking good. I'm going to hide my box by clicking the sunglasses and going to hide element. And then we'll kind of rotate this thing around, and we're going to start at this lavatory right here. So I'm going to start drawing piping down this way. So to draw piping, let's just click into our floor plan, and you can see we have these create pipe buttons right here. We can just click on one of those, and then we can just start drawing piping. Now, if you draw piping right off of this, you're going to see that when you click, it's going to say no solution was found. That's because you can see here, when we were creating this pipe, we didn't drop it down enough to be able to fit an elbow. So we need to be able to do that first. So I'm going to hit cancel there. And this time, let's go ahead and drop it down. So let's click on our pipe button, and let's drop it down to 1'6" by changing the elevation and then clicking into the view right here. And look, this time we dropped it down, and it created a nice elbow. Now I want to create a P-trap right here. Now you'll notice over here in the drop down that there's no P-trap. So I can't just change this fitting to a P-trap. Also, if I search under my project browser for trap, there is no P-trap in this project. So we have to get one from Revit. So all we have to do is go up to Insert, Load Autodesk Family, and we can literally just search for P-traps right here. So I could go up here and just kind of search for trap and hit enter. And you can see all the families that have trap in the name presented themselves. So we're going to click on this trap P PVC and hit load. And now I have my P-trap into my model. Now, the only way to get to the P-trap is going to the project browser down here, or we could actually go to the systems, click on the little fittings button up here, and you can see my P-traps right here. But unfortunately, it's kind of hard to get this P-trap to really work. Like if I click here, it pops in the wrong direction. That's not great. Let's just undo that. So how do we get this P-trap in here? Well, here's a little trick for you guys. So if you go down to the browse and then type in trap, we can access our P-trap right here. I'm going to right click, and we're going to go to edit. And we're going to actually edit this family. So here is the family editor right here. And we're going to change something. We're going to go up here to the family categories and parameters. And right now you can see that this P-trap is under part type. It's called a multi-port. Now, if I click the drop down, you can see these are all the different types of fittings that Revit allows. So we're going to change it from multi-type or multi-port to elbow and hit OK. And then we're going to load it back into the project. We're going to overwrite the existing version. And now when I click on my elbow, I should have a new elbow down here called Trap P. And so we can just click that button and look, it automatically creates a P-trap for us because basically we told it to act like an elbow. So that's how we did that. So this is looking great. Now, a lot of times when I see that I've done something that I can mirror, I will do it. So I'm going to go ahead and select everything that I want to mirror over. Right here, we've selected it. Now let's click into the floor plan right here. And we're going to go up to the mirror draw axis, and I'm going to click on it. And I want to be able to mirror it from the midpoint of this chase wall, but I can't snap to anything, unfortunately. So I have to do something different. I'm going to hit escape. I'm going to go to annotate, detail line, and I'm going to just basically draw what we call a construction line. And that just allows me to get a midpoint here. I'll go ahead and select the previous. Well, I can't, but I can just select it right here. We'll click into this view, and then we'll go to mirror draw axis. And then we're going to click the midpoint of that line and then just drag up and click. And now we've essentially created another P-trap on the other side. So let's kind of zoom around. Now, anytime you want to orbit around something, if you select it first, it will orbit around that object. So that really helps when you're using this orbit command. So now we have these two P-traps going into the center like this. Now we need a pipe that's going straight up and down. So I'm going to show you guys a pretty cool trick. So I'm going to click into the floor plan view. And if you want to draw a pipe that's going straight up and down in a floor plan, there's a little trick you have to do. We're going to go up to Systems, Draw Pipe. And the first thing I have to do is I have to set my elevation. So let's start it at 0. And we're just going to click this midpoint right here because we want it right in the center of this chase. So we're going to click the midpoint here. And now we're just going to draw the pipe up to 10 foot and click enter and then click apply. And as you can see, there's a pipe up here. Now, if we zoom out, you're not going to be able to see it right now because our section box is hiding it. But if we click on our little sunglasses or glasses down here and reset it, we can kind of drag this out and hopefully reveal that straight up and down pipe we just drew. Look at that. So it's right here. So let's go ahead and move this thing into place. Now I'm going to move it right into the center of this piping right here. So I'm going to use the align command. I'm going to go to modify, align. We'll click on the midpoint of this pipe right here. And then we'll click on our pipe up here. We want to make sure we select the mid of that. So I can't select it. So I'm going to go ahead and click on it and then hold shift and use my arrow keys. And let's see if we can use the align command again. Let's try it. So we're going to go to the center of this pipe, and then now we can select the center of this pipe, and boom, we've essentially put it right in the middle of our pipe. Now I'm going to go ahead and change this to 2-inch because I want my common vent to be 2-inch, and that's looking good. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to use my trim extend command, this one right here, single element, and we're just going to click on our stack, and then we're going to click on the trap arm and click. And would you look at that? Everything looks great. Now, anytime you want to go from a single fitting to a double fitting, you can just go ahead and click this plus button. But before I do that, I have to load a double sanitary tee into the project. So we're going to have to do the same thing we did last time. So we'll go up to Insert and Load Autodesk Family. And this time I'm going to look up double and then hit enter. And you'll notice there's a lot of stuff here. So I want to go ahead and search only pipe fittings. So instead of any category, I'm going to go down to pipe fittings. And now we're going to search double within pipe fittings. So I want a double sanitary reducing tee, this one right here. So I'm going to click on that guy, and then we're going to load it into the project. And now it's loaded in. So now we need to basically, if you want to create a double from a single tee, you can click this plus right here. But unfortunately, it looks like the double wasn't put into the routing preferences. So I'm going to hit cancel here. We're going to click on this piece of pipe. Now we have to update our routing preferences. So to do that, we're going to go to edit type here. And then we're going to update. We're going to hit edit under routing preferences. And under cross, you can see there's none. But we're going to change that. We're going to make it this T reducing double sanitary. We're going to click OK. Click OK. And now when we click on our T and click the plus button, you can see that now it turns into a double sanitary tee. So that looks great. Now, if we want to connect these two pieces right here, here's a little trick. We can just click on the fitting, select connect into, and click our piece of pipe. And would you look at that? Now we have everything connected up. Now, this is what's called a common vent. And the reason we call it that is because it's basically this pipe right here is venting both of these fixtures. Okay, so it's a common vent. All right, so let's essentially just copy our common vents each time we have these lavatories back to back like this. So I'm going to just go ahead and tab into all of my pipe here by clicking tab on the pipe multiple times. And we're just going to make some copies here. So I'm going to copy from this point. So I'm going to click on my copy command, and maybe we'll click on this corner to this point. That looks pretty good. And let's just click on this corner just like that. Now it's not lined up perfect, but that's not a big deal because we don't actually need to connect our fixture to our piping. We could do that, but in this case, we're just going to get it close enough. Now, these two lavatories, you're going to see that are a little different in the fact that they're not really lined up. So we could do it a couple different ways. We could basically make the sanitary right behind one of them and then use a branch to connect to the other. So
Nathan, you're not there, are you? If you're there, have a good night. This guy's not really teaching the way that I would recommend. He's breaking a few too many rules with his alignments and how he's doing stuff. For everyone else, we'll be back tomorrow. Hope you have a good evening.